Sunday! That's right, it's time for the Sunday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League. Season number 9, the race for $1 million continues today. And I've got one question for you, and one question only. Say it with me. Are you ready? Because it's time to bring forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frowns upside upside down. It is time to put the kids to bed and wake up the neighbors. And it is time for the UEL to shine. So what do you say? We get down to that UEL beatdown, baby.
Hey, log in games, we lit the squadron. Here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, so they get stuck in their college view. But
another person that's defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Shekel. Traded, journeyman, expect.
Had like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate and gamers league, so tough. Go capture that trophy, you can't win enough. This is UEL, 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 UEL. This is the ultimate and gamers league. VA to Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
All right, I'm sitting here right now with Mad Genius. I'm curious, man. I know a lot about the rest of your team. Today, of course, guys, we have a matchup between the Paladins and Ghosts here at Week 10. I know a good bit about the rest of your team. I've even casted with Strix here at UEL, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know much about you. So could you tell me something, Mad Genius, about yourself that sort of not necessarily separates you from the rest of the pack, but that makes you unique as a player?
Well, primarily when it comes to the Paladins, I'm looked at as like, the sports guy, the main guy that they rely on in the sports game.
Understood.
But I also have a lot of games in every category. I can play a little bit of everything. I work at a little bit of everything.
Okay.
Over the course of the season, you guys have seen me go crazy in games like StarCraft, being able to take down a lot of fighters.
Yeah.
I can race too. So
okay. So we may see you shift from that tier 5 to tier 3 or tier 2 something.
I mean, you're gonna have to see.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, you guys seem to have like a really well-rounded team, and you guys give off positive energy, I would say. I think that's something a lot of you guys at home are going to pick up on. Heck, even on Friday, we saw so much drama here on the floor in the arena. But you guys seem super level-headed, very, very kind individuals. But that being said, who do you think on your team sort of stands out from the rest as potentially the leader of the Paladins? Or is it more or less like a well-rounded unit?
I would say it's like very, very situational because
Okay.
everyone is such a key piece here on the Paladins that depending on where we're at and what's going on, anybody is willing to step up
Yeah.
and be like, let's come together, let's get it together, and let's fix this. So it's like, it depends on when and where you see us at, but any one of the 5 people you see playing today
Right.
can take that position.
That makes sense. Now, my last question for you is you guys currently have 1 win. Your opponents, the Ghosts, have 2 wins, right? Both of you are sort of trying to, I guess, bully your way into the center of the pack, if you will, right? Sort of shift into the center of the pack of these 2 different conferences between the North and the South, both North and the South making up of 6 different teams. And my question for you would be, what's going to be the determining factor that you think not only is going to win today's game, but then also sort of carry you guys forward to potentially, shift towards one of those teams that people have on their radar as, opponents that they really got to look out for the similar way that the bots and the Reapers do, per se?
One thing you're going to have to understand is that we are constantly getting better.
Yeah.
Every match has been, whether a win or a loss, every match has been a step forward.
Absolutely. Constantly
So
developing.
you're going to see us constantly get better all around, not just gameplay, but you're going to see the chemistry tighten up. You're going to see a little bit of our strategies change. So what you're going to have to understand is the Paladins are always getting better.
Right.
And this is week 10.
Right.
By
And
the
not-
end of
and-
the season, you're going to see a completely different
Right.
team.
What you guys seem to excel at that I would say is different since I began here at UEL is sort of the ground that you guys make up on, right? The ground that you guys make up in terms of like developing and learning as a team, you don't let that up. You don't sort of forget about it, or you see that sort of aspect of your team that becomes well-rounded. You don't shift in a negative direction towards genres, sort of neglecting them in a sense, right? You pay attention to all the genres and you continue to become a well-developed team. So I like that, man. Well, thank you so much for sitting down with me. I'm looking forward to watching your gameplay, getting to know sort of some of the genres you talked about, sports and what have you.
Yep.
Looking forward to that,
I
brother.
look forward to playing Pop and everything.
Okay. Well, back to you guys.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way. Yes, it is. Definitely. This could be around.
Hello, it is. I am Herb. I am back at UEL. I am joined with the wonderful Wanku here. Today, this is going to be the Ghost, the Ghost Tier 1. How are you doing today, Wanku?
Doing really good, feeling really good, feeling wide awake.
Awesome. Yeah, so today is going to be a really strong game between the Ghost and the Paladins. I know I always say Paladins. You know, you guys are trying to rip me up, but right now it is a strong showing between a team that is 1-4 and a team that is 2-3. How do you feel about going into today's game?
I'm feeling really good. I mean, I got to work with the Ghost roster that we have here quite a bit. You know, obviously 2 of those players being my teammates from the Ravens. I feel like we already have kind of a solid chem between each other. So I think we're going to be able to hold it down to a certain extent today. And I'm looking to steal this game from the Paladins. You know, they're thinking it's going to be easy.
Yeah, right.
Come on now.
100%. So what game do you guys think you have a pretty good chance of taking today?
So obviously I'm gonna say CTR.
Yeah, for
I
sure,
know
for sure.
TOG is smarter than that. He already telling him like, no, we're not playing that.
Right.
Valorant, I'm gonna do better than last time.
Okay,
I'm gonna make
okay.
sure I get 10 kills and it matters.
Yeah.
And overall, I mean, I'm feeling good about the racers in general. I'd say feeling pretty solid in all those. So
Okay, that's pretty good. What would you say your team is worried about today in this matchup versus the Paladins?
I mean, obviously the Paladins have like a strong chemistry. They've been a team for the whole season. Us 5 kind of just getting, used to each other. It's going to be a little bit of imbalance there with chemistry, but I think overall they're feeling pretty confident as well as me. And, that's the most important thing. You can't defeat yourself before you even play the game. So
100%.
we're feeling pretty
100%.
good.
So who over there are you mentally trying to get in their head over there? Who on that Paladin squad are you trying to mess with the most?
Honestly, all of them. But I know LA's not going to let me do that. Strix ain't going to let me do that.
Yeah.
Mad Genius is going to laugh at me. So we'll see. We'll see. But I'm going to be trying my
Sam's only
hardest.
victim.
Yeah, Sam and TOG, I'm coming for you.
Oh, okay.
Guys better be level-headed up here.
All right. Well, 100%. Well, thank you so much for coming on today. Any last words for the people back at home?
GG, easy. That's it. That's all I got to say. It's too easy.
Oh, man. All right.
Easy.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on today. Right back to you guys.
The Be a Friend Project is an organization of upstanders working to bring hope back to bullied kids and build kinder communities using empathy, education, and peer support. The project's signature program is the surprise delivery of friend mail, letters and videos of peer support. to victims of severe bullying to let them know they are not alone and to help them stay strong.
Like, I was so happy because I thought really like no one cared about it. Like, it was just another girl getting bullied, but it was really nice to know that like a lot of people like supported me.
Spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel.
The players will battle against each other only when the wheel decides. Wettergreen LLC built the wheel and can support your technology needs too. Visit wettergreen.com for more information.
What's up, everyone? I am Mobster Matt, sitting here with my man.
I am Herb.
And I appreciate you guys hanging out with us today. This is our Week 10 matchup between the Paladins and the Ghosts. Now, this is probably going to be my first. This is going to be my first time casting over the Ghosts. I'm really, really excited to. I know a good bit about the Paladins. You guys heard me talking about that a little bit in my interview with Mad Genius. But I wanted to ask you, Herb, what can you tell me about the Ghosts that I am looking forward to?
Oh
here,
man,
that I should look forward to.
The Ghosts are a really, really good squad. So this is a squad that kind of came together for the greater good of UEL, right? And it comprises of Wonku, Paku, Punisher, and Pokestar. So a lot of P's there, a lot going on. So this group, a bunch of people, they're very, very well versed in a lot of the games that are on the wheel already.
Awesome.
So not necessarily really good in one genre like fighting games or racing games, but they're definitely very well rounded. And you're gonna see a lot of like surprise games. A lot of takeaways.
Awesome. And today is a bit of a unique broadcast here in the arena because today we are excited to announce that the Michigan Paladins are going to be hosting a gaming event, if you will, a fundraiser for a project that they call the Be a Friend Project, which encourages acts of kindness, if you will, in an effort to end bullying. So you're going to hear us talking about that throughout the evening. They have an event coming up on December 3rd where they're actually going to be raising money for the Be a Friend Project. Something awesome to just look into. So just stay on the lookout, I should say, throughout the evening as we mention that, and definitely show up on December 3rd for some fun times.
Definitely. A really big fundraiser for anti-bullying project. And you don't see a lot of that nowadays. It's a really big problem here in America.
That's true. And you know something that's really unique within the UEL? Not only do we have 33 different games that cover 5 different genres, but we also have a bit of diversity in terms of the age groupings that you see here on the teams. We have kids in the league as young as, I think, 10. We have 10, we have 14, 15, we have people in their 30s and so on, 40s and so on. And it's awesome to see the fact that we can all come together to sort of talk about bullying because it is a problem.
Yes, 100%.
Now, what we're getting ready to get into is a bit of rock, paper, scissors, if you will. Now, what this does is whoever wins this initial rock, paper, scissors between Ghosts. Oh, and it looks like Paladins take it. They basically get first setup. Now, what that means is think of a game like Dead by Daylight, right? In Dead by Daylight, if you feel very talented as the killer as opposed to the survivors, you can choose to be the killer or you can choose to be the survivors.
Yes.
However, your opponent, after you make that initial decision, then potentially gets to choose the map. So that's why rock, paper, scissors is so important.
So Dragon Ball FighterZ is the first game. I don't think the Paladins are going to take a respin here. I think they're going to say, we're definitely playing this because they are really strong. You got TOG, you got Strix, and you got LA. Three Dragon Ball FighterZ players that absolutely love the game and are just absolutely ready to go.
Well, not only do they love the game, but Dragon Ball as a franchise has so much hype behind it right now because of Sparking Zero just recently coming out. We may see that in a future season here at UEL. Nonetheless, these players have been playing and probably watching a lot of Dragon Ball lately. That's
100%,
for sure.
100%.
So they are ready, their game. Who do you think stands out the most with the Paladins? Who do you think on Ghost side of things, who do you think stands out the most on their team?
On the Paladins, I would definitely have to say TOG. He's been playing this game for a long time. Big Dragon Ball Z fan, for sure. On the Ghost side, I'm going to have to say Paku. Paku is definitely their prime fighting game player for sure. And I know he's a Dragon Ball fan. It's really a testament to see, and a real test to see who is going to come out on top here because I know Paku's got it in him, but this game can be a little funny at times when you're playing online due to lag, due to things of that nature. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this kind of plays out.
Okay, cool. Cool. I like that. Now, one of the things that's unique about Dragon Ball Fighters is how fast-paced things are on the screen because this is an assist fighter, right?
Yeah.
And I believe it's 3v3, correct?
Yes.
Right. So some of our games here at the UEL, like Street Fighter, for instance, you'll see a 5v5 matchup. This is a 3v3. Now, why do I mention that? Well, one of the things that's unique to our league is what we like to describe as a baseball lineup, if you will. These 5 players from each team that you see below us here on your screen. When I say baseball lineup, think of it as these teams selecting 3 of their players that have to go in now to play Dragon Ball Fighters. What that means is the next game that gets pulled, when we go into the next one, they only have 2 of their players that are allowed to, that they can pick to go into the next game until they've used all of their players, and then the roster resets, essentially.
Right.
So we have games that are 1v1, we have games 2v2, 3v3, but the interesting thing is because we're running this 5v5 setup, anytime a game is played with a 5v5 setup, it resets those roster brackets, and it allows us to go into the next game with a fresh lineup.
100%. It's just like a dugout, if you will. A dugout.
Yeah, there we go. Perfect.
The same people who go in cannot be the same people that play. As you guys can see, everyone's grayed out here. On the Paladin side, LA, TOG Strix, just like I thought. And on the Ghost side, we have Paku, Punisher, and Pokestar. A pretty good lineup. And I think in most cases, this would be a game that the Ghost would actually forfeit. But
Okay.
because it's the very first game, and right now it's 0-0, they're like, well, if we have a shot, let's go for it. We, let's see what happens. Anything could happen here. So actually a pretty good strategy going into the first game and saying, hey, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen next. We might as well take the chance.
Right. I think they're probably, you had mentioned that they're relatively comfortable within fighters.
Right.
I think they're comfortable on this game. It's just a matter of that they're going up against the Paladins.
Yeah,
that they're
right.
like, well, maybe not, but they've also been practicing. What other better time than when you're actually on the court is there to, fully practice? So I think they want to test themselves a little bit for sure. And nonetheless, both of these teams, we're talking 2 and 3 versus 1 and 4.
Right.
Both of them looking to get that additional dub to get into sort of the middle of the pack as they push towards playoffs and what have you. I think both of them have something to prove right now.
Yeah, I think both of them have something to prove, and a lot of them have a lot to offer, right? A lot of these games that the Paladins have played this season, they've been pretty tough games.
Yeah.
Congratulations to them for their win against the Click, and I know they've had a absolutely tough schedule right after that. And then the Ghosts, big shout out to them, man. It's sticking through and through. Big shout out to Ghost Gaming, man. It's a really true honor having them come into UEL and, represent. So it's going to be exciting to see how things kind of pan out the rest of the season. And right now it's week 10 for some people, but for some of these teams, this is like week 5, week 6.
Yes.
Like, this is like their 6th game of the whole entire season. So
Yeah, and something that you sort of touched on there was the difficulty of their schedule. Just like NFL football, and just like in the NBA, sometimes you just have a really difficult schedule. Well, if you're playing most of the teams, right, within your season, something to note is if you play a lot of difficult teams towards the start, it can sort of throw off the synergy of the cohesion between your teammates and just how you guys are working as a group, how you're gelling as a team. And then by mid-season, sometimes if you've picked up more losses than maybe you would have if you had an easier schedule, you guys just aren't working together as effectively as you maybe could be. And we've seen a lot of that. Some of our teams that don't even have a win, it's hard to sort of judge them for not necessarily having a win because their first 3 games they're going against some savages, Reapers, bots,
bots, right?
Some of the best teams in both of the conferences, if you will.
All right, so 100%. So it looks like we're coming to the end of our setup timer here. Hopefully, no timeouts on either side is going to be the absolute first game. So hopefully,
brother, we have
set up.
casted 2 games just recently where teams had less than 2 timeouts by halftime. And we've talked about that a few times, but the reason that is so important, guys, is if you haven't set up the game by the time that clock hits 0, you will be forced to use a timeout, but if you have no timeouts left, you're forced to forfeit the actual match and give a point to your opponent. So maintaining your timeouts, getting these setups done in an effective time management manner is absolutely essential as we move on throughout the night. We're talking 4 in-game hours, which typically speaking takes part over a period of probably about 6 hours in real time.
All right, exactly. So here we go. LA getting right into it. Is going to be playing as Amasu right here. Oh, and a good startup right here. That's going to be, it looks like Paku Desu on Android 18. So nice. All right. Really good moments right there. Not just going to hesitate. Going to go right into a super. It's good stuff. Paku's still alive, but is he trying to look for something here on the defensive end? Ooh, good catch right there.
Oh, wow.
So it'd be really smart.
Oh, what's happening here? What's happening here? Strix looking a little frustrated right now. Now, Ghost is player 2, correct? And then this is Strix on player 1?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Just like I was talking about, this game could be a little funny sometimes.
Yeah,
Playing
yeah,
online,
yeah.
There's a little bit of delay there. Shout out to Bandai Namco for making this game, but there's a few things they could work on. Probably the netcode.
Yeah, that's frustrating. That's definitely frustrating. You can see sort of Strix a little frustrated with that. I believe he had the health advantage going into that disconnect. Nonetheless, both of these players are, pretty well educated with regards to how Dragon Ball FighterZ operates as a fighter. It's a game that, your basic combo strings are a little bit more simplistic, but as you want to advance your damage output, it becomes complicated with directionals, abilities, and what have you. But that's also one of the things that makes it very user-friendly from a foundational level, but also makes it super complex from a high ceiling of skill.
Right. Easy to get into, hard to master, but here we go, right back into it. So we have Strix on the Zamasu side, excuse me for that. Getting right into it, and
wow.
Gonna be Pokey right there, okay. Pokey shaking his head, trying to get something going. Good defense. Ooh.
Wow, that was good.
Wait a minute. Oh my gosh, it's a very tight spot right here. And still alive is
wow.
Made it out of the corner. What's gonna happen?
The way he backstepped right there and then re-engaged with his pressure was nice, but unfortunately it put him back into the corner. But he's gonna hit a rush down and connects with it. Strix popping off in his first round.
Poor Pokey there. All right, on to the next. Here we go. Adult Gohan versus Damasu. Good grab right there. Gonna get nice tag in.
Oh wow.
All right, here we go. Android 16.
We saw a little bit of action of Android 16 recently with the self-destruct, but it doesn't look like we're going to see as much of that right now as he's actually going for a little bit of damage.
Right, I was at home screaming when that happened. Jump, please.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Nice combo right there from Trunks. Let me get something going even more. All right, looking for it, looking for the hit. Nice. All right.
Okay.
What do we got right here? He might be able to combo into a super here. All right, there you go. Nice.
Wow.
Gonna get it. Ooh, great extension right there. All right. Just taking away a little bit of damage.
And I believe that's Paku, correct?
Yeah, that looks like Paku right there. He's gonna have to do something because, nice snap in.
Nice tag in. Both of them were sitting at an equal health pool nonetheless. Solid tag in, but he's getting punished for this right now.
Okay.
Holy moly. TLG in his zone right now, blasted. Absolutely blasted with an 83-hit combo.
Oh my
That is absolute insanity.
All right.
Someone zip up the body bag. He's feeling himself right now. Here comes Android 16 with half health, about 50% health. Let's see what he can do. He has a bit of a gauntlet, if you will, in front of him nonetheless.
Nice.
Let's see what happens. LA just looking super patient at the moment, sort of biding his time, getting his footsteps, whiffs the rush down right there. But they're just sort of shifting back and forth, utilizing some of those zoning tools in the hitboxes.
Yep.
Paku does end up getting him into the corner, though. Let's see what he can do.
All right, he's going to have to level 3 soon or pop his sparking. All right, going to go for the level 1, going to settle for a little bit of damage here. All right, he needs that moment. All right, nice. You have to pop.
Wow.
He might just be able to kill.
Wow.
All right, no need to pop it. No need to pop it yet.
Okay.
So he does still have to be careful because the opponent will have 3 bars very soon.
Yes.
He's going to have to. Ooh, nice. All right, what's going to happen here? Paku. The entirety of the game rests on Paku's shoulders right here. Gonna pop spark right back to get it. Okay, looking for something.
Oh no!
Timing overhead made him jump over it and didn't get hit by the command grab.
Oh wow!
Oh yeah, he's got to finish him here with the level.
Oh no!
If anybody has a chance right now to win this game,
level of disrespect.
It's Paku. All right, he has a great chance here. Zamasu only has level 2 sparking. His sparking is a little bit higher. Oh wait a minute.
If Paku can pull off a 3v1, this would be one of the greatest comebacks I've seen on Android 16 nonetheless.
Wait a minute.
Both of them sort of playing footsies back and forth.
He's got to block that.
Yeah, he's got to block it, but that was really interesting. The fact that both of them were feeling each other out. Lands the rush down and a punish afterwards.
And the level 3!
Is it going to happen? Paku feeling himself!
Taking it!
Paku feeling himself in the bottom right-hand corner. Screen, a 3v1 comeback. I have never seen that. That is absolutely insane.
Thank you, Paku.
We have seen, we've seen a 1v5. We've seen a 1v5 in Street Fighter, right?
Yes,
we saw Chris
yes.
G do that. I have never seen the 3v1 on Dragon Ball FighterZ. That was insanity, especially with Android 16. That was really, really impressive.
Oh man, textbook gameplay, amazing awareness, good options. good use of his offense to use the overhead at the perfect time to not get hit by Trunks' level 3. It was just a thing of beauty, man.
Yeah, I mean, what's so unique about that is the fact that he was able sort of to manage the footsies, and the distancing perfectly, because Android 16 doesn't necessarily have the biggest hitboxes, especially when compared to Trunks.
Right.
But he was able to sort of get in there, find his window of opportunity, sort of, initiate those combo strings, connect, and then finish with huge combos.
Yes, absolutely.
That was wild.
Oh, man, that guy, his awareness, he does not get nervous. You could tell Paku was not nervous in that situation.
No.
So, okay, I've been here before. I kind of know what's going on. I know I have an actual chance to win. I know what's actually going on. Let me just play patient. You look for those opportunities. Man, he took them, man. What an excellent first game right there.
We have such an exciting night ahead of us. The fact that Irv was telling me prior to the stream how comfortable and how much he loves fighting games, and then we get a fighting game right off the rip, and it goes down like that.
Oh, man,
my gosh.
So
hold on to your seats, because tonight's going to be wild. Paladins 1-4, Ghost 2-3. These teams are battling not just for bragging rights per se, but they're battling for positioning within the brackets of the league and so much more. So much more. I think some of the players too sort of want to start building a prowess about themselves.
Yeah.
Right? Not just shifting from say a tier 5 player to a tier 4, 3, and 2 and what have you. But as we move into the future of the UEL, these players are also fighting for potential draft positioning as we move into the next season and so much more. So there's a lot on the line. And we're going to see some of that unfold throughout the evening.
It's all about that personal brand, right? Because everyone knows that
good phrase.
They're a piece of the puzzle, and they want to be able to say, hey, I have value. I 1v3 in these games.
Yeah.
I took my one play. I took myself, and I beat an entire fighting game squad in a game. That has value. But going into the next game, Midnight Ghost Hunt, the Ghosts have pick here. So the first game was the Paladins pick, so they were able to say, all right, we're going to play this or not. This next game is the Ghost setup, so they can pick whether they're Ghosts or Hunters. And something tells me that they're probably going to go Hunters because it's a little bit easier to play.
Yeah.
You're kind of the predator versus the prey in that situation,
Right.
so I kind of like it going into it.
It's interesting. I sort of jinxed myself last time we casted. I said that predominantly the Hunters have won every single match, and then during that game in particular, the Ghosts ended up winning. Now,
Commentator's curse.
Right. Exactly. Now, if you're not familiar with this game, if you've ever played prop hunt within Call of Duty, this is basically the most extreme form of prop hunt that you can imagine.
Right.
The Ghosts versus the Hunters. The Ghosts are going to be jumping into objects the same way you would in a regular game of prop hunt. They're going to be attempting to hide from the Hunters until the clock hits midnight. Yeah. That's why it's called Midnight Ghost Hunt. The moment it hits midnight, the Ghosts, the hunted, become the Hunters. Right. And they're going to try to out-damage the Hunters, eliminate them, and potentially flip the board and take home the dub.
This is going to be a really interesting game because I know for a fact that the Ghosts have practiced Midnight Ghost Hunt.
Yeah.
The Paladins always mess around. I always say the Paladins. I like to just mess around.
The Paladins. I'm going to start saying that.
The Paladins. The Paladins. They're going to be the Ghosts, but I'm not exactly sure how much they've practiced that side. It's a bit of a tougher side unless you really know how to use those abilities, how to hide in certain hiding spots, and really your object is to take out the Ghosts. But if you can take them out before midnight, it's just as good as well.
Yeah, that's true. The other thing to consider is map selection.
Yes.
Right. So there's certain maps that are tighter corridors. They're not as well lit. They're a little bit more difficult. But then also I've noticed maps that have sort of blended themes within the actual design of the map. So it's a little bit more difficult to pick up on, I guess, people that may be hiding in specific objects. What do I mean by that? Well, if you hide in a trash can that is in the middle of, just say like an average merchant store or something like that, you're going to say that trash can looks out of place, right? But then if you're a trash can that's in a kitchen or something, and you're sort of right on the edge of the countertop or something, it may be something that sort of blends into the environment. So there's certain maps that have really heavy themes, like Christmas themes and things of that sort.
Hide as the Christmas tree.
Right. So you're hiding as a Christmas tree, a candy cane, an elf on the floor, something along those lines. And these objects that they can jump in, guys, are as small as a mousetrap to things that are
as big as
a forklift.
Yeah, right.
A literal forklift, right? So you have to check everything, and you're going to notice the Hunters doing that often in a multitude of ways. They can shoot objects. They can walk up and shake the objects themselves, all sorts of things. And they also have abilities, right? So they can check objects at any given time, but if you're pretty well hidden...
it'll be hard to get to you, man.
Right.
It's just hard.
It'll be hard to get to you. Yeah, and there's also different strategies that we've seen too, right? Like sometimes I've noticed that the Ghosts will sort of stick together and then use organized chaos, if you will.
Yeah.
And then I've also noticed other things where Ghosts will sit in a specific room and then they'll wait till the hunters check a specific object, and the moment that the hunters shift their back to them, they'll jump into the object that they just checked.
Yeah, that's actually
So there's all sorts of interesting strategy, if you will, but you also have to have a level of communication and sort of cohesive sort of teamwork in order to pull this thing off. It's going to be interesting to see if they're able to sort of communicate and do that.
This game is all about teamwork, man. Whether you're on the hunter side or the ghost side, because what happens a lot is like if somebody dies on the hunter side, what you'll have is a lot of the time people freak out and they're like, "Oh my god! Like I don't know where the ghost is. I don't know if they're gonna attack me again."
Right.
There's a lot of different things you can do at that moment. You can have the excuse me, the clear that thing the thing that reses.
Defibrillator.
There we go, the
Yep.
defibrillator.
Mhm.
That will really help you out a lot. There's also
Okay.
med kits that you can come into the game with, but on the ghost side as well, there's a lot of different health potions that you can leave around for your teammates as well if they
Yeah.
ever get into a battle and they kind of like escape away. But it
Yeah.
looks like we're just about done on the time out here, so getting into the game.
Because we are getting to the game. Let's take a look at what we're going to be watching next. Wreckfest is coming up next. Now, that is a game that's within our racing category, but it's such a unique sort of racing game that most of the time, even when you see teams that aren't necessarily as well like sort of adept for racers will actually play it. Just because of sort of the derby aspect of being able to potentially eliminate your opponent through damage, as opposed to necessarily having to get to the finish line. So
Right.
we'll get into that once we can. Now, can you explain to me what we're watching here on the screen?
Right here is the mini game for the hunters. You know, it's just their little Ghostbusters mini game. They're
Ah.
playing on a little mini Game Boy, the Ghostmaster. It's just something that you kind of do to get ready for the game. And what is a big shocker to me right now is the Ghost actually going on the Ghost side with it being.
I mean, you have to,
their
right?
setup, right? Yeah.
Come on,
that's a good
GG's.
point.
Ghost got to go on Ghost. Nonetheless, you got Paladins here sitting on the Hunters. Now, the clock at the top of your screen, right below our official UEL scoreboard, is what you're going to see as the countdown until midnight. Now, it does sound like we are coming back to us. Maybe a potential setup issue, attack issue of some sort.
Yeah.
So as soon as we get more information on that, guys, we will be telling you.
Wow. So, it looks like somebody keeps getting kicked
Yeah, so it sounds like somebody keeps getting kicked out. You saw some connectivity issues in Dragon Ball Fighters. Sometimes that sort of thing happens. We have games within our library that are actually in the public forum. They're in public matchmaking lobbies,
yeah.
right? What was it? Maelstrom. Maelstrom is a game that we play within public lobbies.
Such
So
a good
if you've
game.
ever wanted to jump in and play against a professional gamer,
Yeah, if it's free, yeah.
when you
Maelstrom.
see Maelstrom selected, go ahead and hop on.
And that's the thing I love about the UEL, man. It's really all about community building here. It's
Yeah.
all about community building. So
100%.
we are not shy when it comes to just playing with random people,
Mm-hmm.
playing with people who are experts at the game. There's so many people, there's so many developers who have come to us and
Yes.
said, hey, this is how you play the game. This is how you speed run this level. This is how
Right.
you actually want to do your power ups and your level
Yeah.
ups. It's a really beautiful thing to see this community kind of grow and just reach out and just find
Yeah.
more people who are just very, very passionate about gaming, man.
Yeah, and you mentioned developers coming into us. Luminar Rush is a perfect example of that.
Right.
Luminar Rush is a sort of an indie platform speedrunner game, if you will. That the developer came to us. He's even created a game mode specifically for us. But nonetheless, while we get while we take a look at sort of the tech issues that we're having right now, enjoy this ad, and we'll be right back.
The Be a Friend Project is an organization of upstanders working to bring hope back to bullied kids and build kinder communities using empathy, education, and peer support. The project's signature program is the surprise delivery of friend mail, letters and videos of peer support, to victims of severe bullying to let them know they are not alone and to help them stay strong.
Like, I was so happy because I thought really like no one cared about it. Like, it was just another girl getting bullied, but it was really nice to know that like a lot of people like supported me.
Welcome back, everyone, and that is the Be a Friend project that encourages acts of kindness, in an effort to sort of end bullying. You're going to see that pretty often throughout the night. It's you had touched on sort of the community aspect of the UEL. That's something that I noticed. I've been here for almost a month now, and the first day that I walked into the arena, I had a feeling of just sort of the camaraderie, the joy, the positivity, and just sort of that family unit that acts or that is sort of exhibited throughout the entire building here. And that being said, I think that's one of the reasons why, I just praise the Paladins for putting together something like this. On December 3rd, guys, they're actually going to be raising money for the Be a Friend project, so be sure to stop by for that. But I feel like this is a perfect platform for it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, like we always said, like it's a big problem here in America. I've seen too many times, even back when I was in high school, where people would be bullied, and it's a really sad thing to see because, some people just can't, whether it's they can't afford certain clothes or they just don't fit in. Everybody has a place and everybody needs a friend. So this is a very, very positive thing. So looks like we're going to be skipping the game this time. So no Midnight Ghost Hunt this time around and getting right into Wreckfest, which is it's a pretty big shame. I wanted to see a lot of that gameplay. Like, I'm a big fan of that game and just watching people play it.
It's fun.
I actually never played the prop hunt.
Oh, really?
Thing in Call of Duty. Yeah, I actually never played it. That was when people were talking about it. I was like, wow, what is that? And then I watched some of the gameplay. I was like, oh, wow. So this whole thing is just a big spinoff of that.
Yeah, it's interesting how big like game types can get that are just like niche game types, and then they become a game like in and of themselves. SWAT on Halo, for instance. SWAT is sort of a niche game mode within Halo, but then you look at it now within Halo Infinite, it's relatively popular. Gradually just grew in popularity over the years. I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing a Halo game in the future that centers around SWAT as a game type.
Right? That'd be really, really interesting, man.
Yep.
So as far as games, what would you say your favorite game in this wheel would be?
Ooh, favorite game in the wheel. I do like, I tend to be a fan of the shooters, but I sort of make a joke every time I come in here. I hope that we see it. I just mentioned Halo.
Yeah.
Halo's my favorite franchise within gaming, just period. So I want to see Halo. It just seems like every time I'm casting a match, it's just like Halo's right here and it's about to get picked and then it just barely goes over. I've seen one Halo match throughout the entire month, but, nonetheless, I would say that is probably my favorite game to watch.
Sure. That's a good
just
one.
because I think it's, I love like true arena shooters.
Yeah.
But I think one thing that the UEL has done for me specifically as a caster, but then also as a gamer, is it's sort of made me want to branch out into other genres as well. I've started getting back into sports games. I've started getting back into fighters and so much more, and specifically strategy games, right? Like there are games within our wheel, StarCraft 2 and more, that we have a really unique way of playing them, and you'll notice that really often throughout a lot of our games. We're not playing with like super strict game setup rules and what have you. We basically are allowing these players to play the games the way that they were probably intended. Just to be, have fun, but then also play at a competitive level. And speaking of shooters, we have Overwatch 2 coming up next year after Wreckfest. But Wreckfest, is a great example of like a really, really fun racing game that we sort of let these players loosen up a little bit.
For sure. It lets them race while at the same time be as much as reckless as they want to be.
Yes.
Because it's like, okay, if I'm not a good racer.
You said reckless? No pun intended.
And they know they're not the best racer in the world. They know they don't really have the chops to, kind of see the mini-map, kind of predict the turns, have a good enter-exit. This allows them to just say, hey, I don't need any of that. I'm not a good racer. I'm not a good strategist. I'm just going to hit the guy. I'm just going to take him out. I'm just going to do my job as far as being a good teammate and being a forcer as much as I can.
Yeah, and you see that really often. I mean, we've seen strategies in the past where you might not be necessarily in the lead, but especially if your teammates have, that are in the lead, sometimes you'll see teammates turning around with the intention not to win the race, but to wreck their opponents, hit them off the track, damage their car as much as possible. It's interesting, the like, typical mechanics that you see within a racing game.
Yeah.
Slowing down prior to getting to a sharp turn, right? You don't necessarily see that all the time in Wreckfest because you might go into a turn as fast as humanly possible in order to crash into your opponent and damage them off the track to the point that they're just in first gear racing as hard as they can.
It takes a lot of the small things. It takes a lot of the concern. It takes a lot of those small little things that could normally lose you a race in, let's say, F1 or even MotoGP. It takes that out of the equation. So
ooh, good reference. MotoGP, I haven't heard that in a while.
Oh, yeah, man.
Oh, I love it. I love it. So this is interesting. Strix sort of trying to get a little bit of pressure already. Now, this map is a really popular one here within the UEL because of a giant loop-de-loop that you'll see within the middle, and it also has these big turns. Now, Strix has to be careful as he takes this turn, not to slow down too much because he will get crashed into from behind. This is that loop-de-loop wheel we talked about. Now, as they go up this loop and come down it, there's the potential that they'll actually hit another car. So it does sort of promote damaging your opponent, as well as sort of trying to be as evasive as possible.
Right. Oh, and getting into it, man, it looks like, Paku.
Oh, Strix got to be careful.
Right, but good control of the car. Paku taking first place right there, and a bit of a lead you here. You see 23 to 19, so pretty good stuff. I think the Ghosts they're trying to do their best to make their way to make this game a win for them.
Right. So they're also, they are trying to race. You'll see the laps in the top right-hand corner of your screen. So they're 2 laps out of the 7. So they are trying to race, but at the same time, they're trying to damage their opponent, rack up points, and be the top points leader by the end of the race.
Right.
So Strix is going to be trying to do that as he gets into this turn here with Paku in front of him. Oh, but Strix gets nailed and gets hit off the track. He's left with just 30 health left.
Goodness gracious.
He's going to struggle to get back on the. He's resetting. That's smart. That's smart. Sometimes that's the safer option.
Yeah. Has to reset here. Going to take the left route here. And this still is going to be the correct route. It does say hold X to reset, but this still does count as soon as he gets out of here. And oh no, I don't think he can get out of first gear.
Oh yeah.
I don't think he can get out of first gear. Oh, okay, never mind. There it is.
Yeah, he is struggling, and for those of you watching, that is because his car is so damaged, right? So if his car wasn't that damaged, he'd be able to pick up momentum and get, shift down the track a little faster. Something you may see from Strix later on within this match is he may potentially just try to damage his opponent as opposed to necessarily finishing the race.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that happens. Nonetheless, we're sitting here with TLG coming into this turn. Let's see if he can sort of start catching up to his opponent.
Right. What a game. What a game. Pretty close game, and it looks like Pop is out of here. One of the cars you guys see that is DNF'd on the side here, that looks like one of those cars is actually Pop Smoke. So just getting into it, taking the turn here a little wide there, but turn nonetheless. So still the Ghost in the lead, 75 to 63. I wonder who's going to take this one.
Oh wow, so is this Paku potentially still in first? He is. So he sort of took the lead earlier on in the race, and he's been up there. LA almost coming in hot. Nonetheless, Paku is currently in first.
All right. I like what I see from both sides here, but it's still a very close game. A 3-point differential here. And
Paku getting snuck up on. Let's see. He's only sitting with about 35 health or so Paku does have to be careful.
Both sides really have to play careful here. I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. I think the communication aspect is going to be really huge as far as to say, hey, this guy's still alive. Okay, no, this guy has like only 10 health left. I'm going to need you to take him out.
Yep.
This is going to be a big...
Yeah, LA's trying to catch up. He does have a bit of distance. Yes, this is exactly what LA's trying to do. LA crashes straight into the front of that player. We'll have to get a confirmation as to who that was, but that was definitely a strategic decision by LA. Didn't necessarily have to go for that collision, but chose to in an effort to... Oh, so that was Wonku. Yeah, they were doing that because Wonku and Paku were sitting sort of in that first and second position. Right. So doing that as I think essentially allowed TLG to jump into second place now. I think is what we're seeing on the scoreboard on the top left-hand side. So very, very solid play from TLG. Nonetheless, we see Paku here trying to catch up to TLG. This is now TLG.
Oh, yeah, TLG in first place right here.
Coming into this turn.
All right, he's got to take this a little bit tighter if he wants to stay in first. And
this is interesting.
Wonku, what's going to happen on the loop?
They're coming up on the wheel.
Oh, my gosh. And
bumper to bumper.
1 point ahead is the Paladins, man. They're going to take... Ooh, a nice
Wonku's got to be careful. He's going to take a sharp turn and hit right into the side. Doesn't take too much health. He would have liked to come in with a little bit more heat on that turn, but he was so damaged, I don't think he could pick up enough speed.
Right. And oh my gosh, coming into the last lap here, Wonku with the overtake, gonna go into the last lap. It's 129 to 129. This is a very, very close
This is
game.
Insanely close. They're basically fighting for macro points right now, and Wonku takes a hit.
Takes a hit right there, getting out of that turn. What's gonna happen?
Paladins have a slight lead by only 8 points as they come into this loop-de-loop. He's got to be careful not to get hit as he comes down this, but also there is this huge turn right here at the end. Let's see if he can sort of get around this without getting hit.
Oh my goodness.
He maintained solid momentum into that turn so that there wasn't necessarily a threat of him being hit by the behinds. Nice, solid driving right there by TLG.
Right, nice, good stuff. It looks like TLG's going to take first place here.
Yep.
Trying to close it out. It's Wonku and Paku in second and third.
It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, they still have to calculate points at the
we have to
very
calculate points, guys. We'll get a confirmation as to who won. The reason why we have to calculate points is Paku and Wonku were both, at the front of the pack. Even though TLG won the race, you know, the rest of the Ghost team actually raced exceptionally well. So we're going to get a confirmation here. It's Paladins may have taken that. I'm assuming they did, but they're still trying to finish the match here.
Yeah, they have to be very careful coming on the very edge of it, only on 4 health.
Yep.
So ooh. Paku looks like it's the last one. Oh, no!
Oh, he couldn't get the loop! Oh, wrecked.
And it looks like the Paladins are going to take that one.
Yep.
Congratulations to the Paladins putting themselves up on the board.
And did we expect anything less? We knew that this game, I'm thinking that this game is going to be tight throughout the entire evening, man.
100%.
At least I'm hoping so.
100%.
Yeah, because you look at both the teams' records, right? What separates them is only 1 win.
Yeah.
But if you also were to look at their previous performances against similar teams, they performed in a similar fashion as well. So both these teams are tightly contested.
For sure. I mean, on the macro, just like you said, their difference between the records is very small.
Yeah.
On the micro, the difference between gameplay is very small as well.
Yeah.
All of these games, I mean, at least so far, right, between Dragon Ball and Wreckfest, they have been very close games. I mean, it could go either way on a coin flip, really.
Yeah.
So I'm super excited to see how the rest of this is going to come out. Overwatch, a very prominent game, not just between people who play FPS, but just in gaming in general, a very big game.
Yep.
The Ghosts have a nice squad. Pokestar is definitely going to go in as healer. Wanku, I can see, is going in as tank. And Paku, I know, plays a lot, as well as Punisher. Pop, not so much, but then you also have the Paladin side where, you know, I know Magnus M, this is a game that he loves a lot, but you don't really see too much gameplay from somebody like TOG and Mad Genius a little bit, but not as much. So I'm super, super interested to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, you know, something to note as we get into Overwatch that's really important is this is a game that not only highlights your FPS skills, you know, your accuracy, your target acquisition skills, and so forth, but it also is a game of strategy. I wouldn't say necessarily as much as maybe Rainbow Six Siege, but you definitely have to have a well-formed team composition, and you have to implement your strategy at your will, be willing to sort of back up, fall back, regroup, and so much more. So there's a level of communication that's required, but there's also that strategy. Now, this is going to play a little bit different than what you're seeing typically in a ranked Overwatch match, so we don't have roll queues going for this, or rolling for this, I should say. Typically what we've seen is 3 tanks and 2 healers, but there has been, you know, quite often that you will see that DPS come out. As you know, trying to initiate that role as top fragger. Will be interesting to see if we see a little bit of that, or are you predicting more of the 3 tank run?
I think people right now feel like the meta is the 3 tank into the 2 healers, which I believe is GOATs, right?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I believe and what I can appreciate about Overwatch, that it's a hero shooter, right? It's a team shooter.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of shooter that you see where it's like a team deathmatch kind of thing where like, oh, okay, whoever gets the most amount of kills is the winner, right?
Yeah.
It's less about that, and it's more about, just like you said, the shot acquisition, the making sure that you're playing the objective, making sure that you're playing as a team, the composition, using ults at the right time, using abilities at the correct time. There's so much that goes into it that I can appreciate more than other FPS games where it's all about, okay, if we're just a better shooting squad, we're just going to win this game. No, you have to play as a team. The game forces you to play as a team, and that's something that I could really appreciate that you don't see very often.
You know, just when you talk about playing as a team, you know, something I noticed last week with a player named Jekyll was he jumped into a game of the finals, and he wasn't as experienced necessarily on the finals. He started off the match like sniping and trying to get a few sniper shots off, but eventually transition sort of shifted into the heavy role on the finals because he wasn't picking up a lot of kills. So his team sort of communicated, and he communicated with them. Let me just sit on the objective, help, you know, capture objective points, try to get kills where I can. But you guys, the rest of you, focus on getting those frags, getting those kills off, and I'll try to, I guess, complement you as well as possible. And you see a lot of that within Overwatch, specifically on those tank roles. You guys at home, if you're familiar with Overwatch, you can imagine a Reinhardt, right? Holding up a giant shield, trying to apply pressure, go for shoulder charges when you can, basically just swinging that hammer. A lot of times you're capable of running that specific character if you're not as well experienced within Overwatch, because you have a very specific role, a very specific job to do, if you will. So it allows teams to sort of complement their, I would say, lesser tiers, if you will, or their lesser experienced players within the team.
Right. And again, this is just beautiful because just like you said with roles, I'm a big NBA fan. The way I like to describe it to people is everybody can't be Steph Curry, right?
Everybody can't be Steph Curry.
If everybody was Steph Curry on the team, you would give up a lot of points in the paint. There wouldn't be as many people, dunking as much, playing as much defense. There's a lot of different things that go into team composition. So if everybody was the point guard, if everybody was the center, you wouldn't have any success. Everybody
I like that. That's a good comparison.
Everybody has to play the role.
That's good. I actually haven't seen this skin before. I love this skin on the Bastion. That is hilarious. Nonetheless, we're going to jump into it now. It looks like we got Moira and Mercy as the 2 healers, and we are running a DPS, not necessarily that 3-tank setup that we so often have seen. So this is interesting. I like this.
And now push the robot. So.
Yeah, what I'm looking to see from Moira, as opposed to some of the other healers that we've seen, Lucio, we've seen, some of the other ones, but Moira specifically can rack up an insane amount of damage, but also heals at the same time.
Right.
That probably is going to be the differentiating factor as this match continues. If the Moira can secure a ton of DPS and heals, it's going to make all the difference in the world.
100%. Moira and healers in general is just a really big role that, again, it has to be something that is well coveted, right? You want that person to be on point when it comes to their heals because you're pushing it as a tank or DPS. When you need heals, you need heals.
Yeah, and this particular game type that you're seeing is new to Overwatch 2. Just think of it as tug of war as they start to push this robot. This robot is going to be sort of transitioning from side to side. You can see the progress at the top of your screen, and the goal of each team is to push that robot into the opposing team's spawn point. Nonetheless, here we go. Ooh. We got Zarya pushing up here. We got a Brigitte that is pushing up, maybe getting a little bit of damage, distracting them, getting off some solid heals. Again, complementing those tanks as much as possible.
Ooh,
this is
really
good.
Really good start right here from the Paladins. I mean, they are just putting the icing on the cake when it comes to, and it looks like this one is separated away from the rest of the team. So
yeah, a bit of a stagger pick.
Yeah,
a bit of a stagger pick, which delays their push back to the objective, so they have to now regroup. Mad Genius playing really, really well as this Zarya. It's a little bit more difficult than it may seem, because you have to sort of lead your shots with this, what would you call that? Sort of the arc to that grenade, if you will. Takes a little bit of time to get to its destination,
target, right?
to its target.
Right there, really good.
Oh, DPS. DPS being a little overzealous right there. You don't necessarily have the mobility as you might want with the Bastion. That's going to throw their entire team push. The Bastion can only push up to get in a advantageous position if his tanks and his healers are complementing him. At this point, they're just getting stagger picks. They're just getting stagger picks. They're going to clean this Mercy, no problem.
Wait a minute. Trying to add some pressure back here.
Yeah.
Mercy keeping things alive.
Mercy is keeping things alive.
Uh-oh.
Is it going to be enough?
No, couldn't make it.
No, not at all. And make no mistake about it, that came down to the Bastion being out of position. Bastion does so much DPS, that's damage per second, that you have to be able to complement and sort of organize around the Bastion. The fact, oh my gosh, the Brigitte gets picked early, and now you're going to see a team push without those heals, without that disruption of the Brigitte. They are in huge trouble.
So Wonku going for the swap here to the Diva, but gets trapped by the Malgold, and oh my goodness, Diva had a mech. This is going to be very, very toxic right here.
Wow.
Right.
TLG doing a great job, though.
Wait a minute. Oh, Magna Sam with the 2 picks, the 3 picks.
Wow.
Doing it. They are having a blast right now. So I think it's safe to say that Paladins are going to go ahead and wrap this up. I mean, they have a chance. It's a couple more fights here, but no.
Wow. Push straight into the cap point in the most disrespectful manner imaginable. They even had an early pick, though.
Oh my goodness.
And TLG was still able to sort of stay in their face with that pressure out of the tank and just secure the win.
Oh my goodness, yeah, a great showing right there from the Paladins, man. This is absolutely textbook gameplay. This is what you want to see. This is what you want to see. This is the kind of momentum you need going into the next game as well. So it looks like we have the 2-minute setup timer coming up right now. So next game, Lethal League Blaze, and I know that these guys play Lethal League Blaze.
Yeah.
Another sports game. Pretty exciting to see. So it looks like they're going to have to play Magna Sam and Mad Genius here.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're up to speed on the game.
Now, was that Magna on the Diva?
Yeah, that was Magna on the Diva.
Okay, so that was Magna on the Diva. Something to note, Magna was tactically squatting after every one of his kills. That showcases a level of confidence going into these shooters that you might see on display throughout the night. So just take note of that. I know that there's a lot of people at home that are trying to sort of formulate their fandom, if you will, for specific teams and specific players. Magna is a very cheeky individual, likes to sort of showboat a little bit from time to time. He's a fun dude, so just be on the lookout for him, as we move on tonight.
It's that young blood, man. I swear, when you're young, you just,
100%.
You got to pop off a little bit, just a little bit.
You'll see a good amount of that on Fortnite and a lot of the other shooters that we have within the league. For sure.
Oh, yeah. So the question to me is the next game set up? Because when you're running a 5-man squad, you usually have a tough time when it's a 5v5 game setting up the next game. So you kind of need somebody who's on the outside to either run a 6-man, 7-man. They kind of get the next thing going, or you just have to be really quick on it.
Yes.
Or final result or last resort, call that timeout. So I think sometimes the calling of the timeout, it might feel like it's a bad idea at times because you kind of want to save them, but they're desperate times call for desperate measures, and I'd rather call the timeout versus have the timeout called on me to have 3 minutes versus 2 minutes. That way I can just set up the game, be relaxed, say, okay, it is what it is. I need to use this resource.
Now, you're talking about setup a good bit. Lethal League Blaze is a game that's going to be 2v2, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
So even though they just played a 5v5, guys, they now have to select 2 players to jump into this Lethal League Blaze. That leaves 3 players potentially for the next game.
Right.
Whatever 2 players you choose to play Lethal League Blaze, you cannot have them in the next game unless it's a 5v5. So you got to be careful. Being given additional 2 minutes. Now, something to note with Lethal League Blaze being a 2v2. Below both Herb and I, you'll see the Tier 1 players through the Tier 5 players listed from left to right side of your screen. Typically speaking, the Tier 1 players, Tier 2 players are the most well-rounded individuals that excel within all of the categories, within all of the genres here at UEL. If you choose one of those players to jump into Lethal League Blaze, that takes them off the roster for the next game. So you have to sort of strategize who you want going in, who you think could maybe do the most damage or secure the win without utilizing too much of the utility of your team. Right?
Exactly.
So just something to note, something to think about when we actually spin the wheel and we get that next game for you. If it is a 5v5, it sort of resets the dugout, if you will, like you had mentioned earlier. But Lethal League Blaze, technically a sports game.
Technically a
sports game, although this is very much a platform fighter in the truest sense. What you guys are going to notice, similar to Smash Brothers, Multiverses, and what have you, you're going to see the character models at the top of your screen, and they'll have what are called stocks below them, which are basically lives. I believe each of them have 3.
Yeah, right. Each of them have 3.
So each of them will have 3 lives, and as opposed to actually attacking each other throughout the game with punches and kicks and what have you, there is going to be what is similar to a volleyball. You're going to see a volleyball that is dropped onto the map. Both of the teams are trying to hit that volleyball. The more they hit the volleyball, it's going to pick up speed and it's going to pick up momentum. It's going to do more damage. If your opponent hits it, in order to prevent taking damage, you then have to hit the volleyball back across the stage.
Wow, that's really interesting to describe it as volleyball. I've never heard anybody say volleyball. I like to look at this game as like a ping pong dodgeball.
Okay, ping pong dodgeball.
Yeah, that's a good take though. That's a good take because it does start in the middle just like volleyball. Somebody has to tee it off, and then really what you have is just a really big back and forth. But as that back and forth goes along, obviously it gets way more chaotic.
Oh my gosh,
the speed picks up, and it's so exciting to watch.
This game, if you guys haven't seen Lethal League Blaze before, this game is going to finish faster than it started. We're jumping right into it, but this ball ends up traveling as fast as humanly possible, as you can see right here with a lightning speed. The ability of these players to predict the trajectory of this ball is so impressive. Right now, it's sort of at that lateral sort of back and forth.
Oh man, it's beautiful, man. I love seeing how fast this ball can really go, man. And it looks like
Paladins are on yellow.
Yeah,
Paladins on yellow, Ghosts are on red.
All right.
What makes it so much more... Okay, so right now it's in lateral movement. What you can do with that is predict the position of it and then knock it back to yourself in order to pick up speed. But, once it gets so fast, it's very difficult to do. The more dangerous thing that actually will leave you and your teammates vulnerable is when it starts to fly diagonally like you saw there for a split second. Here we go. Now this is getting chaotic.
A lot of speed here. Oh, gonna slow it down a little bit.
Okay.
Nice.
There we go. There we go.
All right, here we go. Let's pick it up the speed, baby. Let's pick up the speed. Oh, bunted the ball.
Oh, my gosh.
Uh-oh.
Oh! No way.
Oh, my
goodness. Wow. Ghost end up taking that, just like I said, over before it began.
Oh my god, I love that character design. That is a electric Wolverine right there. The guy with the plugs for claws. That is such a good design.
That was
right
really
there.
good. So now here we are again, tied up. It's 2-2.
It's 2-2 right here. And just like we said, on the macro scale, these teams are very close. On the micro scale, these teams are very close.
Yeah.
You have a lot of different games that I think both sides have played. What I've seen is like a team has played the game. They should have the advantage. They go in, they lose. The same thing that happened that you just saw. The team that was not necessarily the better team in that game, Pop just popped off. He said, that's my first time playing the game, man. This is my first time playing. Oh, man, this is going to be exciting. This is going to be a really exciting game. And the next game today, StarCraft.
Now, StarCraft definitely wants to be played by the Paladins.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, 100%.
Because I know
100%.
Strix loves some StarCraft. Strix doesn't like playing against Billy the Goat on StarCraft.
No.
But nonetheless, he likes StarCraft.
Right.
This is definitely going to be played. And they have setup.
Yes.
So, yeah, they're definitely not going to forfeit this game. They're going to want to go into this. It's going to be interesting though to see if Ghost actually wants to smoke on
now,
this.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say something. Maybe you guys are thinking at home, maybe you're not. But I don't think the Ghosts are going to play this game.
I don't think Ghosts are going to play this game.
I think they're going to FF this one.
And we haven't talked about that yet tonight. So underneath both of these team names that you see right here beneath us, you'll notice timeouts, an economy of timeouts, and an economy, a limit of forfeited games. That's what FF stands for, the forfeit. The reason that's important is because if you start to fall behind in the win column, if a game comes up that you don't necessarily stand a good chance at winning, you can choose to forfeit that game in a strategic fashion, with sort of the benefit of there being more time for you to catch up in the win column later on in the night. So you don't want to waste time playing a game that you know you're going to lose.
Right.
That's sort of where that strategy comes into play. That's why he sort of mentioned that from the Ghost, and we may potentially see that here.
And just like you said, the economy of it, there's a lot of different resources that you have. The timeouts, the forfeits, and the actual time itself. A lot of teams that feel like if they are just the better team overall with all 33 games, they're like, hey, we don't want to waste time playing a game that we think we have a chance of winning, or we know it's about 90-10 in the other team's favor. That's kind of a pointless thing, right? You want to be able to just say, hey, forget it. We know we were going to lose anyway. We might as well save as much time as possible.
100%.
Move on to the next thing, try to win that, and play to our strengths, because I really don't see the Ghost winning this one, man.
Yeah, well, it's also one of those things you can't go into something like this thinking, oh my gosh, we have to forfeit, right? You just got to win in Lethal League Blaze. What that gives you the opportunity to do now. So sounds like we may be skipping StarCraft and maybe not even be having a forfeit.
What?
So technical issue.
Wow.
Okay, so technical issues with Battle.net that didn't allow them to actually play. So a bit of a lucky break there for Ghost. But the reason I say that, forfeiting doesn't always mean something negative. If they would have gotten a win right there in Lethal League Blaze, that puts them in a position to only be behind by one. Like they just tied it up. Okay, we get StarCraft, no problem. Maybe they forfeit, right? But then we can just tie it up in the next game.
Right.
Because you have to stay positive. If you start to get negative, you sort of, I don't know, I think that sort of snowballs throughout the evening.
It's all about, it's just like in sports too. Momentum is a real thing.
Oh, 100%.
When a football team is, maybe they're down by like 2 scores in the fourth quarter, they're like, oh, what we got to do is just score right here and then get a stop. We get a stop, we get an upset, or whatever. And instead of getting a stop, they get an interception or they get a fumble, and they're like, oh my God, like, we're down by 1 score.
All it takes is a sack sometimes.
Right. They're like, we can feel our chances just increasing of making this comeback happen. And I think there's a lot of things that people forget about. The team that's on the opposite end of that team that might be up by a score, because now all of a sudden they were on offense. Now they have to play defense. It could be a little bit scary on the defensive side because like the other team has like angels in the outfield, and that's something that could just it could be a mental thing. It can get in your head.
100%.
I love to see this, man.
What I'm glad to see right now is the fact that our next game is going to be Blaze Blue.
Oh yeah.
This is an anime fighter that has massive hitboxes, cross screen, split second hitboxes. I think both of these teams are pretty well equipped for fighters in general. You had mentioned Paladins being really talented within Dragon Ball fighters.
Oh, yeah.
Where do you see both of these teams within this specific game?
So, specifically, I know that LA, I know that TLG are both really good at Blaze Blue.
Okay.
If anybody were to be good at Blaze Blue on the Ghost side, it would be Paku Desu. He is an anime fighter kind of guy, but from this past season, what I haven't seen, and maybe I haven't seen all the film, I haven't seen him play this game yet. So for me, it's a big question mark. if it's going to be anybody, it would be Paku Paku, but I might be seeing it today, man. I think they put him in for the lineup for this game.
Okay, so both these teams feel comfortable within fighters.
Yeah.
Would you say that Paladins are more anime fighters and then Ghosts are more traditional sort of like Western fighters?
That would be a good comparison, I would say. That would be a great comparison. That side definitely loves their anime fighters. They love their Dragon Ball. They love their Blaze Blue. They love like all everything in that realm of that nature. But
Skullgirls
right now,
and whatever.
Skullgirls, right?
Yep.
Exactly.
Okay.
But Paku Paku, no slouch, and the rest of that team between Wonku and Pokestar, they will play a lot of those traditional fighters. So you'll see a lot of Street Fighter, a little bit of Mortal Kombat.
Right.
We'll see a lot of that from those two individuals specifically. And
Right.
I think they have the right thing to kind of go head and head. I'd say overall the fighters are probably 60-40 on the Paladin side, but again, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
All right. Yeah, I like that. And, within just the fighter genre in general, here in the UEL, we have 33 games, but of our fighters, we do have like a good mix. You just talked about anime fighters. You had sort of talked about Mortal Kombat being another 2D stage fighter. But we also have Tekken, which is a 3D stage fighter, right? So a little bit different in terms of like mechanics and sort of reading your opponent, applying pressure, the speed at which combo strings are coming out and what have you. Nonetheless, we're getting ready to jump into this. Street Fighter 6 is actually going to be our next game. You wanted fighters, and we're getting them.
That's right. That's right.
Couldn't get better than this. So, being Blaze Blue, this is going to be a one-on-one, correct?
Yes, this is a one-on-one.
Wow.
Right now, what you have here is going to be Mai versus Makoto. I'll tell you right now, the Squirrel Girl is going to be Paku Paku Makoto, and Mai is going to be LA. LA, I've seen him play a little bit. He's pretty good. He's pretty good when it comes to that staff, and you guys are going to be in for a good game today.
Okay, so LA of the Paladins is player 2 on the right side of your screen, and then Paku is going to be player 1 on the left side of your screen. So here we go.
Right, and as you can see, the range right there is pretty good with Mai. That stab does a lot of work, but right here, good stuff. Good burst right there from LA. Just playing patient right now.
Yep.
All right, good burst right back. All right, what's it going to be? Ooh.
Oh, wow.
All right, here's the setup. Good pressure right there. All right, answering back is LA.
Okay, so player 1 is LA. Okay, so player 1 is LA, and then player 2 is going to be Paku. So basically just left and right. Easy peasy.
Okay. Good stuff, Paku.
Yeah, Paku at a bit of a health disadvantage, but he does have the corner sort of working in his favor, but unfortunately ate a few combos. He's got to be careful. Hits the overhead.
Yeah, that overhead
Unfortunately,
comes out really
Paku was
fast.
down blocking right there, guys, and LA swung the overhead at the end of that combo string, which caught him and ended the round. Now, I believe this is the best of 3, right? So they do have to win 2 games, 2 rounds within each game, guys.
A full set right now, so they're going to have to go a full set. Good pressure right there from LA getting the guard break. Oh, nice grab. Just going to her. Do the tick throw.
Wow.
On the grab. Yeah, LA, he has been playing this game, man. He is
nice.
solid.
Solid anti-air, but unable to sort of like finish it and pull it into a combo string. Going full combo just takes a little bit of chip. Starting to zone, starting to play a little bit of footsies.
Yeah,
solid jump in there from LA, though, nonetheless.
Has to use all of his resources. Here comes Paku Paku right back trying to answer.
Oh, wow.
Okay, has to burst right there. Ooh. Oh, but
oh my gosh!
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, but it's not over.
Oh man.
Good block
See,
right there.
Wiss is gonna initiate with a low. He's gonna poke with a low. Oh yeah, it doesn't even matter. Just chipped him out.
Oh man.
So something I noticed right there from LA that Paku can sort of capitalize off of. Most of the combo strings that were breaking Paku's guard, he broke his guard with a low strike.
Yes.
The interesting thing about that is when LA actually ended the first round with an overhead, it was an attack that was at the end of a combo string. So what Paku could potentially do is predominantly low block, right? And then, but if you recognize that combo string coming out that has that overhead, then cancel that low block in order to make sure that you don't get hit with the overhead. But when they're playing footsies back and forth, he's got to be really, really careful of him initiating with that low strike. That's how he's catching him and doing the vast majority of his damage.
Right. There's so much that goes into it, just like you said, and I could tell you're paying attention. Everything happens so fast.
Yes.
Everything happens so fast going between a low block to trying to block an overhead to trying to get your pressure back, trying to take a turn back, trying to look out for a throw, a tick throw when somebody just hits you and immediately runs up, goes for the throw. There's so much you have to pay attention to in this game. It moves so fast.
Yeah.
But it's unforgiving. You have to get with it, man. You have to get with it. And
Yep.
I think if anybody can do it again, it's Paku, but he's going to have to really show some adaptation into the second game.
A great word for it. It's adaptation, because every fighter, regardless of what the fighter is, one of your main goals is to recognize a pattern of behavior from your opponent, and LA definitely has a pattern of behavior.
Yes.
Paku then has to read that and then counter it, sort of at his own will.
100%, 100%. Trying to get something going with the fireballs, but LA has his own fireball right there, kind of like a lance throw. All right, good. All right, he's catching him a lot on these sticks, but LA with the big pressure. A good range.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God.
Oh, boy. Overhead.
Okay, good block there. All right, good burst right back from LA. Nice, good overhead.
Oh, so it's a 3-hit string. The overhead is a 3-hit string.
Yeah.
So he could probably just, man, I don't know, though.
Oh, man, the cross-up, it's just so much pressure you have to deal with when it comes to Mai. There's so much to look out for. The range. She can
oh, my gosh.
She has it all.
Anti-air jumping with a huge hitbox on that staff. I mean, it's hard. I feel like it probably comes down to sort of the character matchup. I know that obviously any character can beat any character, but he's really struggling to sort of gauge the distance here with the sort of range, if you will, that he has with this staff, the size of that hitbox, sort of poking with it as he's able to maintain this pressure. Something else you'll notice, every time that Paku blocks a hit, TLG is sort of pushed back a little bit, so he's able to sort of gauge the distance. He's maintaining this pressure, though, and now Paku's only sitting with about maybe 8% health. It's pretty much a few shots hit away. Solid zoning twos here with TLG's character, so I think he's probably going to do that to just chip him out.
That's good stuff from
LA,
right
sorry.
There.
Meant to say LA. My apologies,
good
guys.
Stuff.
Yep.
Amazing gameplay, amazing pressure, amazing all around.
Yep.
Did not lose a single round there. Good job by LA taking
LA, exceptional job from LA. Pretty much had control the entirety of that match. And just to confirm, that was LA and not TLG. That was a mistake by me.
That was good. You know what? They play the same characters.
TLG's over there like, yeah, man, I'm popping off.
They play the same characters, so I don't think that's a really bad look right there. TLG, he would have been right on it too. But, man, a really, really good showing right there. So the score 3-2. Again, about 50 minutes into this game. Score is still very close.
It's wild. 50 minutes has already gone by.
Yeah.
Wow.
I know. This is really going to be exciting going into the next game.
3-2.
Street Fighter 5. Everybody knows how to play Street Fighter. Everybody has something solid here. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen. I wonder who's going to lead the pack here in terms of who's going in first, in terms of who's going to play what. I'm super excited because it's team battle, right? So it's only one round. You get one round. You get a little bit of extra life if you end up winning the round.
A little bit.
You get a little bit of you're able to keep your meter. So there's a lot of things that go into play.
Yep.
And what I always try to tell people is that the way fighting games are normally played is like it's not that you need a download round, but you understand there's offense defense aspect.
Good phrase.
There is a point of adaptation that you just don't get when it comes to the team battle modes in these games. So I just tell everybody, hey, when it says fight, just throw the whole kitchen sink at them.
Yeah, you got to throw the whole kitchen sink, but if you are sort of the anchor of the team or if you're sort of the second or third player, you've got to start like recognizing sort of that pattern of behavior that you talked about.
Right.
You mentioned the phrase download. When he says download, guys, he's referring to your ability, like as an observer, whether you're actually in the match or not, you have to sort of recognize what combo strings they're going for, the way that they're sort of gauging that footsie's range. The way they're sort of playing the specific character. That can come down to pressure, aggression, passiveness. Are they a counter attacker, things of that sort? You've got to be able to download sort of that data, if you will, to sort of implement your own game plan throughout that fight. Street Fighter, you had mentioned also that in between each round, the players do receive an additional little bit of health. You don't get a full health regen, but you do get a little bit in between each of those rounds. So that's something to just take note of. Sometimes that's just the differentiating factor, if you will, that determines whether or not one of our players is able to stay in. Sometimes they survive with just 5 or 10% health. Yeah, definitely.
There's a lot that goes into it, man. I mean, as far as these two teams, I need to see somebody take the lead. I need to see somebody take the lead, somebody going strong, and not worry about it. But also the other thing I'm looking at right now is how many fighting games have rolled so far.
It's true.
So,
but this isn't, you talked about anime fighters sort of maybe lending themselves to Paladins, Street Fighter. Maybe we get into Mortal Kombat or Tekken or something like that. Maybe Ghost start taking it. If Ghost actually takes this game, I think that'll definitely sort of be what separates them. Anime fighters, traditional fighters.
But just in general too, like again, we were talking about how the fighters in general kind of seem to go in the Paladin's favor more often than not.
Yeah.
They're being spun first within the first quarter of this game. So we've already gotten Dragon Ball Fighters, we've already gotten Blaze Blue, and right now we're getting into Street Fighter. So if the Ghosts play this right, they can also say, hey, I mean, it's okay if we steal 1 or 2 or even spin them all in the beginning because we know we're going to just get our games at the end. And people always say the team that, you know, kind of just takes it in the second half is the team that always wins.
Yeah, well, Paladins, you know, just going into the backstory of some of these players, I mean, Paladins have people on their team, like, entrenched within FGC culture that started on fighters. I believe TLG actually, I read up on his bio on the website. He initially sort of found his love for fighters on Super Smash Brothers, I believe. I mean, so you're talking about that
way back.
Oh, he got that from his brother. Okay. Yeah, but nonetheless, they definitely love sort of this genre within gaming. So it's more than just being competitive and wanting to play them. They genuinely have a passion for fighters, and that's what you're seeing here throughout these games.
Right. So getting into it now, we have Ken on the Ghost side, kind of jumping around, trying to make something happen. And then we have the Paladin side with JP. Trying to play the range here. Good job.
Yep.
All right. Pop has to find a way in here because there's a whole lot of... Okay, there you go. Nice jump in. You got to just close the distance on JP because... Oh, right. There we go. All right, good anti-air right there.
Solid control, though. I think Magna just feels comfortable. I think he's sort of feeling out his opponent, utilizing some of those zones, but he gets caught lacking. But he's not in the corner. He can sort of back up and re-engage just like that.
There it is.
Oh, but he doesn't sort of finish out on any sort of damage, but he does land that. This is going to be it. Gets a little bit more health.
That was smart. That was smart. So right there was, I would say, Pop doing his job, right?
Yeah,
he did his
good point.
job. He knows what he has to do. He needs to just take a little bit of damage. That's it.
Yeah.
Everybody else pretty much has to clean up, do what they have to do to make this an actual win. But all he has to do is just do his job. You know, take a little bit of damage, kind of keep it pushing.
Yeah, and you know, if you're not like necessarily as experienced in a game like this, they do have controller schemes, right? Modern controller schemes versus classic controller schemes that makes your actual inputs for your combos a little bit easier. And you'll notice that near the health bars, there'll be an M or there'll be a C next to their health bar, which is an indication as to what controller scheme they're playing on. If you're not as experienced, as long as you can get a little bit of damage out there, that can be, you know, what makes the difference in your team losing in this 5v5 or winning.
That's right.
Magna just able to implement his game plan at will here, utilizing those zoning tools. A little bit of anti-air nonetheless. He's still able to get some extra combos off here as, who is this? This is Punisher trying to sort of close in on him. Gauging the distance, playing that footsie's backing up.
Has to get something going here.
Oh, with a simple grab-off jump. Oh!
And it looks like he didn't lose any health there.
Magna!
Sam taking it on a 2-player streak right here. Good stuff from Magna Sam. Nice showing, nice showing.
Typically speaking, we see zoning tools getting sort of implemented at full screen. Magna's throwing some of this stuff out at mid-range, just sort of whenever he wants to. There's a bit of confidence coming out of him right now.
For sure, for sure. And it looks like we're going to go into Ken right here. We got Wonku on the sticks. What's going to happen? So, oh my gosh, man. I wonder who's going to take this one. Magna doing a pretty good showing right here. Oh, man. So, I mean, hopefully she can make something happen, but...
I mean, but he's just chipping away at this point, no?
Non-biased.
Oh, my gosh.
Non-biasly, I know Wonku is good.
This is the full screen zoning.
This is just really tough, man. These fireballs are just instant, so no matter where you are on the screen, you have to deal with this.
Yeah, and they act as mids too, right? So they're not even high, so you can't necessarily duck below some of these. Some of them are anti-airs as well.
Nice.
Okay, gets a little bit of damage. Let's see if she can maintain the pressure here. Wonku trying to push Magna into the corner and start implementing that blender, those mix-ups, those grabs, those lows, those overheads. Okay, here we go.
Nice.
Here we go. Text the grab potentially.
All right.
Simple jump in. Just playing super confident still, though. Here we go.
Nice, good pressure.
Solid 3-hit string, goes for a neutral jump, but Magna reads it.
Okay.
She's got to be careful.
All right, the distance happening again.
There we go. Understood the fact that she could jump over top of that, but she has to find her window of opportunity. Wonku trying to get in here, whips the jump in. Oh, would have liked to have seen a grab right there. Look at the way Magna's playing patiently, chip damaging his way to the victory.
Wow, great showing right there for Magna. Yo, Magna with the 3. He's on a 3-player streak right now. He's doing really good. I mean, this is what you kind of want to have happen.
Could we see Magna?
Magna sweep?
With a full ace right now?
Yo,
I mean, the way he's playing these zoning tools, I think the only way to potentially counter Magna is to cancel combo strings into a mix-up of some sort, whether it be a low strike, a grab, something along those lines. You have to sort of play unpredictably in order to maintain close quarters pressure against him, because the second that you back up, you're going to be eaten alive.
And there it is, the
Everything,
command grab.
including the kitchen sink, the pantry, everything coming at him right now.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness
Magna.
gracious. Okay, here we go.
Oh, wait, I don't think it's going to connect.
Oh, it doesn't, and then he counters with the frame disadvantage. That's going to do it. Magna out here taking out with a 4-piece.
Oh my gosh. I think.
Oh my gosh. He's got a breast, he's got a wing, he's got a drumstick. he's going for the whole bucket right now.
The whole bucket, baby. Yo, if he gets the ace right here, if he gets the sweep, we have to say he's the greatest. We have to say he's the GOAT. All right.
This is hilarious.
I want to let this happen to me.
Oh my goodness.
I want to let this happen to me.
Okay,
man.
Paku trying to anchor.
You know, this is just crazy. This is just absolutely crazy.
Paku trying to anchor right now. Magna going for the full ace, but Paku's got something up his sleeve. He said, "You ain't doing that to me."
All right, here we go.
How
Bang,
dare you
bang,
disrespect
bang.
the team like that?
Bang, bang, bang. Don't do that. Yeah, come on now. Don't do that. This is my squad, all right?
Okay.
So this is what I'm talking about right now. Paku Paku has a character from a game I know he loves. King of Fighters. Terry is a character that you're going to see a lot in the King of Fighters games, Fatal Fury games. This is a character that he knows, even if he's not, let's say, the most amazing Street Fighter player in the world. He has a one-to-one connection with this character, and I think that is going to prove to be a big upset for the people on the Paladin side. So getting into it, it's going to be still final round, only 1 bar. So right now, yep, great job, great job. That's exactly what you want to do. Just keep the ball in your court. Good jumping right there.
Oh my gosh.
No hesitation right now you see from Paku's side. Good grab.
Oh, mix up on top of mix up here.
All right. So some hits right here are going to be on Modern, so understandable. And right into level 3, so I know they're happy about that.
Oh my gosh.
He's burning it all. He's gonna be about half health, but still can make something happen. If he gets another combo, he'll have level 3 available. Is he going to use it? Yup.
Oh,
right into
no.
Get him out of here. You already took too much damage away from me because you used Modern and got your level 3, so I'm just going to end this right here.
Wow.
End it right there. So that's exactly what you want to see again. Paku
Could we see a reverse sweep out of Paku?
That'd be awesome. So getting into it, it's going to be Ryu. So you get a lot of health back right there. So about 25% health, making it about a 75 to 100% difference right there.
All of the players left, though, on the Paladins are really, really experienced within just fighters in general, and I think they're all really comfortable on Street Fighter. What I'd like to see potentially from TLG and LA, if they're not able to secure the win, just do a significant amount of damage, just a little bit over time, which is going to make it so much easier for Strix to sort of anchor the team, and I think he can definitely do it.
Jumping right there.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
So that's going to hurt.
Oh, TLG's saying, nah, not today. Sweep what?
Yes.
He said, ain't no janitors in here on the arena floor. And nobody's sweeping.
Good use of the jump in. Good use of the grab. A counter hit grab. Getting a little bit extra damage there, too. All right, Paku has to figure something out. But I think TLG knows the matchup very well.
No.
Wait a minute.
No.
Gets him out of here. Good cross up on the jump in. Good stuff right there from TLG. Very aware of the situation. Very well, and I'm really proud of TLG right there for picking Ryu. Now, something you often see from him, kind of always like, flip-flops between characters. Ryu is somebody that you can really fit into your gameplay and fits TLG's style of play. He's playing fighting games for years. Just pick good old Ryu, man. Old reliable. You can never go wrong.
That's true, and I think something he sort of implemented right there was just unpredictability, right? So that's something I haven't seen often that he pulled off right there to secure that round was a down chip to grab.
Yes.
He just simply down chipped him, walked up, and then grabbed him. That type of mix-up, that type of blender play.
It keeps people on their toes.
It keeps people on their toes. If you stay unpredictable within fighters, sometimes that could be the determining factor.
Yeah, for sure.
He knows combo strings.
Yes.
He knows how to play the game. But sometimes doing the most unpredictable just thing that your opponent wouldn't expect, that's what's going to actually get you the win, and that's how we did it.
And, oh, man, it was, like I said, it was just really good to see. And that's what I mean. When it comes to Ryu, he always has this level of unpredictability about him, because when people think Ryu, it's like, oh, it's the main character. He's boring. He's like a plain piece of bread. Like, there's nothing going on. But, no, really what you have is somebody who's been a part of the series the entire time. Has access to every single thing. So I like to look at rock, paper, scissors when it comes to like Street Fighter, like some characters are rock grapplers, some people are scissors, like strikers, some people are paper, like the zoners. Ryu has all of that. He has all of that. So when you go into a game, you don't know what you're gonna get. You don't really know how he's gonna play it because he has great projectiles. He has great strikes. He has great throws. He has good anti. He has good everything. So
he's a great vessel to whatever your play style is. He sort of acts as the conduit to whatever, however you want to play the game. So I completely agree with that. Nonetheless, we're getting to move into a game that I had mentioned earlier, Maelstrom. Maelstrom is pretty unique. Now, this is within our strategy category, right? Yeah, so this is strategy category. Think of it as sort of naval ship battles. But I think when people sort of think about naval combat, potential forfeit. Yeah, so we just heard there is going to be a forfeit on, and I believe Paladins are taking that. Ghost forfeited, so they're going to go up 5-2. Now we're going into Fortnite. This is something that I think Ghost can pull off to sort of close the distance, and they need to, because Paladins with that forfeit, unfortunately, there's the luck of the actual wheel. I wish I could tell you guys that we had some influence on the wheel. Maybe we would play some Halo. Not the case.
Right.
So, unfortunately, they just had a bad, pick right there with Maelstrom, something they're not super confident in. Right now, though, they need to get back into the win column.
Yeah.
Start, shrinking the distance between these wins.
For sure. I mean, they have to figure out how they can make this thing work in their favor in terms of the games that are going to spin. And I like the idea of actually forfeiting. I like to say, hey, we're not going to waste any time. We know we don't win Maelstrom like that. We know they play a little bit more than us. Why are we wasting time here? Let's just move on to the next thing. And something that could be more in their favor, actually, I see it being Fortnite because you have Wonku, again, who's been playing a lot. Punishers, that's another game that he plays a lot. And then Pokestar, I kind of see it kind of potentially going in their favor, but somebody who's actually really good at Fortnite is Magnusam. He's got that he's got that 17-year-old buff, you know what I mean? Like he grew up with Fortnite back in the day, so I can definitely see him building.
Is it just a coincidence that the youngest players in the league are all really good at Fortnite?
Yeah, I think it's a coincidence. I don't see any correlation. I don't think there's
the older players in the league are really good at Halo.
Yeah, right. Oh
things like
gosh.
that. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's funny. We forget sometimes how long some of these games have been around. You think of Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah. That's like a very modern game, but it's been around for like 8-9 years now. It's crazy. It's getting wild.
It's actually insane to see how long that game has stood the test of time. And even a series like a franchise like Street Fighter, man, is just a staple in the gaming community. When you say fighting game, people think, oh, Street Fighter. Yeah, I know that. I've heard of that game. Or you say, oh, Mortal Kombat. Oh, yeah, I've heard of that. Oh, finish them. There's just certain things that people know. And I think Fortnite and Rainbow Six Siege are actually starting to touch that because as far as Fortnite goes, everyone's heard the meme, oh, we love Fortnite. We love Fortnite. Anybody with kids, they know they spent like a bunch of money just giving their credit card to their child just so they can get some V-Bucks, just so they can get some stupid skins. So it's a really big thing what gaming has done so far.
Yeah, definitely. Well, moving into this though, there are a few players on Paladins that I personally know aren't very comfortable within shooters, and weirdly enough, fellow caster Strix isn't super comfortable within the shooter genre.
Yeah.
As that tier 3 player, you can imagine, maybe Magna and Genius potentially starting to pick up some of the slack, if you will, with becoming more well-rounded players as they move up their tier listings, hopefully in the future and what have you. Yeah. We may see some of that here, and that's one of the things that makes the UEL so unique. The fact that we play 5 different categories, 33 different games, sometimes the best players on those teams aren't necessarily excelling in certain categories, and shooters is definitely one of them. We see players like Billy the Goat, for instance, being exceptionally talented within strategy, right? But then, sometimes the tier 5, when we were having 7v7s, right? The tier 7, the tier 6s sometimes being really, really good at a sports game.
Right.
So a sports game's come out, and then, listen, if you're doing your job, your team feels confident within you, you're staying on that roster and starting to, develop yourself.
It's all about that team play again. It's all about that brand. It's all about knowing how do we mesh well together. What are our skills? What are we good at? What are we not good at? Let's play to our strengths instead of trying to play to our weaknesses.
Yeah.
And I think that's a big thing. And just like I said, man, I like to look at it as same with like the basketball thing. Sometimes you'll have an athletic freak of nature, but a lot of these teams, I'd say one of the more successful teams in the NBA is the Golden State Warriors. And like I said, everybody can't be Steph Curry, and everybody on the team can't be Steph Curry. If that was the case, they would give up a lot of points on defense. That's just how it goes. So, you really have to know your role. You have to know what you're good at and play to that strength the best you can, and you'll see that success.
Yeah. What I will say, though, is Fortnite is very difficult to play to the strengths of your team. It's very much, when we say 5v5 moving into Fortnite, listen, this is 5v5.
Yeah.
The only thing you can sort of do to sort of make up for inexperience within the game is sort of applying pressure in terms of just your gunshots and what have you, trying to get a little bit of chip damage and what have you. What you will see that the players that play Fortnite well, it's almost like a snowball effect. There's a huge discrepancy between high ceiling of skill players within Fortnite and low ceiling of skill. The game mode that we're going to be playing throughout this game is going to enable building, so it's not going to be no building mode and what have you. So you are going to see players showcasing their talents, if you will, with their capabilities within building, trying to get high ground advantage. Almost sort of get the advantage of head peaks and what have you, right? Almost like head glitching over top of the structures that they use. Nonetheless, it's going to be difficult if you're not super experienced within Fortnite to sort of, pull your own weight.
It's really hard. This is a game where aim does matter, but I think what matters more often, just like you said, is the building aspect. If you don't know how to build, the second you get into a gunfight, you can't build upstairs.
Oh, it's obvious.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
obvious.
yeah.
Listen,
So,
if you're doing solid rotations, whether you're mouse and keyboard or your controller, if your build rotations are solid, basically think of like a circular rotation with your aiming, whether it's mouse and keyboard or, like I said, a joystick on a controller. Throughout that rotation, the ability to set a platform, a wall in front of you, a ramp, in a matter of a fraction of a second, that's what separates the top-level players versus low-level players. Now, you're watching Magna right now on your screen. He's advancing towards the center of the circle in order to gain positional advantage.
Right.
Once he gets to the center of the circle, he's going to swap his material from the structures he's building from wood to brick and then potentially steel so that he can secure his position and not get his structure damaged too much. Now, he's peaking with high ground. As you can see here, he's starting to lose out on a lot of his wood, but he's not too far. He's sort of closing the distance over here to yellow base.
Okay.
But his team needs to give him a little bit of support. Clearly, he feels comfortable and confident within this game. And whether it's through team shots, whether it's communication, what have you, he's very experienced on this team. They need to start complimenting him just through sending shots down range.
100%. Now, normally I don't like the use of a lot of the mats very early on, but I think he's one of those players that can kind of, make things happen because he knows he's going to go to the different material. He's going to go brick and then eventually the steel, I believe.
Yeah.
So a lot of it is just, good understanding of the game, and I think that's pretty much going to help them make this a better win for them. But
yep. Well, now he has sort of the wall, if you will. Just like you see in the Battle Royale mode, there is a circle that closes in on these players. Magna, though, just feeling free to sort of push towards the center. Punisher trying to get a few shots off, just simply doing a little bit of slide jumping, if you will.
Whoa, I didn't know you could do that in this game. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's not super effective. It's a little bit more flashy than it necessarily has to be. Not super experienced at editing either, so that's, showcases a little bit of that inexperience. Nonetheless, target acquisition on points because he was able to get some chip. And that's what he's got to do. Yeah, that's what he's got to do. I would like to see him start to build more structure and gain high ground. The player that's above Punisher is about to scope him out immediately. He can't stay on the ground like this.
No, he's got to get some high ground here.
Yeah, got to get high ground. You've got to get elevation, start utilizing the head glitches within this game.
Oh, it looks like Magna Santa's right on top of Punisher right now. He's got to make something happen. Trying to find a way to get out of there so he can go to his team. Nice slide cancels.
Yeah, slide canceling there is a little bit more flashy than it needs to be. I think he's doing that probably. He's probably more experienced at Warzone than he is on Fortnite. He's not doing a whole lot with that slide cancel. Nonetheless, looks like trying to figure out who we're looking at here.
So it looks like that's going to be Wonku taking out the Edward Scissors hands.
Oh, wow, this is Magna. Yeah, this is Magna, actually.
Nice, doing something big here.
Got you. So that was Pop spectating Magna. Understand. Now this is LA. LA's trying to clean up sort of the edge, if you will, before pushing in.
Right.
Hits jump pad.
Round one, I think.
Is that going to be okay? So I believe that's going to be round one to
the Paladins.
Yeah,
they got the one
the
right
Paladins. You are absolutely clowning.
I love saying.
Oh wow.
All right.
Okay, Paku said that Magna's time is ticking. Oh, Wonku said that Magna's time is ticking. That's interesting.
He said he's driving now, so the second that you get your driver's license and you play Fortnite, you just have a decrease in skill for some reason. I think you get a little bit more responsibility. You have to, go outside, touch grass a little bit. I don't know. There might be a slight correlation there, but I'm not exactly sure. But
Yeah.
we're gonna see how this is gonna go.
I mean, it boils down to like simple advantages sometimes, though. Magna was able. Okay, so it looks like they're restarting before we get into this next round. Something super simple that Magna was doing though that gave him such an advantage throughout that match was the fact that he kept high ground. So if they're able to build up and gain a little bit of high ground, they may be able to sort of compete against him. Nonetheless, though, guys, one of the brands, the sponsors, if you will, that helps us so much here within the arena is the computers that we're playing on are made by SurfThings. Check them out because we're utilizing them to the fullest.
Yeah, gotta get this.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back, guys, to our Week 10 matchup between Paladins and Ghosts. We're going to get right back into our Fortnite action when we can. We have a little bit of a tech timeout while we get things figured out. Nonetheless, Paladins took that first round, if you will. I think the reason being, I'd mentioned this before the commercial break, they took advantage there because of Magnus' ability to just gain elevation and just head glitch throughout the entirety of that match.
Yeah.
Now, he is solid shots, right? Don't get me wrong. It's just the fact that we saw a lot of the players from Ghost on the floor shooting up at their opponent, which is not
Can't have that.
which is not good.
Yeah,
Can't have that.
You can't have that. And,
Yeah.
and really what I'm seeing a lot is just, Magna carrying the team because everybody else on the team on the Paladins aren't very good because, they don't care about Fortnite, man. They don't care about this game. This is not a game they grew up with. They're like, oh, this is like a kid's game. I'm not one of those guys that likes to do stuff with kids. This is something they do not care about, right?
It's one of those things, but okay. So there's a little bit of trash talk getting thrown out there about Magna being young, but it's also one of those things that looks like, okay, so maybe you are an old head, right?
Yeah.
But if you are, you should understand that you can't let your opponent have Peeker's advantage
Right.
from a building
Right.
5 stories tall in the
Right.
sky. So if you're sticking to your fundamentals, why are you letting him do that?
Right.
They
No,
can shoot the structures. They can destroy the structures at which he's just basically standing on.
Yeah.
Right? So they can tease him all he's want, but Magna's playing really, really well.
Oh,
And
super well,
we'll see if they're able to counter him.
It is all about that head glitching. It is all about the Peeker's advantage, just like you said. It plays a big role into any FPS game that we're talking about here. So, disappointment is some miscues from the Ghost side. So I would like to see them kind of like pick it up as far as everything goes because this is a genre where I would say I know they wanted going into this game a little bit go in their favor.
Yeah.
To kind of make this win happen overall for them on a micro. So I want to see a big shift in the gameplay. I want to see a big shift in kind of like the attitude or the strategy going into this next round.
Yeah, well, they could, something they could capitalize on is the fact that, just work together as a team and communicate. You have the ability to identify where Magna is on the map. Once you identify where Magna is, you need to start focus firing him down.
Yes.
That could either be through shots or that could be through positioning, right? Build the structure up to his as a team, stick together, get on top of him, and eliminate him early. We've seen that happen. I saw, I believe it was Flying Kittens, which is another young player. I saw him get taken out within the first few seconds because he was forced to make a mistake because they made him feel uncomfortable. They have to make
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we have to make Magna feel uncomfortable. They need to start communicating and working as a team. If they don't do that, they're basically selling the stuff.
Right, and a couple shots right here actually they were able to take a little bit off of Magnus right there. They're able to get the shields down. So I think they just need to focus on pressuring him, just like we're saying. And they can make a dub happen, but they have to take up the strongest link. I think
Magna's walking up on their spawn right now.
Oh man, you hate to see it.
I mean,
right?
they've got to call out where he is. It's not like he's swapping his outfit mid-game or something like that. They need to recognize him and then capitalize off of it.
Okay, and you have a few of the Paladins players in the storm right here. Just still kind of playing on the outskirts of it.
Yeah, this is Strix, correct.
Giving too much support to Magnus Sam.
I mean, look at this. So Strix not as, as experienced on Fortnite, but at least he's dropping structure. As that that player that has the elevation in front of Strix, he can shoot underneath him on this wooden structure and force him to start building. Strix drops down, potentially going to get a kill here, utilizes some hip fire. He needs to swap to his next weapon. Unfortunately, didn't have it reloaded.
Every shot.
There we go.
Every shot. Oh my God.
Solid effort by Strix, basically to push up on him. He has to be careful. Gets 2 knocks. Strix, not necessarily as experienced, but getting 2 picks on the field right now. Something to note. Strix isn't reloading his weapons prior to assisting his teammates, just like right there. He needs to start reloading his weapons before his swap. If he doesn't, as the circle closes in, he's going to be in deep trouble.
Yeah, right. I don't know if he's going to save TLG here. He can try.
He's trying to save TLG. Let's see if he can do it.
Okay, trying to get the res off.
3 seconds.
Uh-oh, making it happen. Boom, and TLG is up.
Okay, here we go. This is an opportunity for him to reload his entire kit. As we get into the panic mode of a small circle, if his weapons aren't reloaded, he's going to lose.
Yeah.
Now we're taking a look at LA over here with the sniper rifle, looking to get some pop shots off. With absolutely no... If he has a sniper rifle, why is he not gaining elevation right now? Took his time and...
There it is.
Oh my gosh.
There it is. All right, and I think that's going to be it. So GG
Paladins are going to take that.
They took it, man. That was a nice showing. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry about that. That was a nice showing right there. I love what I see. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry about that. You know, I just have to stretch the legs a little bit, but I think it's a little bit more centered now, actually. Oh, wait, no.
No worries. We're going to get the camera situated here. But during that last match, what you just saw was, I think, both teams probably being a little inexperienced. Now, Magna definitely knows how to play Fortnite.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. That guy's a killer.
But there are things that Paladins could do to improve their gameplay even more to start competing against some of the other teams in the league. Listen, you can't walk out of that feeling good just because you got to win.
Yeah.
Okay, you got to win because Ghost played terribly.
Yeah.
That's the only way around that.
Right. They're going to have to improve still moving forward because there's a lot of teams that are going to play a bit more up to par when it comes to like Fortnite. Ghost really just couldn't get it together. You know, there's a few people on that squad who just really don't touch the game at all. It's kind of like a moot point for them. So just like you said, man, they've got to keep improving because it's a better team. I don't think Magnus Sam can just carry it all by himself.
That's true, but that mode is very, very easy to practice. It's a specific game mode within the menu option of Fortnite that you can jump right into and begin practicing. There's certain things that I saw from both sides, including what we saw right there with LA, you know, with that sniper rifle that we saw him on. I don't know if it was just because they knew the round was coming to a close, but the fact that you're using, I mean, basic fundamentals of gaming, right? The fact that you're using long-range weaponry and you're not, you know, at a sniper perch or some type of elevation shooting down at your opponent is interesting. So Paladins, don't walk away from that feeling comfortable within Fortnite because you've got a lot of work to do. Go jump into that menu on Fortnite, select that game mode, and start practicing.
100%. So, getting into it, the finals. The finals, man. Again,
Another shooter?
Another shooter.
Another shooter?
Another shooter. What I'm worried about is, again, it being along the same things of maybe necessarily the Ghost would be better in normal situations, but the Paladins having Magnusam to their repertoire, being able to pretty much carry the whole game. So, I mean, it's a big question mark on what the game mode is going to be. It could be terminal attack, could be power shift. It could be a number of those different modes, but that really is going to play a big part. And then also who's going to play what role, right? Who's the light, who's the medium, who's the heavy. That is a big part of the team comp, and we're going to have to see a big shift right now because Ghost at a deficit, 4 games behind. They got to make something happen.
They're 4 games behind. I think this one's a little bit more user-friendly to understand. There is a level of complexity to this game because although it wants to be an arena shooter, it's very much a sandbox shooter, similar to how Battlefield operates.
Right.
But it's recognizable enough in terms of the mobility and the speed. You know, it's a very fast-paced game. There's some times where this game is actually acting at a faster pace than even like Apex Legends and what have you. So that's just something to note. So not having to necessarily build, I think the ability to sort of recognize those fundamentals, right, of positioning and stuff that we just talked about. I think Ghosts are going to do a better job at this. Should be interesting, though, to see like what the composition is. We've seen full mediums. Right? We've seen heavies, lights, mediums. We've seen a bunch of different compositions. But, you know, if you do have lesser experienced players on your team, the finals is a game that you can sort of lean into that and start finding ways to complement your composition.
Right, for sure. I mean, I like what you just said. We've seen teams with full medium. I think medium is more of like the standard kind of like composition for most people. If I play Call of Duty, what would I be comfortable with? Oh, let me just go right to medium. If I only play again Call of Duty and I have to play something like Overwatch, what should I go? Oh, Soldier 76. It's kind of like the main cop out, the main. I want to say, okay, this is going to be a regular old AK-47 or something to that degree. I'm just going to shoot.
Yeah, bread and butter.
Run around. Exactly. Exactly. The bread and butter, not too complicated on the ability side. Just going to take my shots and try to get out as much as I can. And, you know,
well,
see how it goes.
There is an aspect of this game, though, that you have to be careful not to be too comfortable. The reason I say that is because the light character in this game, and when we say light, medium, and heavy, there's 3 different character types within this game. If you choose heavy, you're going to have more health. And we do have a timeout on the field, by the way. If you choose heavy, you're going to have more health, but you're a slower character, right? So your mobility is limited. If you choose medium, it's kind of best of both worlds. And if you choose light, you're going to have a ton of mobility, but you have very little health.
Very
the reason I say it's important not to get too comfortable because lightweight characters are very easy to use and they feel user-friendly. They have grapple hooks and teleports, and it's like, wow, I could do a lot with this character. However, you're playing against players in the UEL. You're going to get smoked, and that health pool is going to drop very quickly if you're not utilizing those teleports, that grapple hook, the range of the SMG, target acquisition with keeping your shots on target. If you're not able to do that, get off of lightweight and start helping your teammates. That being said, one of the things that helps us run not just the craziness of StarCraft 2 and some of our strategy PC games with 1,000 units on the field, or the pacing of the finals as they jump around all of these buildings, is the SurfThing computers that we play on every day. So check them out, guys.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is.
Spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel.
The players will battle against each other only when the wheel decides. Wettergreen LLC built the wheel and can support your technology needs too. Visit wettergreen.com for more information.
The Be a Friend Project is an organization of upstanders working to bring hope back to bullied kids and build kinder communities using empathy, education, and peer support. The project's signature program is the surprise delivery of friend mail, letters and videos of peer support, to victims of severe bullying to let them know they are not alone and to help them stay strong.
Like, I was so happy because I thought really like no one cared about it. Like, it was just another girl getting bullied, but it was really nice to know that like a lot of people like supported me.
Welcome back, guys. Now, what you just saw there was the Be a Friend project, which is basically sort of encouraging people to, you know, commit to acts of kindness in an effort to sort of prevent and just take away bullying, you know, throughout not just our schools or any other type of activities that our, you know, our young audience, children and everything get into. But just a reminder, guys, Tuesday, December 3rd, is going to be Giving Day. We hope you can support the Michigan Paladins as they stream games to raise money for the Be a Friend Project, again, a nonprofit organization that is encouraging acts of kindness to end bullying. Every game we play brings us one step closer to helping kids and teens impacted by bullying, encouraging them to stay strong and know that they're not alone.
That's right, that's right. Here to fight the good fight against bullying, big anti-bullying campaign. And as we go into the game, we had that next wheel spin that's going to be Valorant. So I like to see a lot of gameplay. So it looks like we got a little trash talk going on.
Got a little trash talking going already here in the finals. You're taking a look at LA as sort of playing the medium position of this building, of this structure. Great target acquisition there. Get a quick elimination now. I believe he is playing a medium. You can tell by the auto turret, but he gets dropped with the quickness. Don't know who that was that necessarily took him out, but we'll get more information on that here in a second. Now, what you're watching here is going to be Wonku. You can take a look at Wonku's team composition in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. They have a couple of mediums.
Yeah, they're definitely doing their thing with these medium builds right here.
They do have a light, though, and Wonku obviously playing light as well.
You know what I think this is going to come down to is a lot of chemistry, right? So you have players who are probably good individually like Wonku here, but no real team synergy built up over time. And I think that might be the difference between who's going to win, who's going to lose here, because TOG coming in with the heavy, obviously going to try to figure out how to play his part. Good use of grenades right here.
Yep.
Oh, wait, going to peel it back.
And he's using shield, too, in terms of his abilities. Not only does he have deployable shield, but he also has that bubble shield, if you will, to sort of stay on top of the objective. If TLG is not able to get on this platform and start playing the objective, it's going to really, really hurt his team. He's struggling to do so right now.
Yeah.
While he works to get on this platform, though, he needs to be complimenting his team. He needs to be gaining elevation. He needs to be downloading intel, making call-outs, getting chip shots on his opponent. He's maybe, let's see here if he can, okay. So this is Mad Genius now on top of the platform, probably already laid down quite a few of those auto turrets that we talked about with this medium.
Nice, nice. Playing very well right here, playing as a team. Love to see this happen.
Right. Now, he does have a hill to his left. What he can do is lay down a turret right now on this platform and then use his jump pad. Oh, he could have used his jump pad to basically gain elevation on that left hill that was next to the objective and then started shooting down at his opponents. Nonetheless, we're sitting here on Paku.
Oh, nice. Good use of the noob tube right there
Yeah.
from Paku. Bouncing it off the ceiling there. Great stuff, but they have to find a way to get into this platform because they can't just, take shots here. And just
This is definitely a consistent problem that we're seeing. Paku and TLG playing both of these heavies, unable to get on top of the objective. They're going to get smoked. They're not doing their job, the job that we had just talked about prior to this match starting.
Yeah.
They're not doing it effectively. Now, here we go. Okay, Magna playing out of his mind right now.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can do.
I love what I see. You got to appreciate the aim, man. That's a young man aim right there. All right. Oh,
Magna with a solid assist, even taking out some equipment as well.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from this kid, man. He's really putting his team on his back right here.
Yeah.
Able to get these picks and use
Now, I believe
the
this is
sniper
a
up
lightweight
close.
character, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
This is a lightweight character, and as you can see, you want to have your best FPS player on lightweight. I mean, you just have access to so many different things.
And we just talked about that, right? Like, even though lightweight is comfortable and fun to play, typically speaking, your best characters are top fragging with the lightweight characters just out of sheer mobility. Now he is going on the hunt here. ADS is down.
Oh, excuse me. Magna's actually on a medium character.
Okay, so this is actually going to be on medium nonetheless. Nonetheless, Magna is playing out of his mind. Dropping below here. Gets a revive, though, on TLG. Staying on top of platform, getting these semi-auto shots off with this rifle, applying pressure onto this. Building jumps up, essentially almost gets a mid-air clap, but he can't quite finish it out. Re-jumping up there. I think he did get the assist, so they did finish the kill. Now I think his goal is really to just get that intel, right? Stay in that top positioning, let everybody know where they're at. Paku rut the rush down, but it's just not enough.
And here you can see another strong showing a one-sided fight right now from the Paladins.
Yeah, this is going to be a Paladins victory.
Just pretty much gonna take it, close it out. The way Magna's going, man. Yeah, that's beautiful.
That was a quick match of the finals.
Yeah.
And that probably came down to some of those, topics of conversation we had prior to that match starting. If you're not super experienced in the final, you've got to at least pick a job and then do it. Do it to the best of your ability. Heavies are one of them that I would say is probably the easiest to sort of allocate yourself to if you are inexperienced, and we were seeing some of that with Paku not necessarily able to kind of do his job.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one who probably had the strongest showing might have been Paku in terms of like being able to contribute to the team.
Yeah,
but
he was.
Overall, it was the bad showing from the rest of those guys, man.
Yeah.
That may have been a team game that they just say, hey, let's just forfeit. Like, we're wasting time. Let's move on to the next thing. Keep the ball in our court. Keep the momentum.
Yeah, the fact that they wanted to play it, I would have expected them to perform a little bit better.
Yeah,
because Paladins aren't necessarily the most experienced shooters, but Magna, carrying, his weight in gold right there, not just transitioning from Fortnite onto the finals, but you saw him sort of as that top fragger right there, jumping up and down on those jump pads, the medium character, able to even get off semi-auto rifle shots, right? He's not even using the automatic weapons in the game. He's getting precision shots, which shows a level of confidence. And you guys might not have been hearing it necessarily from home, but Magna continuing to trash talk on the arena floor here. So he's definitely feeling himself right now as they separate themselves in that win column, 6 wins to 2. We'll see if they can maintain that momentum.
I'm hearing a lot of it, like, don't run from me. Where
Yep,
you going?
where you going?
I'm loving to hear it,
Yeah.
man, but right
There's nothing
now-
more infuriating, right? Knowing Magna's age.
Yes.
Some of these guys are twice his age,
Yes.
and he's trash talking them. I mean, what can you do in that situation?
You gotta tell him to get off the bottle, man. That's what you gotta tell him. Get off the baby bottle. You're still in diapers, man. That's the only way you can really clap
Nah,
back.
you drag him to the trenches in Halo and
Yes.
show him what the OG days of Xbox Live were like. That's
Yeah.
what you got to do.
So getting into this next game, man, Valorant. I wonder who has map choice. This is a game that I love. You will always hear me sing Valorant's praises. You will always hear me just love this game, rave about this game. This is a game that I never thought I would really like that, but I don't know,
Yeah.
man. Riot, they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing.
They're a talented developer, and this
Yeah.
game is very unique. A little bit slower paced than some might assume. It acts different than your typical like arena shooter, if you will, as a tactical shooter. Something you guys will notice often if you're not familiar with Valorant is the requirement of sort of shifting your mobility from running or walking, I should say,
Yeah.
to standing completely still in order to maintain an accurate shot. So you're probably familiar with reticle blossom, right? As you continue to shoot, your reticle on your screen sort of blossoms outward. In order to maintain your accuracy, if you're moving, that blossoming effect is dramatic, if you will.
Yeah.
But if you basically just plant your feet and stand still, you can get a much more accurate shot, whether it's with automatic weapons or a semi-auto pistol of some sort. So you're going to see players sort of, I guess, just sort of sticking in the same position as soon as combat unfolds. There is times where they'll shift and try to sort of strafe, if you will. But the understanding of their positioning and planting their feet, securing those super accurate shots becomes really impressive once you understand the mechanics of how Valorant operates.
Exactly. It's all about, like you just said, making sure that you're strafing with your shots, making sure you're resetting your shot, because Loom it's a sort of recoil, if you will. When you're shooting the gun, it's kind of a recoil where the spray pattern will just get a little bit crazy. But really, the gunplay is important, but also another big part of this game is game sense. So game sense is all about, how to enter a site, how to fake a site, how to just take point, how to just get the spike down, play defense after getting the spike down. Just a lot of different things kind of go into play. And like I said, game sense is really going to be the difference maker here. So it's going to be big to see really who's going to win that battle when it comes to who's a little bit more intelligent when it comes to the game plan. So getting into the next one.
Oh my gosh, we got it.
Go.
I swear if someone
There
forfeits
you
this,
go.
I'm going to cry myself to sleep tonight if someone forfeits Halo Infinite. Nonetheless, Valorant is in the selection right now.
Yes.
You had mentioned game sense, another super important thing that's sort of within the subcategory, subgenre, if you will, of game sense is positioning.
Yeah.
Because this is an objective, game, positioning when it comes to whether you're planting the spike or you're defending the plant itself, sometimes you don't even necessarily have to understand a ton of the abilities in the game to just be in the right position at the right time, holding down specific choke points, applying that pressure with your shots or whatever abilities that you do have in order to prevent your opponent from coming over to defuse the spike. So
it's really all about that, man. And one of my favorite characters to play, Brimstone, that character is a character that will literally prevent you from defusing the spike even after death, right? You can throw up a molly. That molly might not come back down into the spike until like 10 seconds in. Even if you get that pick off, there's nothing that you can do at that point, because what are you going to do? Just stand right in the molly? So there's a lot of different characters that you see. Man, that's a fast load in, man. Those SurfThing PCs, man, they get the job done. They get the job done. I thought we were going to be here for another hour before we loaded in.
That's funny. And there is sort of a loadout kit sort of economy, if you will, guys, similar to if you've ever watched or played Counter-Strike. As the match continues and unfolds, depending on how you perform, there'll be a set amount of currency that's sort of allocated to your game for you, which will allow you to purchase things like shield. It'll actually allow you to purchase abilities, or at least multiple abilities, if you will, armor, and all sorts of things. So just something to note as we get this thing started here.
All right, so here we go.
And this is going to be Ghost on the attack. Let's see where they decide to push.
All right, trying to come up B on here.
Or are they on defense? They may be on defense.
Right, I think that, a little bit of mistake right there on that Silver Dart, but it looks like coming into it, good shots.
Looks like Ghosts are on defense. This is Wonku right now trying to just basically protect this corridor, using the shielding effect of this purple smoke to just maybe peek. Hopefully Wonku doesn't. There we go. This is what I'm saying. This is all about positioning. If you don't have to push, knowing that you're defending this objective. Now, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them right now on this objective. They may need to shift depending on what the callouts are.
So it looks like they're going to opt out to rotate and try to figure something out on the next play. Trying to check him to spawn. All right, got to check up here.
And these are these angles, right? This is basically like just subtle, very, very sharp angles of peeking. The moment that you see a player. And something to note here, Wonku right now is playing at a high level just in terms of basic fundamentals by aiming about 3/4 of the way up every single doorway that Wonku is walking through here. Typically speaking, the reason you want to do that is that's going to be head level of your opponent. So the fraction of a second you have to react to seeing your opponent, if you're already aiming at head level, you can land that headshot, finish them quick, and then move on.
All right, so opting not to take the heal here.
Oh, the one corner Wonku doesn't check is the corner that her opponent is sitting in.
All right, but they got to do it. They got to get the spike down, and there it is. All right.
Oh, wow.
All right, taking out Yoru Strix there. It's a 3v3. Coming back into it. All right, Magnus Sam getting another pick. Pokestar getting another pick.
Wow.
It's going to happen 2v2. I like what I'm seeing. Wrapping around right now. Okay, trying to check around. Needs to bring up the headshot level just a little bit.
Oh, TLG!
Getting the pick right there. Awesome.
Perfectly strafing around that smoke right there in order to get off the headshot.
Oh, gosh, Pokestar in a tight situation. Got it. Yep.
Pokestar. Oh, Pokestar gets dropped by Mad Genius. Coming through. Very, very well done by the Paladins right there. That was exceptional.
These guys are fucking terrible.
Oh my goodness.
Baba!
Oh my
Watch your language, young man. Oh my goodness. All right, well, Paladins go up. Now, how many rounds are we playing to here, brother?
So this is going to be a 5-round quick match game. This is going to be swift play, so immediately able to buy up on the second round because the economy is going to be a little bit different. It's going to be a big booster, so since there's only going to be 5 rounds, you got to make something happen on attack. But I'd say attack a bit harder to kind of take on that first couple of rounds, especially the first round because it's all pistols. So there it is. You heard the call.
Okay.
Got to be all
I like it.
Aim, no brain. So
and here we're the Paladins are on defense now, guys. LA sort of slightly picking up, wanting to gain some sense of intel as to where his opponents are, and then make that call out to their team so that they can sort of collapse around the objective and prevent Ghosts from getting that plant off.
That's right. That's right. And pushing out of showers, trying to wrap around, going for the flank, not checking behind you.
Oh, beautiful angles.
Oh, no.
Not wow.
There it is.
That was really impressive right there from LA, picking up a double kill as he protects the objective. Now, I don't know who it was that he secured the elimination on first, but the reaction time right there was quite delayed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much melatonin. Nonetheless.
And shout out to the Slide. They have a little bit of melatonin in those
That's true.
energy drinks. That's right, right?
Yep. Shout out to Sly, the energy drink provider of the UEL. You're going to see me having a little bit of that their boost drink after halftime. That's always the pick me up that I need.
Exactly, exactly. So LA not buying all of his utils, still missing that concuss I see at the bottom right there, I believe. So a bit interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point.
Probably wasn't paying attention, but doesn't matter. Just trying to get ready for. Ooh,
yeah, he's feeling
a little messed up, and you know that they're gonna push out of showers.
Yeah.
So what's gonna happen? Just trying to hold this angle, just holding it a little close. Oh, there's the flash.
That is nice. I like the way that he's just micro peeking here, just again aiming at head level as he continues to sort of poke around this corner. He can't be overzealous though. He's got to be patient.
Right, okay, Wonky taking out that first shot.
Oh, wow, LA gets a drop, and I don't know who that was that he took down, but we have a couple of members that have already gone down.
Wonku getting another shot there.
Yep. Magna gets Wonku gets a pick on Magna.
And then Paku takes out TLG.
Yep, Paku takes out TLG.
All right, so what I'm noticing right now, both sides have ults. So the Neon has the ult on both sides. LA still has it. Took out Paku Desu there.
Unfortunately, though, they do have the plant off, and now LA has to collapse back on top of the objective and get this defuse.
Only 30 health. He has to figure something out here. Clove definitely has her ult, so could pop it if it ever comes down to a very tight situation. And not checking the corner right there. Gonna pop the ult. Good stuff. Oh,
wow.
Right there.
There we go.
Really good, really good. So a 3K right there. And got to get this kill. Got to get this kill, and Pokestar does it.
Yep.
Pokestar clutching it out right there for the team.
That was good.
Putting themselves up on the board.
Yeah, that was really good. One of the things that I thought was really surprising, though, there is as LA pushed into the objective, he was able to secure 1 kill, but the moment that he got that first kill, his opponent should have been making the call out as to where he was coming from. So maybe a little bit of lack of communication there, but nonetheless, great showing there by Ghost in order to get on the board.
And honestly, I would say in this game, like that's everything, right?
Right.
Like,
Oh,
like
absolutely.
communication is everything. It's the difference between people who are gonna buy or who are going to get to those higher ranks online is that communication level.
Yeah.
Uh-oh,
My goodness, Punisher getting snuck up on by LA out of the spawn.
All right.
Listen, they were on attack, and LA pushed into them to pick up a double kill, doing something as unpredictable as that. You gotta love it. LA having fun right now. Land your shots.
And then
Pokestar landed.
Getting the shot off. He's got to plant soon.
Here he is,
Gotta
going for the plant
soon.
of the spike. The moment that this happens, him and his teammate need to identify where they can push in to potentially defuse this, and then basically just hold their angles. Aim at head level. Utilize any and all of your utility, as you see Pokestar doing right here.
Oh my God.
Blocking off those lines of sight, if you will.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's got to figure out.
Yep, one just dropped.
Hey, there it is. Oh, you hear somebody walking onto the site.
Now, I believe this is Wonku.
Nice. Wonku
Yep,
taking
Wonku
it,
picks up one.
You got to swing that.
It's a 2v1 and they
the
take it.
Pokestar
Very,
takes
very
it.
well done.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
And you could hear a little bit of the communication between the two of them. That's what we wanted to see. I believe that was Wonku and Pokestar,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Exactly. So
absolutely,
great
absolutely.
communication there.
So
Now, is that between the Tier 1 and the T5 communicating with each other? How ironic is
I
that?
think
That's
it's
great
very
team
ironic.
synergy. You got to appreciate it. That's good.
100%. I can see Pokestar breathing out right here.
Right.
He's got to, take his time with it, make sure he buys all the util that he needs, and is able to play really smart because right now they're on defense. And it's a little bit easier to play on defense, on the defensive side, to kind of predict where people are going to be. You can let shots line up, and just like people can come to you. So we have to see a bit of an upturn right here on the Ghost side in terms of defense, man. Hopefully they can make something happen because, there is no overtime in this game. There is no overtime, no OT in this mode. If it goes 4-4, the next person wins, no matter if they're on defense or offense.
Absolutely. Paku trying to sort of just micro peek these corners little by little. He sees somebody, plants his feet like we talked about. Plants his feet, but they know that he's there. He knows that he's there. He should have shifted right back around that corner if he could have.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, wasn't able to land the shots. It gets picked out. Now, Wonku did mention at the start of this round that she was going to peek and sort of play a little aggressively on defense. She communicated that to Pokestar, wanting him to actually drop his smokes at specific hallways in order to give her the advantage of pushing the positioning that she likes.
All right, here we go. So it's going to be a retake. Got to make something happen here. Got to move a bit faster because, LA taking out Pokey.
Oh,
the side cancels. All right,
great map recognition, though, from Wonku to be able to turn around like that.
Nice.
Solid kill on DLG. She still has to get back to the objective, though.
And, oh, no, the teammate wrapping around right there.
Unfortunately, I don't know if there's going to be enough time.
No, there's definitely not. Unless.
They're trying to get there. She sees the shots, checking the other angle, goes for it, but that's going to be it. They're not going to get the defusal off. This is going to go 3-2 right now.
Not making it in time.
A little bit of pressure. You can see the disappointment on Waku's face there.
Man, that's a tough thing to see, man, especially when you have to lead the team. You have to tell everybody what to do as you're doing the thing as well. You can't be quiet. You have to tell everybody what to do. It's a big composition.
Right.
You have to be the composer of the orchestra as well.
Oh, nicely said.
As play the instrument.
Right.
You have to play the instrument and tell them what to do at the same time.
Well, it's difficult. It's difficult within Valorant, right? Because most of the time you're going to have a split team protecting and or attacking two different objectives. Now, if you're on offense, typically speaking, you can all attack one objective, but there is strategy around having a flanker, having someone to sort of gather intel, if you will, but it's difficult. You get shot in the head once and you're probably going down.
Right.
So as hard as that can be, sometimes it's too late to sort of collapse on top of the objective. Nonetheless, Wonku landed some solid shots at range, at distance with that map knowledge in order to aim directly at that specific hallway, knowing that's where they're pushing from. May have had some intel from her teammates to be able to identify that.
That's right here. And if I'm Wonku, honestly, I'm going for the ult. I'm ulting right away just because I know this can be in so quickly. I'm going to use everything to my advantage and just push right in. Oh, great shot.
Yeah, she's absolutely popping off right now.
All right, able to make it back. Oh,
but she just get picked by Magna. Oh, that's two picks by Magna.
They have to play safe. Oh, no, they're feeding. They're feeding.
Now Magna's got 2 picks.
Oh, no.
Oh, 3 picks by Magna with the clutch. Are you kidding me?
4K. Seeing that moment right there.
Wow.
You have to play small. You have to play smaller. You can't just, even if you know where the last person is, just protect the spike at that point.
Yeah.
Protect the spike, play safe.
You talked about that with positioning and game sense and everything else, you know?
Right. Sometimes there's fights you just
100%.
don't take. Sometimes there's fights you just don't take. You don't
Yep.
you don't swing out with your util. If you're gonna use your util, you just play behind something,
Yep.
smoke it off, and just leave it at that. It's really tough,
Yep.
man. It comes down to game sense right now, and I think Magna just has just enough to take this team over the top.
Yeah, and we'll see where they push. It seems like, they are pushing coherently as a team, but they also sort of have some other players splitting off as they make sort of their direction towards this specific objective here.
Right.
But they do have some of their players pushing sort of that middle hallway as they sort of try to rotate around here. And then this is going to come down to angles, utility of those abilities, if you will. A little pre-fire there with that's game sense right there.
Oh, 100%.
Knowing specific abilities as you advance throughout these hallways where players can be perched up on and what have you.
Right,
Pre-firing
good to say.
through the smoke. It's pretty impressive.
100%. This is game knowledge. This is
Oh, this is difficult. LA does get a pick, though, and I think that's going to be a huge difference. LA with a double kill as they push into the objective. It's so interesting to see something like that happen.
Oh, man.
Wow, LA with a triple?
Uh-oh. Is he going to get the
Is he going to get the full ace? He's gunning for it.
the ace?
He's gunning for it.
Like,
Let's see if he can do this. Very fast mobility on this character.
Where are they? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably going to be it. You can see the level of disappointment there on Wk10. It's very frustrating. Difficult. Magna with the fourth kill, looking for the fifth, pushes in, gets the double. Easy peasy for Paladins. That game right there, they get the fifth win, and that's going to do it for Valorant.
Wow.
It's got to be frustrating for them because, listen, when you're playing on defense, that Halo Infinite, yeah, 100%. That specific situation that unfolded right there at the end of that round, they took two separate hallways pushing into the objective, and they just did a better job at utilizing, number one, the utility of their abilities, and just those micro peaks that we talked about. Your opponent, they're pushing into you. They can only come from two specific hallways. So the fact that they outperformed them when they know exactly where they're coming from is super impressive. LA picks up a triple kill and then just makes it so much more easier for Magna to come in with the double.
Yeah, LA was doing his thing, man. Honestly, he was really, the awareness was there. And even before a game, he told me he doesn't play a lot. He said he's like, oh, I'm like bronze, I'm not nothing too crazy. He showed a lot of just awareness, a good game sense, and good usage of his aim. Like those kills were on point, man.
Yeah, they were. And our next game that we move into now is going to be Halo Infinite. Definitely looking forward to this. Now, we are playing this, a little bit different than what you may see in ranked matchmaking within Halo Infinite. This is going to be 2v2. So, that baseball lineup that we talked about, what two players are you going to be sending in after that full reset of 5v5? They can throw anybody in that they want. So send in your two best shooters. This is going to be 2v2, and it's going to be assault rifle and pistol spawns, right? So you're spawning in with the assault rifle and the pistol. Now, there are battle rifles, Bandit Evo rifles, and so forth that are on the map. It's, we'll get a good idea of whether or not there's a ton of map knowledge from these players if right at the rip, if they're not rushing specific power weapons, but maybe more advantageous is rushing those marksman rifles, if you will, the battle rifle and the Bandit Evo rifle. If you're able to secure those, you're probably going to outplay the assault rifle users and the pistol users throughout the entirety of the map. So if you have solid map knowledge, that's probably going to make the difference throughout this one.
Right. I mean, I'm a big fan of the battle rifle. I love the burst shots. I think they're absolutely amazing.
Please bring back BR for ranked matchmaking. I don't know what 343 is thinking.
Yeah, because the Bandit is okay, but really it's that BR, man. That BR.
The battle rifle is Halo.
Yes.
Let's stop arguing about that.
It just does it for me, man. It's so good. Get that headshot with that thing. It feels so rewarding, man.
They do have a new weapon that's actually getting ready to add added to the game in an upcoming update. It's a new SMG.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh,
I forget the specific name for it, but something to look forward to for the Halo fans out there. There's all sorts of interesting things happening within the Halo universe. They had a reveal trailer that Halo as a franchise is shifting to the Unreal Engine 5. They're working, I believe, on 2 new titles, a spin-off title and the next main installment. So tons to look forward to. It's a great time to get back into Halo Infinite. Constant updates, battle passes, fun modes, custom games. So much going on.
It's just such a good time, man.
Yeah,
Again,
it's
Halo,
good.
one of those games. I didn't have an Xbox, but all of my boys did.
Yeah.
That was the game. That was the game where you went over your boy's house. You guys were playing all night LAN parties. That was the game, man.
Absolutely. It was a movement, man. It was definitely an era
Oh my
It was an
gosh.
era
Oh
within
my
gaming,
gosh.
and so the fact that we have Halo Infinite on the wheel is something that I love, but I'm sure something that you guys as viewers and fans really appreciate
100%.
amongst the incredible diversity of not just the players, but then also the games that we play. It's going to be a
100%.
ton of fun as we jump into this.
Halo 6? Halo 6?
I mean, well, technically Halo Infinite is
It's
Halo
Halo 6? Okay,
right?
okay,
So it'd be Halo 7. But,
Okay.
you know, we'll probably see that. If I had to guess, I think they're in relatively early development, but we'll see that probably in the future wheels of the UEL, whatever that may be. If I had to guess, it's probably about, you know, there's some people that are saying it's maybe closer than we think.
Yeah.
Unreal Engine 5 is such like a sort of a standard within game development right now that we may see that sooner than we expect because it's so user friendly, whether it's developers at 343 or if they're contracting, they probably can get, you know, development done on that a lot quicker than they were on their Slipspace engine.
Definitely,
So,
definitely. Something that I know a lot of developers use, and a lot of games that are my favorite games are a big part of the Unreal Engine 5 engine. So we have a timeout by the Paladins right now, but just getting back into Unreal Engine 5, bro. Tekken 7, one of my favorite games ever, man. Made on Unreal Engine 5. A couple of Gears of War titles. Unreal Engine 5, but one of the best things that I know that keeps those people who are working those games, those developers, keep them energized is that Sly energy drink, man. That is one of the best energy drinks out there, and I know they have a bunch of different flavors. I mean, why don't we find out more about it right now?
Here we go.
The Be a Friend Project is an organization of upstanders working to bring hope back to bullied kids and build kinder communities using empathy, education, and peer support. The project's signature program is the surprise delivery of friend mail, letters and videos of peer support, to victims of severe bullying to let them know they are not alone and to help them stay strong.
Like, I was so happy because I thought really like no one cared about it. Like, it was just another girl getting bullied, but it was really nice to know that like a lot of people like supported me.
And there you have it, guys. That was the Be a Friend Project, a nonprofit that is encouraging acts of kindness in order to end bullying. You're going to see us not only talking about that today, but then also throughout, you know, some of our UEL matchups, you know, moving on throughout the month of November as we move closer to December 3rd. Tuesday, December 3rd, we're having a fundraising stream for the Be a Friend project that I hope you guys can show up for. I know I'm looking forward to it. So stop by. If you want to contribute towards it, you can. But even if you're just stop by to help raise awareness and be a fun of just an awesome day of gaming, I can't wait for it. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's a really big push, and my heart's warm for what the Paladins are doing right now.
Yeah.
They're picking the PO Pal right now. And it's a tough time for a lot of people in school. A month away. It's November 3rd. Mark your calendars. December 3rd. It's going to be an amazing time. For the Be a Friend project. Like I said, I am very excited, but to segue away from that, we are getting back into the more competitive side of things. These two teams right now, there's no room for friendship right now. We got to get into this Halo Infinite, and somebody's got to win. Somebody's got to lose. Somebody's got to win.
That was good. Yeah, and Halo's definitely a really good sort of like proving ground, if you will, you know, with regards to just being a well-rounded shooter player. So I think there's a little bit of pride sometimes, especially amongst some of our older competitors within the arena. Halo is great for that, and we're going to see it. You know, it's not as... You know, the fact that we're spawning with assault rifles too, there's a little bit of forgiveness with regards to like accuracy and what have you, but then also just maintaining solid game sense, you know, a little bit of positioning, but also communication can be key because you've got to be able to control the power weapon. If we don't see them controlling the power weapon, whoever does is going to win, and whoever doesn't is going to be pretty embarrassed.
Right. And those power weapons, like you just said, they're a big part of the gameplay. This is a big part of the winning factor here. Same thing with Gears of War. the power weapons play a big part of everything between the spanker, even the cloak, excuse me,
Active camo.
the
Yep, active camo, OS being the overshield, sniper rifle, all sorts of things. But here we go. We're getting ready to jump into it. We'll get a look at what our next game is. It's going to be Roller Champions, one of our sports categories. Now, here we go. Depending on the actual setup, sometimes this particular map, there can be what is it called? Oh my gosh, I forget the name of the power weapon. Nonetheless, it should be a sniper rifle in the center.
Yeah, there's the camo here. There's even the shotgun that shows up at the bottom underground.
Correct, yeah. Shotgun will be bottom mid, probably the more underutilized or underappreciated weapons on this map because you can basically two-piece with it. Nonetheless, good hill control here coming out of, I believe this is Punisher, actually. Yep, it's going to be Punisher and Wonku on the Ghosts, and it's going to be Magna and Mad Genius on Paladins. Just something to note there, guys. And I believe Ghosts, yeah, here we go. So they actually did end up getting, was that OS or camo?
Ooh,
we're going to get it.
Tell here, but
there it goes. So it's actually going to be Overshield. All right. They are picking up a ton of time. Overshield player needs to initiate in order to take the vast majority of the damage and then clean up afterwards, and that's exactly sort of what they did. Once they oh, wow, just a simple back smack. One of these players needs to play under the columns here in the mud section of this map. So one person stay on point, the other one play underneath the columns that you see in front of the objective because they only need one player on top of the objective at any given time. Now, it does look like they're pushing over here from tower. So they need to regain their health, rotate around this. Oh, but this is going to be a 1v2 for Wonku. Let's see if she can pull it off. She does have the repulsor. She gets one kill, but can't capitalize on the other. That's unfortunate. Potentially could have stuck around with Punisher in order to maintain sort of that damage output, if you will. Now, here we have Mad Genius. I'd like to see him swap to his pistol in order to get a little bit more damage output from range. Nonetheless, he's got two players pushing him at the exact same time. He does have repulsor, though, so if he could shift his body to the backside of this, maybe be able to potentially repulse his opponents off of the objective. But Hill is going to swap to mid. Now, it does look like we have the sniper rifle. There we go.
Ooh.
What is the name of the spear gun? I'm just, for whatever reason, I'm just having a brain fart here.
The spear gun.
Yeah, it shoots the giant. Oh, my goodness gracious. Somebody help me out in the Twitch chat. Why am I forgetting that? I feel terrible about it. Nonetheless, that's the only other weapon that you may see top middle, but we don't have to worry about it. It's basically just sniper rifle right now. Now, if sniper rifle is in top mid, heat wave should be potentially in bottom if it's not going to be that bulldog shotgun. Now, they do have sniper rifle. Something interesting to note, with sniper rifle, you can basically get a ton of kills off spawn. Oh, just barely. Oh my goodness gracious. Solid gameplay coming out of Magna. Almost picks up the double.
Man, and this type of gameplay, you know. I'm back. Yeah, you can hear him. He's
Magna popping off.
Good use of the
Wonku gets dropped from Catwalk. Now, they could start picking up that needler. Do not underestimate how effective that needler is. The fact that no one's picked that up is interesting, actually.
There's the melee. There's the melee. And right now, good use of the mini-map right here to make sure they're tracking exactly where the enemies are and just easily able to take some shots right there and just figure out how to get right in. It's hard to cover every little angle, but...
Skewer.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The skewer is the goodness gracious. Thank God I remembered that.
Oh my God.
Almost, guys, almost.
Oh my God.
Nonetheless, we'd love to see a little bit more sniper gameplay as well, because I know sniper rifle was top mid. Magna getting another kill right there. They've got to be careful. If they cap this, it's going to be over. They have to be able to push up on point. Oh, Wonku looking disappointed, and that's going to do it.
Oh my goodness, man! I like what
Magna feeling super comfortable, feeling that level of confidence right there.
Yeah,
now, what is something that Ghost could have done more effectively right there? I would say number one, grenade play was terrible.
Yeah.
You've got grenade placement is everything. If you're able to get a little bit of grenade damage just pushing into the objective, because listen, the objective is in one specific location.
Yeah.
If it's being actively capped, there's only 1 to 2 places that your opponent can be. You have to lead into that attack by throwing grenades in order to get little bits of chip damage to make your gunplay that much easier. We weren't seeing grenade play. We weren't seeing weapon management of the power weapons, as well as just team shots. Listen, it's 2v2, right? Wherever your teammate spawns, you got to be able to just be shoulder to shoulder, right? And start pushing the objective in tandem with that player.
You have to make sure that in a mode like that, even whether it's TDM, King of the Hill Slayer, whatever,
Yep.
you have to move as a group.
Yep.
You have to move as a group because
Mhm.
it's too easily where you can get picked off. And then
Yep.
it's like, oh, okay, I'm going to try to play the hero, try to save my teammate. Oh, the other guy might be low.
Right.
You don't know where that other enemy
Yeah.
is. And those shots just kind of come out of nowhere. The same thing ends up happening to you. And like, oh, now you guys are both sad. You have to play as a team. In a moment
That's
like this.
true,
You
and,
have
and
to.
Halo is a game of like spawn management as well. I didn't see this from either one of those teams. You saw a little bit of Paladin, after they were able to acquire the sniper rifle in terms of just peaking particular spawn points. But while you're capping a specific objective, you can actually have your player that's playing doubles in tandem with you actually push into one of the spawn points because most of the time you're either spawning in garage or you're spawning in tower on that map. During your capping of the point, if you actually push into the garage, it's going to tell the game itself to spawn the opponents in the opposing spawn, so you know exactly where they're coming from, and that's going to allow you guys to sort of start landing those early shots as they push into the objective. I wasn't seeing that necessarily from either one of the teams, so that's something that both of them could do to probably make themselves a little bit more well-rounded within Halo Infinite.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to watch, man. Definitely a tough thing to watch right there.
Hey, but we got to watch it.
Yeah.
We got to commentate over Halo.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And I'm such a diehard Halo fan. The fact that I forgot the name of the skewer, please forgive me for any of my Halo fans
could happen to
in the
anybody.
chat.
Could
But
happen.
unfortunately, we don't ever get to use it within ranked matchmaking, which is
Right.
probably why I forgot the name of it.
And just so, like,
Nonetheless,
you guys can see right here, the score went from 7-9. There were 2 games that weren't accounted for. One of those games for Halo, and I think the other game was actually Fortnite. I believe it wasn't accounted for. So this is the true score going into it right now. It's 9-2. Looking at it, the Paladins, they're looking really strong right now. They're looking really strong right now.
yeah, ghosts have to and it's so interesting, right? Like if you didn't know anything about the UEL, you'd come in tonight seeing Paladin's record versus Ghost record, and
Yeah.
you'd think that this would be maybe opposite of this, right?
Right.
I predicted that things were going to be a little bit closer because we were tied up at one point, 2-2, and things were feeling good. What do you think has been sort of the differentiating factor that's allowed them to sort of pull off this way?
Synergy. Definitely synergy.
Yeah.
Even if, everything is more or less weighed into one person in terms of shooters. Like Sam, when it comes to a lot of these shooters, it's more weighed on, okay, he's got to be the one that carries. They understand that, and because they understand that, they know how to play around that. And I think that's the difference maker. That's the real difference maker. Even though they know that on the Ghost side, this team, has been kind of more or less put together within the last week. They know that Wanku's going to be their anchor, but they don't really know how to play around it yet.
Yeah.
They really don't know how to give her the support that she needs in any moment, whether it's Fortnite, Overwatch, Valorant. They don't really know how to kind of be that support that she's kind of looking for. And I think that's the biggest difference in between where these teams are kind of headed.
Yeah, that's true. And we talked about Fortnite, the finals, and Halo. Those are 3 shooters that have been completely dominated by Paladins.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Right? That's something that Ghost can take away from this. They've got to start practicing within those games. And listen, a lot of the games that are on our wheel are actually free to play.
Yeah.
Halo Infinite is a free to play game. There's no reason that you can't just download that game, jump on, and just get. And listen, we're assault rifle and pistol starts. That's quick play.
Oh, yeah.
Jump into quick play and start getting comfortable with those weapons, because I was seeing things from the Ghost. They're using the assault rifle at distance when you've got that sidekick pistol on the hip, that hot pocket on the hip. What are you doing?
That thing is nice.
Take that thing out, man. It's got the fastest, amongst the fastest TTKs in that game, and the fact that they're not utilizing it while they see an opponent in open field, no cover around them. There's little things that they can do to make themselves a more well-rounded shooter team.
Yeah.
They've got to start doing it. Nonetheless, we're getting into Roller Champions. Oh my goodness, another shooter coming up next.
And then Rainbow Six
Yep.
Siege right after that,
Yep.
man.
So we're getting into Roller Champions, which is a sports game here within our genre. That skin right there was actually fire. Nonetheless, you're taking a look at Strix. Now, what is Strix doing right here? What was that movement he just did? That was an uppercut maneuver, which is going to allow him to slide down the glass with as much momentum speed as possible. So just in terms of mechanics of this game, you're going to see Strix here sort of passing it to his teammates. They're trying to race around this ring as fast as possible through these sort of lighted gates, if you will. If they're able to go through those gates at completely 360 degrees around this ring, they'll unlock an eligible point that they just scored right there.
Right away.
But make no mistake about it, you have to get around the ring at least once in order for that point to become eligible to score. Now, if your opponent steals the ball back from you, at any point during that, the point then becomes ineligible and it gets taken away. It gets denied, okay?
Right.
So tons of teamwork in order to get around this ring. You can tackle your opponent.
Yes.
You can steal the ball from them.
Be an enforcer.
Yeah, be an enforcer. Good phrase for it.
That's what I tell people. If you're not too familiar with this game, I mean, everybody has to be familiar with this game. You have to play it if you want to be a part of the UEL. But in this case, if you know you're not the best, if you don't have the best movement, you don't have the best shooting, you don't have the best passing, be an enforcer.
Yeah.
Be an enforcer, man. Be that person
Wow.
that's like, hey, I'm going to take my opponent out of play, and oh my God, this usage right now of these speed man, is so good.
I would like to see them go for multiple points. Don't even go for the single point.
Yeah,
Don't
right.
do it. Oh,
Okay.
they're so confident. LA confident with his shots.
Very, very confident right there, and that is called team play again right there. That's the difference maker. Just using your teammate to get that speed boost is everything, man. 'Cause you just zoom right past me. There's nothing they could do.
With the turnaround fadeaway there to pick up that second point. Now, something to note throughout the entirety of racing around the ring right there to get that eligible point, some Paladins are beyond comfortable on this game. You can already tell because while they were trying to get that point eligible, they performed what I believe was like 4 different slingshot maneuvers.
Yes.
That's when you grab basically the back of your teammate and then your teammate slingshots you to gain speed around the ring. LA with a steal right there. Oh my goodness. LA just getting disrespectful on the ring right now.
Right, man.
Here comes the slingshot, grabs onto the back, swings him forward in order to maintain so much speed. It's difficult to sort of catch up.
Great movement. Great angle to come back down on.
Yeah, they took a bad angle towards him, but he's utilizing sort of the serpentine sort of pattern of rollerblading. Oh, but it gets potentially stolen, and it does.
Good denial. Good denial. Right
Oh,
there.
LA having some fun, though, nonetheless.
All right, and get back into a big scramble right here. Nice couple of shakes right there. Good
Oh,
pass.
solid pass all the way up the court. You got to respect that.
Gotta
Good
respect it.
positioning,
Gotta
though,
respect
from his teammate. And this is going to be Strix, who was up court.
Okay.
Goes for a pass, whiffs it, but also may be potentially picked up by LA to advance the ball, and it does. They have a point available, but it gets denied. It gets stolen.
Good denial. Good denial. So, again, right there, you're seeing a lot of gameplay happen where he just wants to push the ball. Ooh, good strike.
What are we watching? Hockey right now? There's a lot of shoulder checks going on throughout this. You got to love it.
Oh, yeah.
Super fun game again, guys. Free to download, so give it a download, please. This is out of the developer of Ubisoft. Super, super fun game that anybody can practice at home if you want to become a true in-gamer here at the UEL.
Okay, nice.
Okay, Paku.
Let's see. Let's see if Strix can sort of get. I think Strix is sort of sitting down the lane here, looking to get a pass potentially from his teammates. And look at the way that he's staying in front of LA in order to receive this pass, or at least a slingshot maneuver in order to increase his speed. Oh, takes a sharp turn on that corner, takes another sharp one, dodging through his opponents, goes for the shot and drills it for 3 points. LA looking super comfortable.
Excellent
right
shot.
now.
Excellent shot right there from LA. Textbook stuff. You love to see it. Picking up right angles to come down and just making an easy shot right there for him. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Listen,
he's not going to miss that. He's not gonna
make no mistake about it either. Shooting in this game is not easy.
Yeah.
Like, he's making it look easy, but for those of you at home that have never played it, it's much more difficult than he's making it look.
Right. That's his spot. He likes that shot a lot right there.
Yep.
So getting back into it, man, you can kind of hear a little bit of the communication on the side.
Yeah.
You don't want too much going on as far as people stopping you. And nice. Okay.
Ooh,
Trying to
Paku.
get it on the yellow side.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Spoke too soon right there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's unfortunate. Now TLG has the ball moving down the court in this Day of the Dead outfit. The Cinco de Mayo. This looking cool, man. I like this. Oh, easy goal again. Paladins just sort of feeling it.
TLG just taking it slow, just taking his time, taking the right angles, just kind of swerving, making the shot again look easy. Boom.
Yeah, easy peasy.
Right on point. Right on point.
Now, you know, I would say that I'm trying to think of things that Ghost can do better to sort of, you know, maybe start turning this around or get a couple of points of their own. The reality is that Paladins are just really good at the game. They're really good at the game, because, and you can tell that by the way they're utilizing the mechanics, the serpentine powders, the slingshots, the uppercuts at the wall's edge in order to gain speed and momentum, the shoulder checks, the steals, how easy they're making the shots look. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
Basically just shoulder checked them, caught the ball, and then continued. Oh my goodness gracious, just playing with his food. Oh my God, just playing with him. The level of disrespect on the court is uncanny right now.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Throwing it to a teammate.
He's having fun out there, man.
He is,
He's
he
having
is.
fun.
Absolutely.
All right, I think they're going to take it backwards here just to make a statement, honestly. And say we're going to score this goal by going the complete opposite direction to move the ball forward. And never mind, there's a tackle.
Yep, and they're having fun. They're definitely having fun. But Ghosts, you know, they can't, you know.
They got to make something happen.
They can't loosen up too much, man, you know. We're all having fun here, but they've got to start finding, you know, a way to improve at some of their less experienced games. And the way that Paladins are able to sort of toy with them right now is just based off the fact that they have like a level of experience. The way that they're slingshotting and everything else that we talked about, they feel so comfortable to the point that there's, like I said, they're sort of playing with their food, if you will.
100%, 100%. And this kind of goes back to what I try to tell a lot of different teams is that even if you have somebody really good on the team as a unit needs to play really well.
Oh!
Sends it through.
LA's going to wrap it up, and we... Oh, my gosh, with a simple slam dunk, if you will.
Yeah. What
Right
a
up.
dagger. Dunking it on them to close out the game.
Yeah.
Man, that was just mean, man.
Yeah.
That was just mean.
Yeah, I think they just had a level of understanding about like the way that the game operates. I mean, clearly, like, listen, it's rollerblading. There's a set like physics within the game.
Yeah.
Whether it just be like maintaining speed and momentum and what have you, but it's also difficult to turn and to sort of pivot your character because they're racing on rollerblades.
Yeah.
And you can see LA right there was super comfortable, not just within shooting, but the fact that he was able to actually jump through the hoop himself. It's not as easy as it looks, I can promise you. Regardless, though, guys, it is 10-2, and right now we're getting ready to jump into halftime. So go grab a snack, and we'll come back to this Week 10 matchup, Paladins versus Ghost.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing, and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case. So I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints, and we complained twice. So we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him,
and he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not pause. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it's all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Just go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. Yeah. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the rules?
Once you
well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so that's a forfeit.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like,
the game master
information about it. And we was told nothing about it.
It's not in the
bro.
rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach, look. In the rules it says if a player does not finish the DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
But we never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing.
People have been resetting all season. That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the club.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision for it. Well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules. That needs to be in the rules.
Wait, if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
What?
So wait, Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far we're doing pretty good. In the beginning it wasn't in our favor.
but we bounced back and we're winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we're definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show them. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight, and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games today?
I'll answer your question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games left on our team? That's all I hear about. That's all I hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some of the other teams' eyes. But you guys have you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting gaming and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seam, we already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seam all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm going to ask y'all, is what y'all got to say to Third when his coaching tomorrow?
Look, you're going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got no feet. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Corker. They said that they were going to beat us today. And we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro.
huh? Let's go. Let's go.
Gordy!
Oh my God.
Oh my God!
Aiden?
Oh my God!
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hype, Ricky.
Yeah!
Hey, we got it in the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie Bully Proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress.
Critical.
They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2, safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna learn how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the Master Cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
Jiu-Jitsu versus Jiu-Jitsu.
But it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of Jiu-Jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are 2 other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number 1, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number 2, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it
Or
yet.
you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note, and you bring that back, and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this: You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what? It's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
The Be a Friend Project is an organization of upstanders working to bring hope back to bullied kids and build kinder communities using empathy, education, and peer support. The project's signature program is the surprise delivery of friend mail, letters and videos of peer support, to victims of severe bullying to let them know they are not alone and to help them stay strong.
Like, I was so happy because I thought really like no one cared about it. Like, it was just another girl getting bullied, but it was really nice to know that like a lot of people like supported me.
Spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel.
The players will battle against each other only when the wheel decides. Wettergreen LLC built the wheel and can support your technology needs too. Visit wettergreen.com for more information.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare Pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is.
The Be a Friend Project is an organization of upstanders working to bring hope back to bullied kids and build kinder communities using empathy, education, and peer support. The project's signature program is the surprise delivery of friend mail, letters and videos of peer support, to victims of severe bullying to let them know they are not alone and to help them stay strong.
Like, I was so happy because I thought really like no one cared about it. Like, it was just another girl getting bullied, but it was really nice to know that like a lot of people like supported me.
Spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel.
The players will battle against each other only when the wheel decides. Wettergreen LLC built the wheel and can support your technology needs too. Visit wettergreen.com for more information.
Security cert.
Welcome back, guys, to our Week 10 matchup between the Paladins and Ghost. Currently sitting at 10 wins on the Paladin side, 2 wins on Ghost. Oh, wow.
Ooh, and an early forfeit by the Ghost.
For
Yeah,
Rainbow Six Siege?
Yeah. Rainbow Six Siege. I don't think they felt like it was worth it. They're like, no, like it's gonna be a pain. Let's just move on. Let's just go.
Dang.
Get this out of the way. I don't know. Again, I kind of see maybe even the first game of half
Yeah.
kind of being like
I mean-
a 0-0 situation. Like you never know what's gonna happen. You
Right.
try to play it out, see if it goes your way.
Objective
And
rivals,
Objective
okay.
Rivals. All right. All
Yeah,
right.
I think it's a matter of just being one of those shooters that they're not confident.
Right,
you know?
right. Yeah, they're not like super duper confident in. So it's
Yeah.
like, okay, how are we gonna play this? Do
Yeah.
we have the synergy? The answer's
Mhm.
no. Let's move on. But
Yeah.
even with that, I don't know. Maybe kind of playing the time like opposite in your favor. Like, okay, you know you're not gonna win, and you might not win this entire game. Do you really want to make it quick,
Oh,
or do
that's
you want to play a
true.
game that's gonna
Yeah.
burn some of the clock? That way, it'll just kind of be
Yeah.
over with faster.
You bring up a really good point. I think Rainbow Six can take up a lot of time because you have setup,
Yeah.
and not just like setup in terms of getting the game started, but you also have like the actual rounds themselves. There's minutes that pass in just the prep phase for Rainbow Six Siege, and then you've got the rest of the round as well. So
Right.
that probably is exactly what they were thinking.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, they've got quite a road ahead of them in order to tie this thing up and kind of move forward. Now, something to note: Paladins, now that halftime has occurred, both teams only have 2 timeouts. It's something sometimes we don't necessarily mention, but after halftime, both teams only have 2 timeouts.
Right.
And if they end up spending both of those timeouts, there can be situations throughout later on in the evening where teams are forced to forfeit games because they haven't set them up correctly. So sometimes that can sort of lend itself towards a couple of free wins, if you will. Ghosts need some of that moving forward.
It's a shame, man. You see it happen all the time with some of these teams, man. It's like they kind of forget how to set games up, and they forget that there's an actual timer there where they have to call a timeout, and you just see it. A team almost going to like 0 timeouts with 1 hour and 30 minutes left. It's like now you have to set up every game, right? Now you don't have a choice, or you are going to be forfeit. And I'd rather call the timeout than have a timeout force, because at least you get an extra minute and you can kind of reconsolidate, get yourself together, and kind of get things going, man. And I would hate to see that happen for the Ghosts right here.
Yeah, and there's a little bit more that goes into it than you guys at home might think. So it's not just about getting the actual game set up and getting the launcher and everything on these SurfThing PCs, going. It's also about getting your specific lineup organized and submitted to management here in the UEL so that you guys have the overlay. You know who's coming up next, who's on deck, who's in at the moment, who's been eliminated, and what have you. They've got to get all of that information to the organizers here, and sometimes they just don't do it in time. Nonetheless, both teams still have a few forfeits left. We still got some timeouts. Who do you think, Objective Rivals is benefiting more in this matchup between Paladins and Ghosts? I'm not as familiar with this game, but, regardless, it's very fun to watch.
Oh, with the racers, man, like I always gotta say, Wonku's gonna do really well, but it looks like she's not gonna be in this game this time around. It's gonna be Paku and Pop. But by the looks of it, I know Magnuson plays this game. I know he has a couple tracks. I know he has some things that he wants to get out there so he can pop off and say, yeah, I play Ejected Rivals.
Yeah.
But it really just comes down to who has setup here. It's gonna be Paladin side, or is it gonna be the Ghost side as the who's able to actually get the game going and set up. So to have the advantage on that pick.
Yeah, Magna's been playing really, really well today, not just within shooters, but just, I guess, as I know he's in a tier 4 position right now, but I think he stands out to me as the player that I probably have noticed the most, not necessarily because he's been the loudest, per se, but he's just played exceptionally. That may be a result of those so many shooters being selected throughout the evening.
Yeah, it definitely makes him look really good, man. He's able to show off his core skill, which is that shooter ability, so I'm really, really proud of him this kind of game, but I'm so disappointed in the Ghosts right now. I mean, maybe something could turn around. Maybe they can get a win here, steal something, kind of build up some momentum, and put a few more points up on the board. So I would love to see it. Next game is actually going to be Forza Motorsports. So
all right, here we go.
Starting. All right, here we go. Next game is going to be Forza. Like
so 2 racers in a row is interesting. Now, is either one of these teams more experienced within racers?
Definitely the Paladins as a collective group, I would say, is a bit more experienced right
Understood.
now. We have, I think this is Mad Genius actually trying to come down here. I don't know if he's understanding this track at all, but whoever comes in first place is going to be the overall victor for their respective sides. So let's see who makes it here.
Yeah, and your guys are sitting at home, you're going to notice all sorts of things like that. Like when we say like ejected rivals, right? There's very often where the actual drivers of these vehicles get ejected from them, and then you have to utilize sort of like in-game mechanics in order to maintain your trajectory, get back on track, go through certain rings and what have you before, you know, oh my goodness gracious, right there, Paku sort of getting off track a little bit. But yeah, there's all sorts of little things that you have to do to sort of like maintain your position within these races. Oh, solid play right there by Paku, though, to eject from his car and then get back right onto the track. That's a part of those things that sort of makes this game different from, say, a simulator or even some of the arcade racers that you see, like, you know, Wreckfest and what have you within the UEL library of content.
There's a lot to be said about what this game truly is.
Oh, wow.
And they go, ooh, oh no, we just got away from that cam, man. That was a nice little jump.
Yeah, that was a nice jump. I was looking forward to seeing that.
All right, but here we go. Right back into it. We're looking at 4th place right here, which is actually, looks like, again, it's going to be that Pops. That's Pop's name right there.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, that's interesting.
All right, kind of making his way around.
Mm-hmm. And he's really, you know, he's not necessarily in the best position, but he's trying to catch up as best as he can. Don't necessarily see anybody in front of him, but it's also just, this is one of those situations where if you're not as experienced on this game, goodness gracious.
It's that unfamiliarity.
Gotta eject.
It's that unfamiliarity.
Yeah, the unfamiliarity, like, sort of concept that we talked about, guys, right? You got to be able to eject from your car to start getting to that next phase, start going through these loops, if you will.
Oh, yeah.
You know, just getting a little bit more energy every loop you go through, right? In order to maintain, you know, these jetpacks, these wings, and what have you that you see within the game.
Beautiful gameplay right here. Just coasting right
Wow,
through. Probably gonna
Magna
make it
just
right to
playing
the end.
super comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had mentioned it sort of at the top. You know, he feels good. You saw the trajectory of his jump right there, and he's feeling good.
That's good stuff. That's a win right there again for the Pals.
Easy
man.
peasy.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Being able to take first right there again. You win it for your respective team. Really good showing right there from Magna Sam.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Did it in under 2.5 minutes.
That's all it takes, man.
Yeah.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, and that's one of those games that can go by fast, right? Lethal League Blaze, that can go by like that. You know, given the map, 2 minutes later, they've got another win in the books.
Yeah, man, that was excellent. That was an excellent showing. So again, I am a fan of at this point, right? We're down by so much, right? Let's play every game. I mean, we're down by what is it going to be 10 games now?
Yeah,
So if we
they're
play
down by
every game-
10 games, but you know, the fact that they put Pop in and he wasn't as experienced on that game, they have the rest of their roster to work with. Yeah,
Yeah, they have the rest of their roster to work with. I mean, really, I think what the Ghosts need right now is a sports game. They need to get 2K. They need to get NCAA. They need to get FIFA. They need to get one of those sports games that is more on the traditional side.
Yeah.
They could probably help them out as far as like getting some wins up on the board.
Right.
And then maybe a CTR here or there. That'd be a really big push for them. But the caveat to that is like Wonku has to be in.
that's true.
Has to
But
be in.
Forza is pretty like straightforward. I would say there's not as many variables, I would say, is probably Formula One. And Forza, the name of the game is going to be driving clean, right? So within Forza, it's more simulation than some of the other games that we have within our category. Not quite as simulation as I would say Formula One, but very much within that direction. And what that means is you're going to see these players driving somewhat realistically, right? Taking turns a little bit slower than usual. But when I say that they've got to drive clean, if you go off track, if you bump into your opponent, if you don't drive clean, you're going to get a time penalty that is allocated to your username. And then by the end of the track, whenever you finish, that additional time will be added onto your time, will play against you, and may result in your opponents actually taking the win.
Yeah, it's a nice game, right? It's a nice game. It's one of those ones where, as you saw in Ejected Rivals, it doesn't really matter so much team play. Whoever comes in first is the one that wins for their respective team.
Yeah.
This one is where you could come in first, but your entire team could still, lose it all because it's all about penalties. It's all about, if you DNF'd on accident, if you were in the pit too long or something like that and just end up in a low placing. So there's a lot more team play again, which I really do enjoy in the UEL. I really do enjoy the team play aspects of things. And this is one of those ones where it could go either way. It really depends on the track, the cars, all of that.
And all 5 of these players are going in for this. Formula One being a little bit different, it's a 1v1, but in Forza, all 5 of these players. You talked about some of the actual teamwork. Something that I've noticed that I'd like to see more of is when teams actually box out specific players, like on turns and what have you. So sometimes managing your position, you're not even necessarily trying to advance up the track as fast as possible. You sort of want to just make sure that opponents behind you don't necessarily get in front of you.
Right,
so
right.
there's a little bit of that you'll see throughout it, but depending on the course that's actually selected, you know, we may not see any of that. Right? There may be, you know, quite a distance between each and every different position throughout the race. We'll see if that happens. But we have seen, you know, some pretty popular courses within Forza that are regularly selected.
Yeah.
If you will.
Man, listen, I'll tell you what. Ghost don't win this game. I'm going to have to officially say it, man. Paladins smoking, man. They smoking these boys right now. They're smoking the Ghost pack. They got to get this next win, man. Got to get this next win.
Absolutely.
There it is. There it is.
Okay, they
NHL.
got a sports game. Yeah.
There it is. So NHL can be a bit of a shift right now in terms of the trajectory. But again, everything else has to still go well. Timeout calls,
right?
The FF calls. You can't spin a game like Tekken against the Paladins. You can't spin a game like Mortal Kombat could be up in the air. So.
Yeah, and some of the Paladins I don't think are as super experienced on Mortal Kombat as I would say probably Street Fighter and Tekken. I notice them sort of labbing that and playing it a lot more often. But you know, I would say they still have a good amount of experience, regardless of whatever fighter game that they do select. So you're absolutely right. Ghosts 100% need this win right now.
And this is a game that I like to just fire up and kind of just look at the car. You know, like I love seeing the shaders. This is one of the most well-built games I've seen in a long time. They've really made this an excellent game for people to play. Again, shout out to everybody at home right now. I know you guys are watching on your SurfThing PCs while you're drinking your slides.
Hey.
I really appreciate all of you guys for looking out and being a part of the UEL. You guys are showing that UEL spirit right now. This is it's a game that doesn't necessarily determine whether a playoff situation is going to happen. But
you make a good point. Yeah, I mean, they're both definitely fighting for the middle of the pack. They're, you know, definitely fighting to be respected, you know, by the rest of their conferences, if you will.
Yeah.
But the fact that both of them have a win is good, but Ghost definitely needed this. Paladins looking good, though, nonetheless. I mean, you're talking, you know, right now you're saying, I don't know if 2 and 4 is still pretty rough, but nonetheless, all of these players are, you know, fighting for a little bit of sort of prowess about them. So you mentioned branding, right?
Yeah.
You like, brand is the name of the game. They, you know, it's not necessarily all about yourself, because when they get drafted in future seasons and by future teams and what have you, they also want to make sure that they're really good team players.
Yeah.
And I would probably argue, to be honest with you, they're 1 and 4, but even during the games that the Paladins have been down and they've been struggling, I mean, we've seen them in games where they're down by almost double-digit wins, right?
Yeah.
But even in games that they're down, they keep sort of a level-headedness and positive mindset.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what has allowed them to start picking up a couple of these wins, because they are developing as a team. When we move into the next season and then seasons down the road of the UEL, these team owners want players on their team that can work well together, but they also notice that pattern of actually developing as the season goes on. People love that sort of thing. So I think Paladins, in my opinion, probably have sort of like, they're very well-rounded. There's a few things that they do need to work on. Shooters, they've gotten their practice in today, but against the best teams in the league, they definitely need to work on that some. But I just love their attitude. They seem to be a sense of camaraderie amongst all of them. They're very positive, very friendly towards each other, which I can't necessarily say is the case with all the teams in the league. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely can't hold that against them, and it looks like we're getting into it now. So red team is going to be the Ghost, blue team is going to be the Paladins.
Yeah. Yeah, we're looking at LA right here, sort of turning around this corner's got to be careful not to nick into the rest of these players, slowing it down. Now, the other thing just to note, right, you do want to get into the lead, right, because time is everything, right? You're racing to get the fastest time. But if you push into these corners a little too fast, right, because you are trying to advance in your positions, if you don't slow down enough, you are going to go flying off of this track. If you happen to be using a car that's maybe a Formula 1 model style car, the wheels are completely different on those those styles of cars. It's going to be much more difficult for you to get back on the pavement, to get back on the track as soon as you go off course. LA sort of picking just a well-rounded vehicle here.
Right.
And nonetheless, he's just playing smart.
Yeah,
he's playing clean.
This is definitely an aspect of what you just said, playing smart. He's picking a car that has great handling as well as great speed. And
wow, so that's actually, this is what we talked about, guys. That was actually a forfeit from the Paladins because they set the game up incorrectly.
Wow.
Those are some of those tech mistakes that may allow Ghost to get back into this fight.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. There.
So,
yeah,
there it
that's
is.
interesting.
There it is. Okay, so the smoking not as bad, not as bad. You know, we made ourselves, made the score a little bit better, 3-12 right now. It's not a bad look.
Mhm.
And like I said, a sports game is something that the Ghosts really, 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 really need right now. So
Yeah.
this being NHL, as far as the next game, it could go in their favor. You know,
Yeah.
Pop is a great player when it comes to NHL. Got to put in Wanku here, and then like the final verdict is just either are you going to play Punisher or are you going to play Pokey?
Yeah, well, we've seen some huge comebacks within the UEL, but this is an example of what I'm talking about, right? Once you've reached halftime, because you're limited on timeouts, there's a lot of problems that sort of happen as you advance throughout the night.
Yeah.
Picture this situation, if we will, because like I said, we've seen huge comebacks. It's 3-12. You can imagine a situation where Ghosts may be able to pick up at least 3 wins, right? So that would give them 6. If Paladins make another 3 mistakes, which is very possible, we've seen some really good teams just make not setting up the game correctly, accidentally attacking during a button check for fighting games, right? Not able to find their controller. I quite literally have seen players not able to find their controller after halftime, right? There's all sorts of things that can happen. They may be able to get sort of some of those free wins because of Paladin mistakes. That could happen 2 to 3 times. So you get 3 more wins, you're sitting at 6. Maybe 3 mistakes from Paladins, which is doable. You're sitting at 9 wins. Then what happens? It's a 9-12 situation. Now, you got to have a lot of luck on your side in order for that to happen. But the other thing to sort of focus on is the wheel itself, the destiny of the wheel. If they're able to get some solid games.
Wheel's got to be on their side.
Listen, we've got an hour and 42 in-game minutes left, right?
Yeah.
Hour and 42 minutes. It's very doable to pick up a handful of wins and then just a few tech mistakes by Paladins. You can do it. NHL right now is a solid game for Ghosts jumping into that sports category for them to initiate that comeback. They've got to do it right here, though.
They have to. They have to. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. They have to get a dub here because, I mean, it's just looking really bleak. Like you just said, we're talking about 9 wins. We're talking about 9 wins. You basically have to secure a solid 3 or 4 within this last 40 minutes and then about 5 in that last hour.
Well, I think what they should focus on is anytime you're trying to maintain a positive state of mind, whether it's in life or whether you're actually like competing in a competitive manner, like within, say you're playing a game of football, right? High school football, college football, something like that. Maybe you're in Pee Wee. Maybe you're playing flag football right now and you're watching, right? If you're down by a lot, you've got to be realistic and say, all right, listen, we need to shift the momentum. Let's just try to focus on getting a couple scores. If we can do that, then we can talk about actually winning this game. But let's be real. We've got to focus on just doing the fundamental things right.
To get a win.
That's why I mentioned them get 3 wins, 3 mistakes from Paladins. It's 9-12. That's close.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's close enough to maybe shift this thing into overtime. Now, we have 33 games on this UEL wheel, guys. What's the magic number? The magic number is 17.
That's right.
If you win 17 games, that's the majority of the wheel. The most your opponent can get is 16 at that point. Paladins have not reached that point. So until the fat lady sings, you've got to keep fighting. Okay? You've got to keep fighting. And I think Ghost has the opportunity at least to get at least a couple of free ones. But now they need to kick up that momentum. We've played a lot of fighters.
Yeah.
We've played a lot of shooters. What's left? You got strategy and you got a lot of sports games. I don't know if they necessarily excel in those, but maybe they excel in those more than the Paladins.
We have to see.
Right? I know some Paladins players that aren't necessarily too comfortable on sports games.
Yeah. I mean, we just have to see, man.
I don't want to put them on blast. I got to work.
I
got to work with them next week.
TLG is not the one. Strix, you are not the one. I'm sorry.
No.
Mad Genius, you might think you're the one, but you're not the one. You are not him, man. Listen, I'm sorry, brother. Sports games and them names don't go together.
Sports games and them names. I love that. Shout out to Sly, by the way. We're about to crack this thing open. If you are curious a little bit about Sly, this is non-carbonated drink, which I actually love. So it's non-carbonated and tons of vitamins to just keep you going. They got 3 different versions of it. I'm drinking the Boost right now to give us a little bit of energy. They've got ones that'll help you relax you, get you ready for sleep, put you in a good mood, all sorts of stuff. So give them a go. I'm going to open this right now.
Give them a try.
Yeah, man. This is their tropical flavor.
Ooh.
Oh, like I'm on vacation here in the arena. I love it.
That's good.
So, yeah, this next, jumping into what's going on right now?
I think they're doing a technical timeout right now.
Okay, so technical timeout.
What it looks like. Yeah, it looks like a technical timeout.
Okay.
Maybe something happened with controllers, or maybe the game didn't open up correctly, so they just kind of have to redo that.
And do we know who has setup right now?
Oh, I wish I knew. I really wish I knew, man. I really wish I knew because, I mean, this is one of those games where.
Well, I have to. Okay, so
necessarily matter.
Paladins didn't set up Forza correctly, so I believe Ghosts have set up. They
Yeah.
cannot afford. They cannot afford making any issues.
Yeah,
They can't
for
forfeit
sure,
any games.
for
Listen,
sure.
I'll say this right now: if they are forced, like if they forfeit a game, that's one thing. I think they play out.
Yeah.
I think they need the practice. I've mentioned it many a times. The best practice is when you're actually on the court in the game.
Yes.
I don't care what rules.
Yes.
You need to swallow your pride and start practicing these games. Okay.
100%,
So
100%.
don't forfeit any of these games because I mean they do only have a certain amount of time left.
Yeah.
Which is true.
That's.
But I want to
that's
see them
tough
play
thing.
these games and at least try, unless it's something that's a given, bro, like StarCraft or something like that. But
Yeah.
we don't have to worry about that.
I'm
That was
glad,
earlier
I'm
on.
glad they're skipping it.
Okay, so it
Game
sounds
Master's
like our
giving
Game
them an
Master is
extra
giving them an extra 2 minutes. We'll see how this thing unfolds. NHL, though, we've got NBA still on the wheel. NCAA still on the wheel.
Yes.
NCAA, though, is probably a game that I think, like, you may not necessarily be super experienced in sports games, but you've probably played Madden, right? Like, if you're living in the States, you've probably played Madden, at
Once
least
or
at your
twice
friend's
in your
house,
life.
something like
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that's a game that a lot of them, like, fundamentally sort of understand. So that one's a little different. But the rest of the sports games, especially like Roller Champions, listen, if you're not putting in the hours, if you're not labbing, you're going to get exposed. You're going to get exposed during this broadcast, especially if you're forced to go in, right? Like if you just played a 2v2 game, and so you only have 3 members of your roster that can play and say like a 3v3, right? Like, some of the sports games. If you're forced to play and then you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, it's a bad.
So listen, put in the hours, especially if you're sort of, I would say, I wouldn't necessarily describe them as off genres, but they are genres that are less popular, I would say, sort of in the public eye within pop culture and marketing and things like that. You don't necessarily see as many competitive, massive esports tournaments for sports games. I know Madden sort of had its time, but you're not, seeing arenas sell out to watch, the Roller Champions tournament or something along those lines. And that's one of the things I love so much about UEL is it's all about showcasing the most well-rounded gamers in the world. They have to be good at all of these categories, which I think also enables the viewers to sort of enjoy a plethora or wider library of games and not necessarily just play that game. Black Ops 6 just came out, right? There's going to be plenty of people out there that don't necessarily want to just play Black Ops 6, but all of their friends are playing it.
They
and
want to get on.
They think, all right, well, I guess if you guys are on, we'll jump on there. Nah, man, if you want to be an in-gamer, you play everything that you guys want to play, and that's what we excel at.
For sure, for sure. I mean, it just goes back to what we were talking about. Like, there was just the League of Legends Championship that happened yesterday, man.
Yeah.
Like, all of those League of Legends players, they are skilled at that one game, but, you will see that arena sell out. Not so much maybe like the Madden and the 2K guys. Like, we do have the 2K arena here at the Capital One Arena up by DC. Shout out to District E, by the way. But, for those games that are a little bit more on the niche side, like the Roller Champions and things like that, like you don't really see something too big, but that's why I love UEL, because before the NBA was made, there were different basketball leagues, but people played very differently.
Yep.
Some leagues you couldn't dribble before you shot. Some leagues you had to take the shot as soon as you got past the ball. Some leagues, basketball, you could literally dribble the ball, travel, dribble the ball again, travel some more.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until you had to have a combination of dribbling, passing, knowing how to shoot,
100%.
knowing how to, play defense correctly, the three-point line, all of these different things combined is what made the NBA, and that's why it works. And that's why when we see these different players, we celebrate them because we know they're so skilled in not just one category, but all those categories. Because there's plenty of people who watch the NBA and they see somebody miss a shot. They're like, oh, that guy airballed. I'm better than that guy.
Yep.
Try again. Like, no, you're not. Because I'm sure there's a lot of gamers that watch us who are like, oh my God, I can't believe they lost that game of NHL. And they're like, oh, I'm way better than that guy. Hey,
100%.
Come and prove us wrong. Come and
step into the arena. Absolutely. Oh, Final Stand Ragnarok. All right, now there we go. That's a strategy game that, could kind of go either way. I do think that sort of lends itself towards the Paladins, but we may see an upset depending on how much they've actually practiced. Who knows? We will see. Nonetheless, we're taking a look at NHL here. We'll get a word on who is playing here, who here in a moment. And I'll get that to you as fast as I can. Now, something just to note while we're watching NHL that's super important is positioning. one of the things that bothers me the most is when players advance up the ice in order to hopefully get a one-on-one with the actual goalie, to get that one-on-one against the goalie. Sometimes because you're advancing up the ice, you find yourself leaving your teammates behind, and then there's too much pressure that then gets applied onto the goalie. Now, something you're seeing here against Boston. So Boston's goalie right now has a lot of pressure around him, is losing a lot of stamina. Oh, we're going to have to take a look on who ended up getting that goal. Okay, looks like, let's see. So Ghosts are actually playing Tampa. Okay, so Ghosts are playing Tampa.
Ghosts are playing Tampa. That's interesting.
Okay. And Tampa Lightning is going to be in the blue jersey, so it looks like Paladins are in those white jerseys. And here we go. And we got Pop, Punisher, and Pokestar that are playing on the Ghost side of things. Now,
hold that.
Just remember, guys, that the actual goalie in this isn't necessarily user controlled. Which is different compared to, say, FIFA, right? Yeah. FIFA, you can accidentally actually swap onto the goalie, and we've seen many a times players not realize they're all on the goalie in FIFA, and they run out, and they get scored on, right?
Yeah.
You know, everything is a little bit more automated, I would say, here on NHL, right?
All you really have to do is just hold the puck, get to your boys, pass it around, and do your...
Ooh.
That was a good spin move.
Oh, my
Love that spin
goodness
move.
gracious.
Just imagine he got that goal off. That would have been nice. Oh, get the puck. Nicely done.
Oh, wow.
That was from the Ghost.
Now, was that just a regular puck? Let's take a look here. Something to note within a... Okay, that was just a standard puck. Something to note for the viewers at home. In the top left-hand corner of your screen underneath that scoreboard, you'll see what are called ice pucks and money pucks.
Yep.
Money pucks, if you score a goal, you get an additional point. If you score an ice puck, you actually steal points away from your opponent. So think about that as we advance throughout the rest of this. 40 seconds left within this period.
Yep. That was a good pass down to the corner. Ooh, that was a nice hit.
Yep.
Almost got it in.
Mm-hmm. Now, both of these goalies actually seem to have, like, relatively, like, full stamina.
Yes.
But as the players continue to collapse around the goalies, it puts more pressure on the goalies, and their stamina becomes gradually reduced. The reason that's important is because later on in the game, if they don't have a lot of stamina and they go for some type of block, they don't recover as fast. Solid play, though.
Good shot by the Ghost.
Yep.
Who was that by? That was by Pop. Good job,
going
Pop.
for another spin move. But
getting knocked down on the floor, though.
See, now this is a situation where Paladins had one of their players advance up the ice too early. That could have resulted in a really bad situation where they would have been in a 3v2 because they were overzealous with sort of pushing the offensive there. Nonetheless, both of these teams relatively balanced as we go into the second period.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad from either one. They seem to both be relatively experienced. You can tell by sort of the spin moves that they're doing. Just sort of, I would say, ice management in terms of their positioning. It's not too bad. Something I'd like to see a little bit more of, potentially, is assisted shots on the goal just like that. Ghosts are doing it a little bit more, I would say, than Paladins. So assisted shots on goal is going to be key. Don't be a puck hog, if you will. Make sure that you're passing to your teammates. Allow them to sort of get into that position. Oh, wow! Goes for the pass out and gets chopped. Oh, who is this on these pokes right now?
Oh, my God.
This is Mad Genius.
That was super crazy.
Mad
Let's go,
Genius
Mad
playing
Genius.
out of his mind, no pun intended.
The goalie is now at 20 to 30%.
I'm going to call him Mad Scientist here in a second with the way that he's experimenting with the ghosts.
Wow.
This is insane. He is a one-man wrecking machine if he gets this
Come on, Mad Genius.
If he gets this there's no way. No! Don't do it to him! He's going to have children one day.
He's at 0%. The goalie is now at 0%. Is Mad Genius going to pull this off?
If he pulls this puck off.
Pass it to him.
Oh, my
gosh! Wow, good
Mad
pass
Genius
to the
plays
teammate.
NHL.
That was definitely something to see. Mad Genius is definitely doing something for his team at the moment.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Pass it to teammate.
Wow.
Try to get the hit.
No. Mad Genius coming back up the ice again. They need to get out.
It didn't work out in their favor.
They need to get the pressure away from the goalie.
They got to get that back.
Yeah, their goalie is absolutely exhausted.
Pass it. Ooh.
That's true. This ice puck is active. So the top left-hand corner of your screen, guys, the ice puck is active. Assisted shot. Gets blocked.
If the
Mad Genius going for it again. He can't quite get it. Something to note, guys, they actually, and this is something Mad Genius is doing a lot of, is going for a lot of poke checks, which is different from a shoulder check because you're not throwing your body into your opponent. So by going through for a poke check, you can actually maintain your momentum and speed on the ice. That's why he's able to maneuver around them in a quick fashion and continue getting shots on goal, but we have an accidental pause right now. Oh, no, someone is going to cry themselves to sleep tonight because they accidentally paused the game. Let's find out what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough.
When we get back into the game, I would like to talk about a nice little strategy that it works out really well when the enemy team have the pucks in their hand.
Okay.
What I would do is the bumpers, you press both bumpers, you can slide on the floor in front of them.
Yes.
And you can take it out of their control.
Okay.
And you can take it back in your possession and then try to attempt to get a free goal out of it.
Yes. And then, so another thing to note would be the fact that Ghosts weren't necessarily trying to aid in the blocking for their goalie, because the same way that you can sort of slide on the ice, you can go for attempted blocks in order to aid your goalie and alleviate some of that pressure that the goalie is feeling. They're not doing a lot of that. They're just out of position while Mad Genius is just steals the puck again.
Get it back. That was a good take back. Pass it
Oh,
up.
boy, here it comes
good
again.
Pass up. Pass it back. Ooh,
Assist.
no pass.
Ooh, shots on
almost
goal.
Good hit. That was a really nice shot.
Oh, nice little steal. Nice little steal.
Good
Now they need to
steal.
separate. Here we go.
Pass it up. Nice. Go to the left. Not to the left. Come on. Goalie has it back in the favor.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised he
Pass it
actually
up.
passed it out. He has a 1v2 right now.
Ooh, good slide, but no, not well enough. He tried looking for his teammate around.
The Ghosts have to work on sort of
Pass it to right.
splitting their
Ooh.
defense.
That was a really nice shot from, who was that, Mad Genius, I think? Or
Yeah. Well, the Ghosts need to split their defense a little bit, especially even on offense. A lot of them are sort of collapsing around each other, and you'll notice 3 players on the same side of the ice. They've got to start getting better positioning in order to help. Right now, he could have passed that up. Oh, almost actually got
they
that.
need to start having one at the top of the key.
There we go.
And
Here
to
we
the left
go.
to the right of the goalie. That's what they need to start
Honestly,
doing.
weirdly enough, Paladins were in terrible position. I'm surprised they didn't capitalize. It
That was
doesn't
such
matter.
a good shot.
Was that
from?
Genius? Was that Mad Genius?
If that was Mad Genius, he might be the GOAT at NHL now.
He might be.
Oh,
the
my
Mad
jeez.
Doctor, if you will, with how surgical
Taking the
he's
point away
getting
from the
on the
Ghost.
ice.
Pass
Oh, here
it
we
up.
go. He's got a wall. Why would he shoot it? Oh, never mind. He shot it because of the last
only
seconds.
time. But that is going to be a win from the Paladins. That's a good win to shut it down. They are now going up 13-3 at the moment.
Yeah, that was really, really surprising. I was expecting Ghosts to sort of, they want to steal the momentum back, right?
Yes.
They're down by quite a lot of wins, and they wanted to sort of shift that momentum. We had sort of talked about a few times that Paladins weren't necessarily as well-rounded within the sports category. We know a couple of players on their team that aren't super comfortable within sports. I want to see Mad Genius. I want to see Mad Genius play all of the sports games.
Oh, yes, 100%.
I want to see
know
all
Mad
of the
Genius
sports
is
games.
really good at a lot of sports games. He is really good at 2K, for example, NHL now, which I didn't even know about. But he is really top of the key. He was doing the shots off for his team, which was really well.
Yep.
He was passing it around, playing really good team sportsmanship. I just want to see more of that in these other sports games that are coming up sooner or later.
Yeah, and we're getting ready, it's not necessarily a sports game, but I actually think our next game that we're going into, which is Final Stand Ragnarok, I actually think plays more into Paladins' hands than I would say Ghosts. I know a few players on their team that are really, really experienced within that game that know some of those sort of like cheeky mechanics and cheeky strategies within it.
Yes,
so
they do.
It's going to be really difficult for Ghosts to sort of steal back that momentum. Nonetheless, they're getting super close to that magic number of 17 that we talked about.
Yes.
Which is, once you get to 17, it's pretty much game over for the rest of the night because the most wins that your opponent can get is 16 at that point.
Yeah.
So,
which sucks for the Ghosts. It's just really not well for them. I mean, the Paladins are a really good team. I know you see they are 1-4, but they are really well at playing their strategies. They're really good at every single game. Like Rainbow Six Siege. Did they play Rainbow Six Siege?
No, there's a forfeit.
And
that was a forfeit from Ghost, I believe. Just, I think as a result of the shooters throughout tonight have really played into Paladins' hands. Not because they're like a really well-rounded shooter team, but just
they
I think
just have the great strategy in their hands.
Yeah, and it just, I think it's just, honestly, it's just inexperience from the Ghost side with regards to shooters. And that's all it is. I mean, there's certain things within every game that we've watched them play in that visually you can see a level of inexperience. On Fortnite, they're not gaining the high ground. They're not building very well. Things along those lines. Within Halo, not swapping to the sidekick pistol or finding any of the battle rifles or anything like that on the actual map in order to maintain sort of that TTK from range. We're not seeing any of that those things with shooters.
Ooh,
now, okay, Tekken.
Wow.
Both
Tekken
of these
for the
teams.
next game.
Yeah, both of these teams are really good at fighting games. So this is a little bit of a toss-up, but I think Paladins.
I think it would be more in Paladins' favor because they have more fighting game players on the team.
100%.
Paku is really nice at Tekken 8 as well.
Yep.
I think he plays the King.
Yep, but I do know, I heard this when I walked into the arena today. TLG has actually been practicing Tekken a lot.
Yes, he has.
So the fact that, they're already super well-rounded, and now TLG is like, listen, he loves fighting games. I had mentioned at the top of the hour that I read his bio a little bit on the website, and he sort of found
First
his
game was Super Smash
yes,
Brothers.
exactly.
I heard. Yeah.
I'm like, okay, if Smash is the way you're getting into it, I'm feeling that. So the fact that that's funny. So yeah, but the fact that he's continuing to sort of broaden his horizons within the fighting game genre is really impressive, and just goes to show how passionate a lot of these players are, just within the UEL.
We are now getting into Final Stage Ragnarok. It is going to be a really good match where, from what we're seeing, they're not knocking down the door with their arrows.
Now, this is the maze level, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, so this game's a little bit different than the rest of the games in our portfolio that you guys maybe have seen throughout the rest of the night. This isn't going to be a PvP experience. This is PvE, okay?
Yeah.
So there's going to be a lot of waves of NPCs on the field, and something an easy comparison that I'd like to throw out, because I heard this, I think it was by Jekyll when I was commentating with him. Correct me if I'm wrong if you're out there. But he compared this to Call of Duty Zombies, right? You're going to spawn in, and you're going to have waves of enemies that are coming at you. That's something relatable to a lot of our viewers that are watching. Your goal is to take out as many of these ads as you can in order to rack up score. Now, obviously, you have different characters within the game that have different toolkits, right? You have ranged characters, close range. They have all sorts of different abilities, flaming swords, and all sorts of stuff. But nonetheless, your goal is to take out as many of these ads while maintaining a kill combo. So, if you're able to get multiple kills within a time period of one another, you're able to stack a combo string together upon your kills, and it racks up bonus score, essentially.
Yep, and you get a bigger streak. You get a bigger time. Oh, we got the strategy going off now.
Oh, wow.
They're
so
doing the revive strat.
Yeah, so this is a revive
noticing.
strat.
They're both getting each other low at first, so then once the Strix goes down, all Magnusim has to do is just step on the spike twice, and he can get revived once again.
Yeah, 100%.
We are now on TLG fighting off the zombies, the spider webs.
Yeah, two completely different styles of action going on here.
There's a lot of going on over here.
Yeah, and shout out to SurfThing PCs who is able to run and handle all of the ads on this screen at the exact same time. Nonetheless, TLG goes down in a fashion that I don't
LA's
think
getting
he
up
wanted.
TLG. That's going to be an extra 1,000 points right there.
It's an extra 1,000 points, but I don't think he wanted to go down.
I don't think so either. I don't think it was a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. Nonetheless, they're going to try to maintain a kill combo as much as possible. Now, here's something interesting to note. There's also, you just mentioned the revive strategy. There's also strategy involved with finding your opponent and stealing kills from them. So you're not necessarily worried about getting the most kills as much as you are just trying to simply steal kills from your opponent. Because they're not fighting each other. Like I said, this isn't PvP, but you can see each other on the stage within these maps, and that's what you'll see maybe later on.
Yeah, I know you brought up Jekyll would bring this game towards Call of Duty.
Yeah,
like Zombies.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really contend it as Call of Duty Zombies. I would say it would be the modernized, not all the old and glory.
Oh no! no!
I would contend it as
traditional zombies, though.
Cold War, BO6.
Yeah.
You know, the new ones, new and old ones that recently came out.
Although Black Ops 6 Zombies low-key fire.
Yes, it very much is. Love it.
Yep. Yeah, 100% no. Nonetheless, there are going to be, as they advance throughout this actual match, another thing you're going to notice is going to be different levels of NPC opponents that they're trying to take out. So as the game starts, it's a lot of easier kills. You're getting kills in a relatively fast manner, but then there's boss fights that occur and much more difficult elite enemies, if you will,
and
you're
you're
sort of
basically
seeing
going
right now.
through one as well with the X-Ax and the Broad Mothers.
Yes,
you have to
100%.
go through that. You have to take them. If you're free enough to, you can easily take it from the enemy team so you can get the points and your team could potentially win it.
Yep, 100%. Another thing to note is the buffs that actually fall down within the buffs that you can actually get within this game, and you'll notice them in the bottom right-hand corner of each of the user interfaces as we swap between players. These buffs can be anything from damage output, they can be health, they can be speed, attack speed, and so forth. But nonetheless, getting those buffs can sometimes make the difference between being able to wipe these NPCs or these ads in a relatively fast manner, or maybe being less effective.
Yeah, and with this map as well, you have to be careful about poison traps, as Punisher just stepped on a poisonous trap right here, right now.
Yeah.
It's only going to do a few amount of damage, but it's still going to be enough. But you can still get knocked just in case if you get caught in that. But they also have spikes on this map too.
Yeah, and you can see the kill combo on the left side of your screen where it says 48 kills. Unfortunately, he just dropped that combo. But then there's also going to be a progress bar over there. Just something, you know, just to note, pay attention to as they begin to rack up these big kill combos moving on later into the match.
And as you can see at the top right too, you can see the kill counter. He has 170 kills, which is nice and acceptable.
Yep. And here we go. So that combo string is on the left side. He's at 15 kills, and there's a little bit of a progression meter. As long as that progression meter doesn't run out, he's able to maintain his momentum. There's a couple of these elite sort of enemies, if you will, that they'll gradually sort of melt down. And when you see the enemies that are on fire, think of that as a dot, a damage over time that is applied from the archer, if you will. Adds a bit of a flame effect and sort of kills them off little by little.
Yeah, the archer name is Aurelia, I think it is.
All right.
Or Aurella. I don't know, but she is a really good choice of mine. I choose her because I think I like the arrow aspect.
Right. Now, this room specifically, is this a relatively simple room, would you say?
I would say it would be a mixture.
Okay.
If you get trapped up against a corner by the zombies, I would say you're dead at that point.
Okay. All right.
It would be really difficult for you to get out unless you have your 3 ability as Aurelia, which stuns the zombies completely.
Right.
And you can use your 2 bind, which throws around flame AoE damage around you. And then you could combine that with your 1, which kills them all completely.
Yeah.
That's how you would mainly get out that corner.
Yeah, so sometimes positioning can be like very, very important as they push into these separate rooms because you don't want to get trapped by the enemies. I mean, who was it that we saw actually get down by accident?
TLG.
Yeah, TLG got caught lacking.
Yep.
Yep.
And if I was the Paladins, I would be worried about Pokestar because Pokestar is about to go down at the moment.
And here's the Soul Reaper.
Take it.
Yeah, here's the Soul Reaper boss fight right here. Again, I just talked about the gradually, continually, these boss fights get more and more difficult as they advance. You can imagine both teams trying to get to the boss fights as fast as possible, and then they're also just trying to melt the bosses as fast as possible. So you got to be able to manage your utility, manage all of your abilities, your cooldowns in an effective manner to take out these bosses as quickly as possible. That's what makes this so unique. It's not, like I said, it's not a PvP experience. It's who can eliminate these ads, these NPCs, this PvE experience as fast as possible. So you got to know the game. You got to know how it operates.
See at the bottom right, you see the Q&E. Those are special abilities you can pick up after killing a ad. Like a big monster, whatever. You get those by picking up treasure chests too. Those can help out really well. You can get damage buffs, you can get health, you can get armor, you can get anything.
Yeah, and we did just hear that there's actually 1 minute left for them to rack up as many points as possible. Now, what's going to happen at the end of 1 minute, guys, is you're going to see all of the players take their hands off of the controller because they can't continue to attack ads. If they decide to attack some ads after the time has run out, they're going to be in big trouble by the game master here at the UEL. Nonetheless, there is some cheeky sort of rules that the sort of bend, if you will. Sometimes you'll see players drop down an AoE effect or some type of dot effect, a damage over time, right before the time runs out, so that as they take their hands off their controller,
it's a revive. You're missing one more though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He is getting revive points.
Wow.
Yeah, they're getting revive points while also getting a few kills here and there. We'll see if they can actually eliminate the Soul Reaper in the amount of time.
Before the time goes out.
Yep.
And time is about to go out.
2, 1, and that's going to do it.
Wow.
Soul Reaper is gone. Now, like I said, there is sometimes, guys, they're taking their hands off the controller, where as the time runs out, they'll drop an AoE effect on the ground so that they're actually doing damage to ads after the time is over. But technically, they're not breaking any rules, so it is interesting. Now, what they're going to do here is basically run to just SD, which is self-destruct. They're going to try to end the game as fast as possible while also not grabbing any more points in order to bring up the scoreboard so we can count up and tally who actually has won this matchup.
Yep, they would be trying to go to the spikes or poisonous traps to step on those to get knocked down quicker.
Yep, and here they
That
go.
would be the easiest way. Do not hit that door because it could result into some points. Oh, they want them to hit the door, is what I'm hearing. So I guess they want them to get down by the enemies right here. They don't want them to attack.
You make a really good point. Like, I was going to say.
They want them to stop, and they put their hands off the controllers or keyboard or mouse.
It would be interesting to find out whether or not destroying doors actually does give you points.
I think it will, but that would be up to the decision of the game master.
Yeah.
The game master would have to make that call if they want you to destroy that door, just so you guys can get to the next arena and get down by those zombies.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Do you have any predictions as to who's going to take this? We're going to tally up these points here in a second for those of you watching at home.
So from what I've seen, Wk10 has done really good choice. She has picked up 3 of the enemy teams, especially one of her teammates, and they have gotten exceptionally well amount of points. As you see, Wk10 has 495
I was going to
kills.
say almost 500 kills from Wk10 right now.
I think this game would go into the Ghost favor.
That
but
would be
who knows?
interesting.
Anything can happen.
Yeah, they need to grab this win so they can stay with under that double-digit loss ratio, if you will.
Yep.
They get this, they're only 9 wins down.
All right, let's see who has the most points. Wk10 with the highest score. Nicely done.
Nice. Taking a look at my man 300 there in the bottom right-hand corner.
Wk10 with 11,000 points while her team. Punisher with 3,000. Paku with 4. Pokestar with 5,000 while LA with 8. Madness Sam has 8. TOG has 7. And Strix with 5.
300 trying to do some math right now. Trying, I should say.
Ooh, I think it's going to be hard, but I think this game goes into the Paladins' favor by just a few smidge amount of points. Yes, because even if Wk10 has that 11,000 points, it's still going to be difficult because Punisher is in last place. Paku down in there. Pokestar as well. It's just going to be really difficult. And that was a Paladins win. Wow.
Wow, Paladins win by 25,000? Okay, Paladins win by 25,000.
Wow.
So now they're 11 wins into the lead.
Okay.
Not looking good right now for Ghost. That was a game that I felt like they really needed.
And now we are going into Tekken 8, one of the Paladins specialty fighters.
It's
It's
hard,
going to be a
man.
hard one, but
Because NHL was one of those games that you were like, okay, maybe. Final Stand Ragnarok, you're thinking, maybe. And now you're going into Tekken. I don't know.
Yes, but
Paladins are real comfortable within fighting games.
Yeah. He came into a tournament one time, and he did exceptionally really well. He got into the second day of it. I was very surprised by him. I was like, wow, good job.
Okay.
Paku really well with this king strategy. He knows how to utilize the grabs. People don't know really how to tech the grabs.
Yeah.
All you have to do is rolling Death Chamber. People don't know really how to grab it.
Well, he's definitely a really good fighting game player. We've seen him a few times throughout the day, and King is one of those players. So Tekken being a 3D stage fighter, although they do have weapons, most of what you're going to see within Tekken is very hand-to-hand combat, kicks, fists, and what have you, which sort of highlights the fact that a lot of the hitboxes within Tekken aren't necessarily as big as we see in some of the anime fighters and what have you, so you need to utilize that close-range combat. King is a character that utilizes grabs, and if you're really, really good with King, I think he's amongst the higher-tier characters that we see being used here at UEL. That may make the difference. I mean, but Paku's really got to shine with King if he's going to, take down the Paladins.
One of the highest tier characters in the UEL would be Eddie Gordo.
Oh, yeah.
Eddie Gordo is one of the characters all you have to do is mash 3 and you can basically take anyone out. As long as they know, if they don't know the strategy, it would be difficult for them to beat you. If they have another strategy against you, just like with Law, martial law, all he has to do is 3 + 4 into 4, and you get to do running kicks at them.
Yep.
All you have to do is just duck it.
Yep.
And we are now getting into Tekken 8 with the martial law, like I was just talking about.
Mentioned it.
Against the Shaheen. Wow. Next game up is Apex Legends.
Apex Legends, another shooter. That's not looking good for Ghost because they've been struggling there. Shaheen.
Wow, such a... Ooh, that was a punishable move he just did.
We'll give you guys more information as to who is on player 1 and who is on player 2. But nonetheless...
That was a good heat smash. Oh, Bower Crush in.
Yeah, just maintaining like basically combo strings at will. Now there was a low strike within that combo string that sort of caught him a little bit. Nonetheless, able to bring it back some and even out these health pools. It's about 20% health to about 40 or so. Nonetheless, just a simple jab. Solid. Who's player one? Okay, so Ghosts are actually player one on Law. Paladins going to be player two on Shaheen. This is a close matchup. Wow!
Nice.
Wow,
stuff.
Ghosts end up taking this first.
Get him
This
out
first
here.
fight. You got to love that.
Let's go. Let's go Punisher doing his thing. A good first round by the Law right there. I like what I see. I like what I see.
Maybe seeing a shift of momentum, if you will. That feels good. That's got to feel good.
Oh, 100%.
After a few losses in a row like that.
100%. Like I said, Tekken is always a pride game. You just want to win Tekken because it just feels good to win Tekken. It doesn't matter
100%.
who's up on the board. If I lose this entire UEL game, if I win Tekken, I won the game.
Yeah,
don't
I feel
care.
that.
I won the game.
Especially knowing both teams are such big fans of fighting games.
Exactly. There's a lot of pride on this line. I say this game, 2K, those are real pride games. Those are true,
Yeah.
like, we actually won the game.
Yeah.
All right, get
wow.
right into it. Sam with the Alyssa.
Ooh.
Good pressure. Not. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That power clutch just whiffed due to that interaction. All right, trying to go right into
Oh,
heat.
wow.
Smart. Oh, no. No way. He's doing auto combos on him?
Yep.
No way. Okay, wait. Sam and Sam gets him out of here. Nice round by Sam. This is kind of crazy. I wasn't expecting the Ghost to actually play this one, but
Okay,
it
Magna?
looks like they're going for it.
Okay, Magna?
All right. Okay, let's go Magna Sam. Let's go.
Yeah, and Magna's been feeling good pretty much all day today, man.
Yeah.
He's been loud. He's been emotional. He's been animated, if you will. To have a dominant performance like that has got to feel good.
Oh, 100%, 100%. And getting right into it is Pokestar. So Pokestar opting to pick Nina here. Great choice, great choice. I like what I see. So I'm super excited to see how this is going to play out. Pokestar's been telling me a lot about the Nina work, so let's get into it. Let's get into it.
Yeah, I don't know if, it's going to be interesting. Magna's been utilizing his footsies game, utilizing that distance, managing that distance, sort of those dive-ins, if you will, with Alyssa. He's been really effective during the last matchup. Let's see if he's able to do that here.
All right, let's see. Oh, wait.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
here we
gotta
go.
duck that. Nice.
Wow.
Okay, guys, catch. Nice catch. All right. Ooh, gets lifted up.
Yeah, you see what I mean? His level of pressure with his jump-ins and what have you is just exceptional. Okay, leads with a low, but ends up getting blocked.
Ooh,
nice.
launch.
Staggered inputs to maintain the juggle. I like this.
Oh, no. On the second hit, comes down and gets hit by that combo. All right. What's going to happen? Got to take a turn back. Nice.
Oh, man.
How about that punish?
Yeah.
Good. Good jabs. Oh, good break on the grab. Oh, but another hop kick coming at it.
This is tough. Pokestar's got to be able to just output
duck.
combo
Duck.
damage.
Oh,
Oh, my goodness.
Duck the whole time.
I think that was a so Pokestar actually punished when Magna had whiffed, one of his attacks, and he was in his recovery frames when Pokestar actually connected. But he only landed 2 hits, and he wasn't able to maintain a full combo. Maybe it was a misinput, but maybe it's just a lack of knowledge with regards to the game. Who knows?
Oh, man, it was a big disappointment to kind of see that happen. Pokestar, one of the better players, and okay, we got Wonku on harangue. Got to make something happen with these kicks, man. Got to see it happen. There's got to be a bit more usage of heat from both sides as well. I need to see it a little bit more in order for this to be like a real game, and I wonder if the actual controller setup issue is going to come up too. So that's like a big part of Wonku's game plan. It's picking up controls. All right, there it is. All right, let's see. Better not drop a combo either, Wonku. Okay. All right. Gonna restore the default. Default is already set up.
Okay.
Let's see if it goes on. Okay, R1, R2. Yep. Yep.
Wow.
Okay. All right. All right. She remembers.
Okay. All right, let's see what happens.
Let's get it.
All right, we got Wonku versus Magna on your screen.
All right, come on,
Magna
Wonku.
on the right side of your screen, Wonku on the left side of your screen for those of you watching.
Yep. Just keep kicking. Just keep kicking.
Yeah,
Just keep
those
kicking.
jump-ins are great.
Keep kicking.
Wonku's got to punish, though, after that
Gotta kick
jump-in.
that.
Oh, my
gotta duck
gosh.
Okay, nice,
that
nice,
does
nice.
so much
Nice.
damage.
Oh,
my
gotta
God.
duck.
The strongest zoning tool that I've seen in
and
a
that's
while.
it.
That whole round was 3 missiles and a kick.
no.
That's all that was. Wow.
Oh,
That's impressive.
no.
Magna sort of feeling out his opponents and able to capitalize on their disfortune, if you will.
Oh, my goodness, man. My goodness
Magna's
gracious.
cleaning house.
All right, here we go. Here's the Eddie pick. All right, let's go, Pop. Let's go, Pop. All right, make sure you go to the right.
Now
stage,
you had
Pop.
just talked up Pop. No, I believe that was Kittens that was talking up Pop. So here he is.
All right.
Let's see if he can perform.
Let's go, Pop. I need nothing.
Oh, we got
but
Eddie coming
one.
out?
Three,
All right, so Pop is playing Eddie. Something to note here for anybody watching from home, Eddie covers a lot of ground very quickly. He also can initiate with some low strikes that may throw off his opponent.
There you go.
There we go. Nice. Nice.
Gets the bar up. Yeah. There you go. Good pressure, Pop.
The aggression.
Yes. It's all right.
The aggression. Now, if he does land a combo string, he sort of has Magna in the corner a little bit here. Very good.
Let's go, Pop.
Trying to maintain that juggle with the wall bounce. Not going to get it, though. Magna sort of getting out of dodge.
Oh, my God. There it is. Come on. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
Yep.
Let's go, Pop.
Did he just duck a high?
There it is.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, Pop is actually popping off on the floor of the arena. Take a look at the top right-hand corner of your screen. Pop with the pop off. He said, put some respect on my name.
Yes, sir. I love it.
Okay.
Hey, they better get this next
There he is. He's talking his talk, and he's walking the walk with Eddie right now. He's feeling himself. Magna going out. And I believe we have, is this TLG coming in?
Oh, yeah, this is TLG.
All right, this is TLG versus Pop. This is going to be good.
This is going to be really good, man. I'm excited. I'm sure TLG's got a little bit more Fang work he wants to show off, but
yeah,
let's see what Pop's got, man.
Okay, here we go. It's funny because Pop basically came with that aggression. When I said covers ground quickly and initiates with low, oh, boy, did he showcase that ever.
Oh, my
We're getting a little bit of a button check. They got to keep their composure. You don't want to mess up during a button check and accidentally get disqualified. See what happens here. Gosh, Tekken and Street Fighter and Dragon... the fighting games bring out the hype.
yes, bro. Yes, bro.
Oh,
The
boy.
games are so good.
Yeah.
All right, come on. How long is this button check going to take, man? Come on. Get this thing over with. I want to see some Tekken.
He's setting up his Smash controls.
Come on, right?
All right, here we go.
Here we go. We're live. All right, Pop just got to go
Eddie
in.
versus Fang.
Nice.
Oh, leads it in.
It's all right. It's all right. Yep. Don't be shy now, Pop. Don't be shy. Do your
There
thing,
we go.
man.
Okay. I like it.
Oh, good duck right there from TOG. He was very well in the setup.
Yeah, it's okay.
Right.
It's okay. Oh!
Shoulder.
Gets hit up against the wall with another low strike immediately afterwards.
Here. Oh, no punish.
I like the mix-up, though. Sort of canceling out some combo strings.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Nice!
Yo, Pop.
Okay, okay. Maintaining the pressure.
Oh, he knows when to duck. He
my
knows
goodness.
when to duck. There's no question about it. He knows that string going in the heat. Oh, but drops the combo. Oh, gets hit.
Oh, this is
Watch out,
tough.
he's on
This
the
is going to be
pistol.
tough to get
He's on
out of
the
the
pistol,
chip
and
damage.
he's
Is going to be
outta here.
too much. Now, Herb had just mentioned he knows when to duck with that Fang character.
Yes.
What he's referring to there, guys, is at the end of one of those combo strings, he actually throws out a high attack, which his opponent can then duck underneath it, and the recovery frames required in order to him to get off a block is just too much.
Yeah.
So as soon as you duck that high kick, you can initiate with a combo, get a hit confirm, and then go into your own combo. That's what just happened.
Yes.
So Paku definitely looking to...
for him. He's got his work cut out for him.
He's got his work cut out for him because TLG definitely has this game downloaded. He's been practicing. That's one of the first things I heard when I showed up today is that TLG has been practicing Tekken, and it looks like he has.
Oh, yeah, 100%. He's been practicing a lot. He's been getting pretty decent high ranks as far as online Tekken.
Okay.
But Paku, man, he's picking Lee. Let's see if he's in the Phil's Lee Man Club today.
Okay, here we
All right,
go.
Going right for it.
Oh, he gets another
wait.
duck.
All right, nice.
Solid.
All right, good pressure. Got to duck that.
Yep.
Okay, got to duck that. All right, nice. Good uses of the low.
Oh,
All right.
oh.
Tough.
He might have been predicting like a canceled combo string, a sort of a mix-up.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, though, he ends up getting caught.
We gotta watch out for that headbutt.
Yeah.
All right, Paku doing something here. Oh, no punish there on the hop kick. Okay.
Oh, wow.
TLG
sometimes just mashing though, man. I'm gonna be honest, just mashing a little bit.
Oh my God. Where's it at? Where's it at? Uh-oh.
I'd like to see I'd like to see a single input to a grab.
Oh,
no, he
that's
doesn't.
Gonna be it.
There's no way.
That's gonna be it. And
We're hearing some emotion on the floor right now, boy.
All right, guys, I'm back. It's Flying Kittens. I've grown up. You know, I've gotten a little bit more melanin on me. I lost some hair, but I am back. It is your boy, Flying Kittens. I'm super excited. That's
Are you still trash at Halo?
Yes.
Wow. I didn't even hear it.
Yes.
Oh,
my
that's
God.
funny.
Listen, that was a crazy. crazy Tekken match.
It was,
It was
man.
impressive.
It was. TLG has been practicing that game, and it's evident by his sort of combo recognition.
Yes.
You mentioned it earlier, and he started doing it. You know, maybe a turn of events throughout the end of that round could have been, you know, sometimes the most unpredictable thing is what can get the win.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see somebody just go for a single input, like a quick jab or something, and then just do a walk-up grab.
Yeah.
Something like that to throw off their opponent. That might have made the difference, but both of them were going for not necessarily like chip damage or like simplistic combos. I think both of them were just trying to get just like that one last little hit with these single inputs, get a little low chip, get a strike, get a low chip strike,
yes.
just trying to edge each other out to get the win.
Such a
And
good
TLG
gameplay.
did it.
Yeah, he did it, man. It's a big shout out to him, man. Like I said, he's definitely improved since the beginning of the season. Since day one of UBL, he's been showing his improvement. And right now, we're gonna get into Apex.
Yeah.
A bit of a twist here. Not so many fighting games left on the wheel.
Yeah.
But you know the hype is still all there. The Apex games should be pretty good. I wonder what mode they're gonna go with. Maybe Control, maybe TDM, Gun Run. It could be any one of those modes. And
Yeah.
you know, I'm really excited to see what it's gonna be.
Okay, sounds like potentially Gun Run.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah?
getting picked. Yeah. Sounds like Gun Run may be getting picked.
Yeah.
I don't know, though, man. I mean, Paladins have been doing exceptional within the shooter genre today. I don't know if Ghost can pull this one out. This is more of a traditional, like, sort of arena shooter feel. We are getting NBA coming out. That's interesting. However, I know Pop would love to go in for NBA, but given that this is a 3v3 and that's a 2v2, he won't be able to go in for NBA.
Yeah,
that is
I don't think
so
he's
unfortunate.
available. I don't think he's available, which really does suck because you're gonna probably have somebody who's a bit more on the unfamiliar side.
Yes,
of 2K
100.
going
Yep.
in.
Yep.
So it's just a big question mark.
And
man.
that's something you got to think about because there is a few sports games left. Maybe they shouldn't have put Pop in here.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right, we'll get into it. So here we go. It looks like Eagle Squad versus Bear Squad. So I'm excited to see how it's gonna go. We love some Apex in these streets, but
Yeah, and built in terms of this location of the map, probably the biggest thing that's going to make the difference right now is going to be elevation. Whoever can control this top middle building is going to be able to head glitch their way to victory. Mad Genius basically shifting up the stairs right here, already getting an advantage here on the Wk10 player. Notere plus Ultra trying to get over to the side building. His chip doesn't necessarily get dropped, though, I don't think.
No.
Pop has already been dropped. I believe that said that in the kill feed, which is
Magic
unfortunate.
Just getting away right there. Going over to the shield battery, trying to make something happen, but
Mhm.
getting read by that sonar.
Yeah, read by the sonar, but they have free range of this top middle building.
Yeah.
So make no mistake about it. They are going to be playing comfortably right now.
And there it is. Just like
There
you
it
said,
is.
that head glitch is going to prove to be advantageous for the Paladins right here. And again, same thing.
Oh, my
Getting the
goodness.
assist on Pokestar is a really...
Especially the first part of this gun game. Think of this game mode like gun game for those of you at home from Call of Duty.
Oh,
Basically,
yeah.
you get kills with these weapons, and then you advance to the next weapon within the sandbox library of guns and or weapons within the game.
Right.
So they have all of these ranged weapons, and they have free reign of top middle, and they're just peppering down shots, controlling things as best as possible. Mad Genius pushing here to the backside of the building. Can he clutch? He's got 54 rounds, pulling him down range, smokes Pokestar, and now he's going to try to get his health up if he can. Yeah, he's going to pop a shield battery and then advance to his next opponent. Looking for communication, looking for call-outs.
4 minutes left on this clock right now for this game of Gun Run. So digging into it right now, this is going to be a big shot on Wanku right there. And it looks like something's happening on the on the lower side of things.
Oh,
and,
wow. Mad Genius gets another kill on Pokestar. That's got to be so fun. Gets a second kill
nice.
on Pop. And now he's just popping his shield. He's going to push out the front side of this, potentially get high ground or just run around the corner. Doesn't matter. He's getting shot, but then a quick slide to advance, picks up a kill, swaps.
This guy's
over to
so
the
good
Brawler.
right now,
He's
so
cooking right
good.
now.
He is cooking right now. He's making his other team look like doo-doo, man.
Yeah,
This is just
absolutely.
crazy.
You
Oh my
said
gosh,
it,
I don't
dog.
think it's won.
Grab some Sharman Ultra because he is making him look like doo-doo out here. He pops the heals, and now he's advancing, continuing to move as a squad. You'd think that you were watching Ghost Recon right now with the way that they're advancing together as a unit.
Right.
You're now taking a look at TLG with this massive shotgun. Looking to snipe with the shotgun. Interesting strategy out of TLG.
I don't think he realizes what he's got in his hands. That's what it is.
Yeah, oh, wow.
Oh, man, and then 2 kills just happening right there.
That's
TLG
interesting.
looking for some,
TLG thought he had the Gratata when in fact he had a boomstick.
Right.
Nonetheless, they're sort of just looking for their opponents right now. He gets a call out from his team, and they're sticking together.
Oh my god.
There we go. Wow, okay, so Pop ends up getting a kill right there.
Let's go, Pop.
On Magna before he could get inside the building. Not going to make much of a difference. The TLG advancing with this Mastiff. Hopefully we'll take a look at that here in a second. Nonetheless, Wonku on top of things, looking to drop down and flank her opponents. Oh, gets one pick, advances to the next weapon. This is going to be an automatic R301. Smokes him for the second kill. Picks up the double, goes for the triple. Can he do it? Oh my goodness, someone get her a 3 jacket. Picking up the triple kill, playing.
Heat check.
Oh my goodness, Wonku with the triple.
There it is.
Wow, and think of this, guys. This is a 3v3, so Wonku essentially just got an ace on her opponent. Gets another assist. Absolutely peppering with the Spitfire.
Making something happen here. Digging deep, digging real deep to try to make a comeback happen here. Still a long ways to go. I think they're down about 5 or so kills, but something can definitely change here. I like the momentum shift.
This is wild.
Remember, I can't frame.
So they're making call-outs. They do have top mid, which is going to be difficult to sort of initiate onto.
Yeah, they got to find a way to get to that high ground. They can't just go
and the way to do it is through accuracy like this. You need to break shields. You need to make a call-out to your team. I believe they... Okay, never mind. They don't have a Gibraltar. My apologies. So you need to crack shields and then advance once the shield has been cracked with a jump pad exactly like this. Peppering shots mid-air, playing out of her mind, but still gets picked.
Couldn't get right up there, man.
That was by Magna.
Right there, you just have to jump right onto the site, honestly. I think you just have to jump right on, just take that fight to the whole team. Hey, just come on.
Yeah, 100%. Especially he just popped the Bloodhound ult. The fact that he popped the Bloodhound ult and isn't sort of initiating with it is unfortunate.
Yeah, very unfortunate, unfortunate. It looks like this is coming to a close. I think they just have to get the dual-whisted P2020s there and then just right into the knife.
We have 1 minute left, 60 seconds. We've got dual-wielding pistols coming out right now. Gets the drop on Pop. Now we got the knife. This may be it by Magna. This may be ending things right here. We're keeping it locked in. Hits the grapple hook, scoping out his opponents. Looking to butter some bread right now.
Where they at?
Can he do it?
All right.
He's got the knife out. He's closing in for the kill. Oh, just whiffs.
Oh my god,
again.
oh my god,
the third zone. Can he do it? He needs one more knife. Oh my goodness, someone help him.
What is
there it is. I can't believe it's not Butter Magna. Finishing things up.
There's a whiff. There's a whiff, and finally there's the shot.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Wow.
Woo!
Wow. Wow. What a game. What a game.
Wow. If he missed another knife, I would have thought we were at a carnival. You know, that was...
Oh my goodness, that was beautiful. Excellent work again by the Paladins. They really did their thing, showing their stuff, showing their prowess, and showing that they're like that. They're like that in Apex. They're like that in Apex.
No, they played that well from start to finish. They played that exactly. From the start, they sort of had high ground. They had a lot of those long-ranged weapons that they were sort of advancing through.
Yeah.
Once it got to sort of the shotgun phase of the lineup, they, re-engaged their opponent, stacked on top of them, advanced as a team, utilized those abilities, and were able to take it.
TLG didn't know what he was doing with that shotgun, but guess what? It didn't matter. It didn't matter. He was able to get in close and be there when his team needed him the most. Bro, it was an interesting game right there. And again, we saw Wonku again with the pop-offs, but you need that supporting cast. You need that cast around you. I think this team kind of coming together sort of last minute. They don't really have that synergy quite yet to know how to play off of each other, and you kind of saw it right there.
Well, and I had mentioned Apex is just a really well-rounded sort of arena shooter. When you take the Battle Royale aspect out of that game, it becomes a very straightforward shooter, especially if you're going to spend a lot of time on a easy-to-understand, user-friendly character like, say, Bloodhound. You had mentioned, I believe TLG was playing Bloodhound, correct?
Yeah, TLG was on the Bloodhound.
Okay, so if you're not necessarily familiar with the game, if you can get on there and practice with one user-friendly character, you can definitely pull your own weight.
Yes.
But understanding that weapons is obviously important too. You don't want to see a 4X on TLG's shotgun anytime in the future.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, man. Oh, man. Again, that was hard to watch, man.
It was, but we're moving into NBA now, and unfortunately, I believe it is. Wait, who is going to be stepping in here for NBA? Because it's definitely.
Ooh, it does look like Pop and Punisher actually are going to be available for that.
Okay, that's interesting.
Okay.
I said Pop and Punisher versus, we'll see here coming up. Nonetheless, Ghosts need to take this.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be Magic.
I mean, listen,
LA.
we have 49 minutes left in tonight. They could definitely pick up a few wins. Paladins are 2 wins away from that magic number of 17. Once they reach 17, it doesn't matter what Ghosts do.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter how many tech issues we have throughout the night. They can't reach anything more than 16 wins. Paladins will secure the victory. Now, could we see potentially Paladins break into the 20s? Are we going to see a 20 bomb tonight?
That'd be amazing.
A 20 bomb.
That'd be absolutely crazy.
Who knows? Who knows? Find out next time on
the
Dragon Ball. Here we go. We got NCAA right after NBA, so 2 sports games. This, is a situation that Ghost needs to capitalize off of.
Right, so they're coming up with the info pretty soon. Right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing, though. I'm seeing LeBron James, Jason Tatum, 2 very, very great players in the NBA. That's kind of what you want to see. You want to see some high-flying action from players that are just, like, way too good to not play in this game. You know, LeBron James being one of the most coveted basketball players of all time, has been playing for 21 years now at this point, like, and still kicking. And then you have, like, some of these new up-and-coming players, like Jason Tatum, man, hitting his prime right now, just winning that last NBA championship.
Yeah.
But the real question is...
Well, and, what I'm curious as to right now, what I would just say, what everyone at home is probably going to notice almost immediately is the fact that we're playing Blacktop right now. This is a game to 21 within NBA, so it's not just your typical game that you're watching. And it's going to be a 2v2. Typically speaking, it's going to be a big body and a shooter. Think of it as like Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant basically playing side by side with one another. And that's what you're going to see amongst both of these teams. Right now we have, let's see, we got Mad Genius in LA versus Pop and Punisher. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Right, I like what I see. So LA is going to be playing Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Mad Genius is going to be on Jason Tatum, and then we have Pop on Anthony Edwards and Punisher on LeBron James. So I like what I see. Pretty good picks, pretty well balanced teams. If you ask me, you still have Jason Tatum who can shoot that 3 ball. Definitely going to be an enforcer, and still kind of end up playing like the center role. Same with like LeBron James here. You're really going to want LeBron to kind of play that 2-pointer, play a little bit of that mid-range, that long range, and still kind of enforce the paint. But here we go. All right. So reach and foul right there by Anthony Edwards.
Yep. All right, here we go.
Getting into
Pop and Punisher.
Pop and Punisher. How do you think Pop's feeling after that Apex game?
I think they're feeling a little bit discouraged. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Especially after a dunk like that. They're not feeling too good about things. But nonetheless, they need to get the practice in, For sure. Obviously, they want to gain some momentum, but I had mentioned it earlier. Like, if you can't pull off the victory tonight, you've got to just work on becoming a much more well-rounded in-gamer. And this is just a game that sort of excels within our library. People look forward to seeing it. They look forward to playing it. This is a great moment to just practice for all of them. And I do think Pop is a great NBA player, but he's got to be able to showcase it when it matters.
Yeah, 100%. He has to be able to pretty much show it when it matters most. And, this lane is open. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Goodness gracious.
Wow. That was open. You got to just take that, bro. Just go up in there and dunk that bad boy in. Oh, man. You hate to see it. You hate to see it.
So Pop on defense right now. Let's see if he can stick to him.
Okay.
Oh, is he going to get... Okay, he's trying to box him out, but it may not work. Nice wow.
Okay, there it is. There it is.
Okay, goes for the pass.
Pass it out to Tatum.
All right, brings it back to the 3-point line.
All right, we got about 4
And just
minutes,
for simplicity's sake, we'll be... Oh, wow. Solid assisted point on the bucket there. And just for simplicity's sake, guys, we're going to talk about 1-point shots and 2-point shots as opposed to 2 and 3s, because this is a game of 21. If you're behind that 3-point line, you're actually only scoring 2 points within this game type.
Like right now, just going to go ahead and lay it in.
Yeah, just a simple point there, making it easy.
Good stuff from the Paladins.
Let's see what Pop can do here on Edwards.
Okay.
He's trying.
Shaking and baking.
Oh, okay. Takes it, pivots, takes it to the right. It just dunks it in for an easy point. That's a great understanding of just the mechanics and the physics of the game there.
That's right.
Oh wow. Okay. And Pop takes it back and gets a simple layup immediately afterwards. We were hyping up Pop, and he's definitely performing right now. Okay.
Yo, let's go Pop.
Pop back on him, but then he gets taken to school.
Eats the lay
unfortunately
right
there. All right, this is his moment.
All right. Okay.
Now
nice.
it's going to be interesting to see if he sort of becomes a little bit of a ball hog. I just said it would be interesting to see if he's a ball hog, and then he gets the alley-oop dunk.
Nice. Good stuff.
Perfect timing. Pop
right.
knows how to play NBA.
Yeah, Pop they gotta take this one. This. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh no. Oh, Jason
yuck.
Tatum with the slam. Good
Okay,
stuff from that
genius. Okay.
Right.
We're back on Pop here.
Okay.
Tries to set a pick.
Oh my God!
They did it again.
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 Let's not do this.
Punisher
all right?
and Pop.
Hey.
Okay.
All right. Good stuff.
Wow. They're definitely putting on a show, but no matter how flashy it is, things are tied up 5-5 right now. Going for a two-pointer from the three-point line and drains it. Wow.
That thing.
Wow. Okay.
Good stuff right there.
All right, here we go. Paladins up by 2 points.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get out the way.
Oh!
That's a three.
Is he going to take it?
Oh, no.
okay.
It's off. Oh,
got to take it back to the line. Got to clear it. All right, they cleared it. Now they're going to push back. Going to reinitiate.
Take the shot here. What's going to happen? Oh, gather step. All right, you got to do something now.
Got to do something. You got to pass it. Yeah, I was going to say it's going to be up to Genius to sort of allow him to get that pass off.
Okay.
Trying to get an open space. Oh!
Get out the way. All right. Good
all
stuff
right.
Mad Genius.
All right, here we go. Paladins sort of have a 3-point lead now. They need to do something. Pop needs to do something right now.
Yeah,
it seems like he's sort of initiating as the leader of the team. They're both playing very well together. Wide open.
Make that.
Please, I was going to say, if he misses that, that's probably the most open I've ever seen a player in the history of this game.
Right.
Nonetheless, he gets the 2 points where it's needed. They're
wait
only down by one.
He gets rid of it.
They're only down by one. They got to stay.
It's open. Oh,
they got to maintain the pressure.
Oh,
I'm not going to lie. Pop was out of position right there.
He is.
Pop was really out of position right there.
Still find
okay, Pop. No way. No way in his face. The level of disrespect right there.
I love it, man. I love it. Oh, we got to follow that.
No.
Oh, wait. Hands up.
Okay.
The pressure's there. Oh, nice rebound.
He's got to clear it. All right, here we go, Pop. Here we go, Pop.
Oh my God. Oh my God, it's
oh, snap!
Put that up!
Crackle! Pop!
Put that up!
And he puts it in!
Oh my God. Yo, the comeback right now. The Ghosts are on top, 1 point. Can they close this game out?
Oh my gosh.
All right, at the perimeter. All right, gonna get past LeBron James. He's there.
There's 1 minute left. We're getting word right now that there's 1 minute, 60 seconds left right now. Paladins looking to tie things up, and it is. This is as closely as contested as I've ever seen it on NBA. Pop sitting kind of open right now. Goes for the assist.
The question is, do you
pass
go
it
for
to
the
him? Okay, here we go.
Or do you just go ahead and put a shot up?
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
He's going to take it. Goes for the second layup. Oh, and he gets it. Okay, Pop.
Get out the way.
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
There is 30 seconds left. Ghost in the lead by 1 point.
Yo.
Let's see what happens.
All right, good
Mad
pressure.
Genius getting boxed out right now.
Yeah. At the
This is
perimeter.
LA underneath the hoop. LA underneath the hoop. Sends it back to Genius.
Okay.
Time's not on their hands. Okay, so he's going to tie it up. It's 11-11.
All right. All they got to do is put up a point. All the Ghosts got to do is put up
10
a point.
seconds. Pop with the ball. Can Pop pull this off?
Oh, my God.
He's coming out. No way! Absolutely no way!
Oh, my God.
Is that going to do it? I believe it is. You'd have thought we were at a shooting range with how many Pop shots we were seeing.
Oh, my God. What an exclamation point in the game right there with the dunk, Anthony Edwards. Punisher doing it.
What's wild is everybody has been telling me how good Pop is in NBA.
Yes, he's good.
That's a game that he is supposed to carry.
Yes.
And he had all the luggage right there.
He wasn't worried about nothing.
He was doing great.
He's like, hey, hold my beer. Hold my beer. I got this. We're not losing 2K. I told you it's a pride game. It's a pride. You have to. I don't care if we lose this entire game. I'm winning 2K.
Yeah.
I'm winning 2K.
Now listen, Punisher was doing good.
Yes.
Punisher was doing good.
Yes. Punisher was doing
I mean, listen, Pop was sending him alley-oops and everything else, but nonetheless, you know, that was his game.
Yes,
that was a
100%.
great moment for Pop that sort of highlights why he is a member of the UEL.
Exactly.
When it comes to certain games, certain players make certain games so difficult for their opponents.
Literally, yeah. He put that one away, man. That was an exclamation point, and that's what you really want to see. So the Ghost's going to go ahead and take this thing 15-4. Got another point up on the board for him. So 4 points for the Ghost, man. Good stuff, good showing, man. That's the type of energy, that's the spirit that you want to see in the later half of this game.
Yeah, and
you just need that. You need
it's
that
so
fast
evident that like these players are having fun, regardless of what this score is. The players are having so much fun.
Yes.
And that's why we invite you guys Thursday through Sunday to show up and not just watch us, but don't forget, We also have Be a Friend Project that's actually putting together a bit of a fundraiser stream coming up on December 3rd. So show up for that. It is an awesome organization that is encouraging just acts of kindness in order to fight against bullying. It's something that we care a lot here about at the UEL, and we invite you guys to take part in that. That's, again, on December 3rd. That's a Tuesday, December 3rd. Now, I believe we have a word from AV coming on here.
Yep.
Guys, remember how you talked about earlier that the two players who you don't want to see in sports games because they ain't it?
Yes.
TLG and Strix are going in for NCAA.
Brother,
This is going to be terrible, and I'm totally down for it.
You know
Ghost
what?
got Pokestar and Paku. Oh my God, this is Bob moments.
But they need to practice, right? This is a situation where the Paladins are, very much in the lead right now, and what better time to practice than in a matchup in a game?
Exactly.
This is Strix has the ability to get some good practice in here.
Exactly, yeah. Strix has the ability to get some practice. I know TLG hates sports games. He does not like Madden. He gonna tell you, well, see me outside. Let's go to the football field for real. Let's put the pads on. Let's do that. But this is one of those games where he just needs a little bit more practice in. I'm sure Paku and Pokemon could use a little bit more practice too. So overall, gonna be a good showing. I'm really interested to see who's going to pick which team. Are we going to see some Georgia, Alabama, Texas State?
I'm going to make a prediction here that both teams are going to go Alabama because we almost never see anything but
Alabama.
But Alabama. It's almost like Rainbow Six Siege. Almost always Oregon.
Yeah.
Almost always the map of Oregon.
Yeah,
right?
People love that map.
That's true. But we'll see. Regardless, it's not about what team is being picked. Listen, both teams are going to pick good teams.
Oh, yeah,
right?
100%,
Like
100%.
during the Patriots dynasty, if you will, you're going to pick the Patriots. You're going to pick Brady. Come on now. You're going to pick the best teams. Forfeit Ghosts! I don't get to see Strix play NCAA. This is a tragedy right now in the arena. An absolute travesty just unfolded. I wanted to see Strix in NCAA.
That is crazy. That is absolutely insane. I can't believe you forfeited.
Let us know your displeasure on Twitch with not being able to see Strix play NCAA.
That is ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. I am not a fan. But here we go.
Going into Mortal Kombat?
Yes, I love it. I love it. Oh, I love it.
Is that all of our fighting games?
I think the only one that we did not play is
Skullgirls. Haven't played Skullgirls.
And Checkmate Showdown. Well, it's Checkmate Showdown.
Checkmate Showdown is strategy.
That's right.
Technically strategy.
So Die by the Blade.
Oh, Die by the Blade. 100%.
Die by the Blade.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a nice little run. Like I said, this is a nice little run. I would have died laughing seeing the NCAA play from both sides. Excuse me, not NCAA. College football. Excuse me. College football 25. That's the name of the game. Can't have any copyright strikes happen to the NCAA. But I love watching bad teams play. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it so much. It's so entertaining because even in a game like that, you can still make something happen, and everything is a lot more exciting when somebody gets a touchdown, when somebody gets a pick, when there's a fumble. It's always that much more exciting to see.
Well, I'm curious as to why Ghost forfeited that. I'm looking how much time is left.
Yeah.
Listen, Paladins were at 16.
Yes.
Right, and you just gave them their 17th win. Why not just fight?
Exactly.
You gave them the magic number. Why not just fight it out? Because you need to practice. Clearly, if you're not confident enough to play it, you need to practice. And you were sort of given the lob pass, right, to knock it out of the park. Strix was playing against you. It doesn't get easier than that. No, I'm just kidding, Strix.
But I'm not. Strix, it doesn't get any easier than that. It doesn't get any easier.
They definitely had a winnable game, and if they're so inexperienced at that, then they're not willing to go against players that are clearly just trying to practice. That is something that they immediately, when they get home tonight, need to invest. They need to grab all of the gift cards from the last 3 Christmases that they forgot were in the back of their drawer, put those gift cards together, those vanilla cards, if you will, and go purchase NCAA and get your games in.
100%, 100%. But moving on to MK, I'm expecting to see Pokestar here. I know Pokestar plays a little bit. Also expecting Paku Paku. Oh, for sure. Yep. And there it is. The Paku Paku pick and the Pokestar pick. Pretty good. Pretty good.
TLG and Mad Genius from Paladins potentially going in here. I would have to assume that TLG strikes me as an MK fan. Am I wrong?
Yeah. He likes the game. The game. We might see a bit of Baraka here from TLG.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing. He has a solid game plan as far as going in on the offensive side. But same with Pokestar. Pokestar's been playing a lot, especially since the new DLC. Been playing a little bit of the Cyrax, a little bit of Sector. Obviously, this is a new Mortal Kombat where like the timeline is all different.
Well,
Cyrax,
listen.
Sector, they're completely different
Listen,
kind of characters.
we can't get into it. I will cry.
Yeah.
I
I'm
will
sorry.
cry. NetherRealm Studios, if you're watching, fix the mess of a story that you have created within the campaign.
It's definitely
please.
interesting. It's interesting because it's like everything is kind of just spin on its head. You know, everything is just spin on its head. I played the DLC. I'm like, oh, okay, like this is different. I'm seeing like the Shinrai Ryu like being a completely different line. I'm seeing Scorpion be Sub-Zero, Sub-Zero being Scorpion. It's a definitely interesting thing that they got going on right now.
That's true. Listen, what they did to Rain is a tragedy. Yeah. They turned him from the water ninja into a staff-wielding mage. Nonetheless, you got Baraka versus Cyrax right now. Let's see what happens, what unfolds. Again, we got Paku and Pokestar versus TLG and Mad Genius. I believe Paladins are player 2, correct?
Yeah, Paladins are going to be player 2. And good blocks right here. Okay, never mind. So we got Pokestar going in. All right, getting hit up a little bit. Ooh, gotta wake up here. Oh, you gotta block those lows.
Oh, wow.
Wait, punish that. Nice. Oh, punish on the grab. Put him into the corner.
Nice.
Where's the combo
Pokestar
gonna be?
Yeah, great combo management. Great pressure into the corner. Ooh, little anti-air on the uppercut, which is a very traditional Mortal Kombat thing.
This side switch. Good pressure right there. Nice grab.
Yeah.
All right, and just like I was saying, Pokestar knows this game, knows what he needs to do here. Oh,
the setup!
Nice.
Oh, my
right there by
goodness.
Pokestar. All right, good teleport. Oh, gotta
Yeah,
be
he does
careful on
combo
that.
break,
Oh,
though.
Doesn't worry about it. All right, gotta play a little bit of range here. Gotta play smart. Okay, good block.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Oh, try to call it out down to.
Nice little.
Gotta block your legs there.
Yeah.
All right, good breaker. Good breaker. All right, has to be a little bit careful because they know Fatal Blow's on deck. No block on the jump in. Okay, watch your legs.
Yeah, he's basically
watch your
one hit
legs.
confirmed to Fatal away from finishing this. Both of these players are. May not need it, though. Solid uppercut.
Oh,
it might. Oh, he blocked it.
Wait,
oh, but he might whiff.
Oh! This. Ooh! Nice.
Wow.
Good stuff. That first round going to Pokestar, really nice.
Yeah.
Catches him on the explosion. Oh my God.
And I will say this.
Kick.
Yeah, I will say this.
Jeez.
Pokestar definitely has a great understanding of the game. You can see the way that he was setting up his combos with the grenades.
Yes.
Now, that's not something he's necessarily doing in the midst of a combo. He'll throw that grenade to set up pressure to where his opponent has to block the grenade as he walks in and either attempts a combo string or a grab. Nonetheless, he's getting hit. Gets a simple grab off to send them sort of full screen, and now he can start doing his setup. Get some zoning tools in there if he wants to. He's not going to.
Right.
Two input.
Good.
Wow.
Nice down two again right there.
Yeah.
Ooh, catches him
wow.
in the air.
Anti-air. But he didn't finish the combo. He should have initiated with a
Down
jump in.
Good grab. Yo, Pokestar doing his thing.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Oh, set up with the grenade.
setup.
And see right there where he had to block that grenade, he should have initiated knowing he had to block. Because worst case scenario, even if you do initiate, you
Good
basically
block.
trade out.
Good block. Nice punish.
Nice.
All right, what's going on?
Oh, sets up with the grenade. Understands the mechanics.
Wait a minute. Oh my God.
Nice. Low chip.
Yo, Pokestar.
I want to see a low chip to grab.
Wait.
It's not going to matter.
Oh, good break.
Oh, but he does have Fatal. He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful.
The down two
Grab.
didn't come out. Wait.
Oh, he's got to mix it up. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. He's not going to be dead.
Oh, my God.
Both one hit confirmed away. Try to chip him out.
Oh! Pokestar! Where's the finisher?
Oh, my gosh. So I think TLG felt a little pressured right there. Throughout that entire match, he was doing jump-ins, and he was initiating combo strings after his jump-in. What he could have done is just jumped in and gone for a grab. That would have been the mix-up that ended that game. Because he had conditioned him.
Yes.
TLG had conditioned him the entire game. He could have easily just jumped in and gone for a simple grab. Now, that can be teched, but that's really difficult to tech a grab at a high level.
Yo, I can't see the chat right now, but I can imagine they're saying something along the lines of T, along the lines of L, along the lines of free. I'm just saying, I don't know.
No!
It could happen to anybody, but I don't know. This setup is taking a little while. I don't know if this past 30 seconds here.
We're going to have to see if it's a BOGO sale. If it's buy one, get one free.
Okay, let's see. Oh, Reptile.
Potentially Reptile
All right.
versus the Cyrax. No, but I think the differentiating factor throughout this game is Pokestar's ability to actually maintain his setups.
Yeah.
Cyrax's setups are crucial with the grenade throw, and sometimes you could do it to initiate your attack, or you could do it mid-string. So instead of going for a full combo, say you throw 1 to 2 hits out, and then as a mix-up, you throw the grenade below your opponent when they least expect it. If they react to that mix-up, they may actually get damaged by the grenade, and then you can reset it.
Right.
So-
It's so beautiful to see. Pokestar's understanding all the hard work was paying off, all those practicing the combos, practicing the setups, all paying off.
Oh
right
my
here.
God.
Nice quick catch out of the air right there. All right, going for the setup just like you
Nah,
said. All right, wait for
he's
some
got a
of that.
little work to do. He could have actually done a jump-in combo right there, but I just don't think he knows the character well enough. But that's something he can improve on.
Yes, 100%.
There we go.
Oh,
Drops the combo.
All right, good pressure though, still by Pokey. All right, nice, good block right there. All right, so he's got to be careful on these high-low mix-up. Oh, gotta punish that.
Oh, and that's something he has to be careful of. So Reptile actually has a lunge in that is a low strike where he gator rolls his opponent. That's something you have to take note of throughout the entirety of your match against a Reptile user. Here comes the setup, potentially with the grenade. He doesn't.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, nice
He
overhead
is in
right there.
Fatal though. He's about a 2-hit string into Fatal away from finishing this though.
Okay, good break right there from Mad Genius. All right. Oh.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Drop in.
Okay,
All right, nice
sets up the
TP.
teleport.
Okay. Good pressure.
He needs to continue that zone.
Yes, you
Here
have
we
to
go.
punish
Here we
that.
go. He could. I don't know why he did that. He could have gone into his Fatal and ended the round.
Yeah. All right, what's gonna happen? Both fatal blows on deck right here. What's
Yeah.
gonna happen? Big pressure.
Here we
See a
go.
lot of jumping in. Oh! Right, nice stuff right there from Pokestar, just committing, just saying, I'm gonna do it.
100%. And that move acts as an anti-air too, so it's just a really safe move.
Yeah.
Safe recovery frames from it. It was a perfect move to throw out to finish that first round.
Oh man, that's one of those moves where.
Oh, super punishable.
Oh my God, yeah.
There we go.
Yes.
Yes, sir!
Yes.
This is the dog!
Yes.
He knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Wasn't expecting that second hit coming out, but here's Pokestar back on the offense. Oh, good grab right here from
Oh,
Reptile.
solid grab.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Oh, my
Unfortunately,
goodness.
took him out of the corner, but it might have been the right move because he might have accidentally tried to tech it.
Trying to catch it on the other side.
There we go. Keep him in the corner.
Good grab. Nice.
Oh,
video.
Stone Cold Stunner!
Yes. All right, there it is. Good pressure. Janet. Okay. All right. Oh, just
Nice.
send it up.
And this is the.
I think it's gonna stop it.
Yep,
Yes, I think it's gonna
100%.
stop it.
That's why that grenade is so safe because you potentially can trade out with your opponent.
All right. So
Oh my gosh!
Pokestar can definitely still win this round right now. Oh,
Oh, super punishable. He needs to go full combo string, and he does. Okay, so Pokestar knows what he needs to do here.
Big risk right there. Oh,
Mad Genius
there's the
getting
gator
some
roll.
damage out there.
Okay, uh-oh, the ball. Oh, now blocking the full string. All right, your turn. All right, get in that corner. That is so
Oh, that's
necessary.
so
I love
sick.
that grab.
So sick.
I love
he needs
that
to
grab.
jump. Oh, but he couldn't have jumped because the uppercut would have hit him anyway. He's in a bad
Overhead,
spot.
setting
He's
up
got to
again.
get out
He's
of here.
gotta get out of this. He's got to get out
Yep.
of this. Wait a minute. Oh.
Oh, solid. This is
Yo.
going to put him in the corner.
Mad
Here we go.
Genius,
Now he's
very
got to
smart.
initiate with those strings.
Good DP.
Oh,
Good DP.
my
That
God,
was really
the wake
smart.
up.
That was really smart. I respect that risk right there.
Yep.
Nice, good overhead. Nice.
Nice.
Nice
Maintains the
breaker.
juggle.
Force him to use the breaker there. Force him to use the breaker. What's Pokestar got? Good blocks. Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
boy. And he gets the setup.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he
Uh-oh.
just goes for a
gotta block
damage.
that. Did he press something? Good block.
Yeah.
Where's the punish?
That's going to be it. That's going to be it.
Wait,
and
Oh my God. Pokestar. Chokestar, never mind. Pokestar taking it. Taking
Wow.
it. Where's the finisher, Pokey? Come on. Oh my God.
Yeah, a great understanding of how Cyrax operates. It's definitely a setup character. Not that, Cyrax doesn't have a lot of combo strings because clearly he does, especially being that Mortal Kombat 1 is a bit of an assist fighter now. But nonetheless, the grenade manipulation right there, I think, made the difference.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, setting up yourself like that, it's a big thing that you don't see too often in fighting games where there's a character that kind of like set up bombs. You know, Marvel vs. Capcom, you have like the hidden missiles that you have to always be on the lookout for.
Yeah.
But Pokestar playing that really well, really well. And just like I was saying, that hard work is really paying off in that training mode, man. It's
Yeah,
really paying
absolutely.
off.
And setup characters are difficult. Like, make no mistake about it. Cyrax is not an easy character. Like, managing setups can be incredibly difficult. I think it was Aaron Black and MKX with the Caltrops that they used to throw down.
Caltrops.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yep, 100%. Those can be some of the most difficult characters. So make no mistake about it. When you see players like Sonic Fox and so forth that are actually like doing the very high level setup gameplay, it is
hard stuff.
difficult.
Yeah, it is
It's
hard
very
stuff.
difficult.
It is like playing piano and guitar at the same time. That's
And
what it's like.
The other thing is you have to be okay with getting like gradual, like lower damage strings,
Yes,
right? Because
yes.
you're getting a little bit of damage into the setup, little bit of damage into the setup, but it's a mind game where you could clearly see that the Paladins right there were struggling to sort of counter that.
Yeah, they were ahead, man. They were ahead, and they looked really good. Like Pokestar taking it out, like just saying no, like this is a carry for me. I'm gonna do this. You don't know if that confidence was there or not, but.
Well, that was just a good moment for him too. Sitting in the tier 5 slot, I think he really wanted to have like a moment like that, and I'm glad that he got to, especially within fighting games. Because listen, fighting games are something that the Paladins excel in. So you're able to do that in their genre. That's really, I'm happy for him. That's something he can take away from here with his chin high.
Super excited for
Feeling
him.
good
But
about that.
Get into the next game. We
Ooh.
have Need for Speed.
Love it.
And it looks like it's Paladin setup. So I'm assuming they're gonna go cops here. It's really hard to decide.
Really?
And I think some teams.
Oh, wow. Pop is most wanted. Okay, so they are going to go cops. If you guys don't know, this is Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered. My favorite game within our racing category. I love it, love it, love it.
Love it, love it, love
Yeah, now this is going to be a game mode, guys, where one player from the Ghosts, which is going to be Pop, is the most wanted. Now you're going to see a number of Paladins that are playing as cops, and all they need to do is take out Pops, the most wanted player on the map. Think of this like cops versus robbers, all right? So this is cops versus the racers here, and all they need to do is take out Pop. Now it's easier said than done, right? Each one of these teams, from the cops versus the racers, have abilities that you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen in the version of a D-pad, essentially.
Yeah.
So you have an ability on the right of your D-pad, left of your D-pad, down and up. Now, these include things like spike strips that you can lay behind you in order to crash opponents behind you. It includes a jammer. It includes an EMP that you can use to shut down your opponent's vehicle in front of you, or at least damage said vehicle, as well as the ability to go turbo mode, which shoots you basically with Nas up the track at a very, very fast pace.
Yes, 100%, 100%. And I think Pop doing this right now, he's starting to make something happen. I mean, he's on this roundabout right here.
I mean, but the cops are on him quicker than I've seen in recent history.
Oh my God.
You know, if he knows if there's a lot of track management, he might hit a shortcut here. But he doesn't even have his spike strip remotely close. He's going to be he's in trouble.
Yeah.
He's in big trouble. The fact that they're on his tail right now.
They are on his.
Oh, and he's.
Oh, he's got to find a way to get some kind of distance here.
Yeah, now he does almost have jam, and jam is important, guys, so that the cops can't actually EMP him. And he almost has spike strips online, so he may be sitting pretty here in a second. An additional ability from the cops that I didn't mention, they have the ability to call in basically a support helicopter to lay down basically a barricade later up down the track. So just something to note.
That's something to note here, man. This track is looking really similar. Another roundabout that they have to go around just to kind of get away, but it's proven to be very, very tough so far. We haven't seen any stretches of like breakaways from either side yet, and
wow!
Fight right there, the question mark you hear from Wonku. All right, so just looking at it right now, somebody has to activate something, either a jammer, EMP, spike, something to kind of just make a breakaway happen right here. Most wanted gonna go left here, so gets tried.
Nice. Well, let's just talk about like the team aspect of this. So if you're on the racers, right, and the most wanted is Pop, what are you supposed to be doing? Well, you want to try your best to protect Pop as a racer. You want to stay on his 6 o'clock the way that Paku is doing right now. And anytime a cop actually gets relatively close to you, you need to lay down those spike strips. You need to EMP them. You need to try to ram them off of the actual track itself. And they seem to be kind of doing that.
Ooh.
I was a little worried towards the start of this, but, you know, they're actually not doing too bad.
Yeah, they're actually not doing too bad, and you just saw that spike strip just happen just now. A full tank of nitro right there, and splitting off to take that shortcut. At some point, they've got to either get a cop, like, kind of DNF, and then activate that jammer, or this is going to prove to be kind of a bit of a tough game right now.
Yeah, and on the left side of your screen, you can see the radius at which the cops are chasing these racers. Think of it like Grand Theft Auto, right? When you have the most wanted stars in Grand Theft Auto, if you get outside the police radius, you then will lose the cops, right? That's exactly how this game mode operates, and that's what Pop is trying to do in the lead right now by sort of getting away from the police.
Right. mean, I love what I'm seeing right now. Pop trying to get away from the cops, but this is going to be still a tough one. This is a long.
He's focused in though.
Yeah.
He's focused in. Pops is focused. You can see Pops in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. We're taking a look at TLG here, trying to catch up to him. He's getting there. He is on his 6. They are. Pop's in big trouble now. He's got 2 cops on his tail. He needs to utilize those spikes. He's got to jam when they try to EMP him, and he needs map knowledge. He needs to hit shortcuts. And when he sees the police barricades in front of him, he's got to weave and find his opportunity to slide through them without taking too much damage.
Right. I mean, just looking at everything right now, I'm not seeing anywhere on this map where they can really get away. They're gonna have to hit a straightaway. They're gonna have to hit
boy.
one.
Oh boy, and they have spikes online. Spikes are online. If they get in front of Pop, this is gonna spell bad news. Here it comes. Oh, I think he whiffed.
Oh,
Pop actually got away from that. TLG timed his spike incorrectly.
This is crazy, man. The last thing they need right now is a crash. There's nobody to help Pop. No one is close. Nobody on the most wanted side is close to him. He's got to find a way to shake it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Getting right in front again.
He's getting in front of him. He doesn't necessarily have a spike online, but he does need to try to ram him off the road.
That EMP. Getting the EMP.
He's trying to think this may get jammed. He's hitting the brakes.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, man, this sucks. This sucks.
Okay, Pop taking a left turn here. They're still on his tail, though.
Roadblock units are deployed. Pop's
Right.
going to have to deal with this roadblock coming up.
And TLG has one of his teammates in front of him now. I don't know what their actual... Oh, that might be it. That might be it. They're all over him. He's flipped upside down. He's done. Pop gets taken out.
TLG says, get
Oh, wow.
Get down on the ground. Locked
Wow.
up,
We're hearing some drama on the floor right now.
Out. Locked up, they won't let me out. Man.
Oh, man.
Crazy, man. You hate to see this type of thing happen, bro.
Come on, tell me that game isn't fun, guys. Everyone watching over on Twitch, if you're on Instagram, if you're on Twitter, wherever you're at, let us know how much you love Need for Speed. That's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so glad we have that in here because it takes like racing. There's obviously arcade mechanics, but there's so much teamwork. You saw the fact that TLG was working with his teammates, right? You saw Pop trying to avoid them, but eventually they were just too much.
Yeah, eventually they were too much, man. I think at that point, Pop would have had to make just a clean turnaround, especially at the point of the EMP. Sometimes it can help to either pump your brakes or just straight up make a U-turn, maybe confuse the defense a little bit at one of those four-way intersections. Just turn right back around, try to mix it up. There's only so much you can do when you're that separated by yourself, you know what I mean? Because if you can cause confusion with at least a U-turn, you would at least kind of put the rest of the players back into play instead of being separated and being away from everyone else.
You know, and something to note, I mean, he does have a jammer. So if he were to use his jammer, you can avoid the EMP. But the problem is he had 2 cops behind him.
Yeah.
So if they have 2 EMPs, you're not jamming that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
And they ended up getting caught. Nonetheless, I think that was a great showing from both teams. They clearly know how to play that one.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's just a fun game overall. So practicing that game can actually be incredibly joyful.
Yes,
you know?
100%, 100%. So I wonder what we're going to see right now. Are we going to see F1 actually get played today, or are we going to see a forfeit from either side? It looks like the setup is going to be on the Ghost side.
Yeah.
So I wonder who they actually mind putting in. I would actually assume they're going to throw in Wonku here. And by the looks of it, 30 seconds left on the clock there. Something's got to happen. Something's got to give.
Well, and Ghost has set up. They do have 2 timeouts. Both teams have 2 timeouts. I have to imagine they want to practice this. I mean, it's a 1v1.
Maybe, yeah. It's a 1v1 game,
Yeah.
so no.
Well, it's a 1v1 game, right? So if you have one person on your team, this is a great opportunity to have one person identify if there was a leader on that team that's really excelling as a leader, potentially Wonku, right? If you can identify one person on your team and say, you practice Formula 1. That's all you got to do. Just make sure that whenever this comes up, we're going to throw you in and just do your job, right? If they're able to do that, maybe this is a moment where they try to get that practice in.
Exactly. And that would be a good point. So just looking into it, man, I know we're waiting right now, but overall, if you guys ever get parched, if you're feeling like you need some sort of refreshments, we got the perfect thing for you. We got the Sly energy drink. We have the tropical flavor right now, and man, I'm jealous. I wish I could have some of that right now. It's such a delicious drink, man.
It is. It is. They have a I believe there's a berry flavor, and then they have this one, which is a tropical flavor. But nonetheless, guys, if you get tired of constantly burping or something like that with carbonated drinks like Monsters and so forth, this is a non-carbonated. They have 3 different forms of it. They have Boost, I think they have one for sleep and then one to sort of like mellow you out, if you will. I typically am just drinking the boost because we're trying to stay high energy around here on the UEL floor.
That's right. That's right. I love what I see. And again, back to the high energy. Right now we have looks like a technical timeout. So going back to a 2-minute setup timer here. A big part of this game today.
Oh, it is going to be Wonku.
Yeah.
I called it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
But again, a big part of this game today falls on the shooters, right? It's the tail of the tape.
Mm-hmm.
So I think looking at everything, that entire category was pretty much let go by the Ghost today.
Oh, it was completely dominated.
Yeah,
it was completely dominated. I don't even think I've seen games in the past where sports games are a struggle for a lot of teams. But then even, like I said, within NCAA, sometimes you'll see an upset. Today was 100% of the shooters have gone to the Paladins. And we didn't even see Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, no.
But, right, 100% have gone to Paladins. I know if we saw Rainbow Six, we absolutely know where that would have went.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, we do. It would have been on the side of the Paladins again. A big part of this, you have to give a big pat on the back to Magna Sam. He's doing his thing. He's popping off. He's shouting out. He's doing his thing, man. It's something that you have to look forward to for seasons to come. His development and not just being good at shooters, but some of these other categories just kind of expanding and seeing where he's at.
Yeah, but I mean, the rest of his teammates have sort of complimented his play style because he's aggressive. He's a very fast-paced shooter. And you can see, like in Apex Legends, all of them were sort of collapsing around Magna and just sort of giving him those assisted shots when he needed. We saw a number of times that players like TLG and so forth were sort of getting like that last little bit of health away in order to get an elimination while Magna, chunks off a lot of that TTK. But nonetheless, I mean, they're playing really well. It looks like Crash Team Racing coming up as one of our last racing games. No longer available potentially. But nonetheless, we have Formula 1 here. And I had mentioned Wonku potentially going in for this game. I have casted a few games lately where I thought a prominent issue for a lot of teams within the league is nobody sort of breaking out as a potential leader on a team.
Yeah.
And what I will say is even though Ghost has lost this, it does seem like Wonku is actually a solid leader for the team being in that tier 1 position.
Oh, 100%.
I would note that Valorant, Wonku was doing a lot of communication and orchestrating some of their pushes and defenses and what I thought was an effective manner. Although they didn't end up winning, it was great to see her sort of standing out as a leader.
Right, 100%. I mean, it's all about that shot calling, right? Right now she's on top side. Right now, as you guys can see, leading the pack in first place. But back to what you were saying in Valorant, you can hear her kind of just telling PokerStar, hey, I need you to talk, right? I need you to talk. I need to know where the enemies are. I need to know how to approach this next situation because that's what it's all about. It's all about communication.
Yeah, 100%. Now, the fact that we're watching F1 right now, something to note here, guys, is that there is NPCs on the track, but you don't necessarily have too much to worry about with regards to that because these players, both Wonku and Magna, are in first and second place. They have made their way to the front of the heap, and they're on lap 1. Now, the name of the game, because this is as good as simulation gets, they are trying to race as clean as possible. Now, Wonku is in second place, but she has to be careful that she doesn't become overzealous coming into these turns, trying to make up lost ground, because what she could do is potentially ram into her opponent and cause her to sort of go off track, if you will. She needs these straightaways to sort of, I guess, make up some of that distance. Now, I know both of these cars are traveling at about the same rate, right? So how do you make up distance on those straightaways? Yeah. It comes down to coming through your turns as effectively as possible. Yes. You need to take wide angles into a sharp turn while maintaining your speed, and she's not doing as much of that as I would like to see.
Right. And that's what I was going to say. It's a lot harder to come back into first place when you can't, cut off the opponent at those, inside those tight turns, right?
Yeah.
You want to be able to cut them off and kind of close the distance there. Like I always like to say, you want to race the track, not necessarily the player here. So
yeah.
You race the track to the best of your ability, and when you see that opportunity to kind of cut in front, you take it. But you mostly want to just race the track here. That right there, that was corner cutting is gonna hurt both people right there.
Oh wow, she's trying to sort of box out. She's trying to box out Magna. If he can't get back on the track, she's going to be struggling. I think he's okay.
Yeah, I think he's okay right there, and actually kind of working to her disadvantage there. Gonna put her in 6th place, and Magna's still in 2nd here.
Yep, she fell behind a little bit. Now they're back with these NPCs. Now, something to note, these NPCs do brake check very, very often.
Yeah.
So they have to be careful with sort of being comfortable behind these taillights, if you will. She's trying to sort of catch up, but again, she needs to take wider and sharper angles going into these turns. The problem, though, that she's probably going to be finding is that if the racer in front of you is set to sort of box you out, they're going to stay on that inside turn, even if they're not necessarily going relatively fast, and you run the risk of sort of bumping into them.
Right, exactly. And that's kind of the tough thing when you're playing a game like this. Like, the biggest thing is if you're behind, right, you almost need the other player to DNF. You almost need the other player to just run into a bot and just like this. Oh, man, brother came out of nowhere. Norris is not playing. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow, near disqualification. So sometimes the name of the game is actually letting your opponent cook themselves. Right? So if you just race clean and try to do your best getting to the front, sometimes your opponent will actually make the mistake without you having to force it. Right? So just allow them to sort of mess themselves up, in a sense, to put it simply.
Oh, man. And as we approach the near end of this race, we are looking like Magna Sam is probably going to take this. Looking like a third place finish. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Magna's got to be careful.
Yeah,
Magna is in the lead right now. He's in 4th. And Wanku is in 7th. Three places behind. But Magna's got to finish the race, and he's got to finish it clean. He's being careful right here. Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
He's got to be careful. As soon as these Formula One cars get off track, things get sketchy. They slip and slide out of control. He looks like he's comfortable, though.
Yeah.
That might do it.
Checker flag. All right. So they're still going to calculate up the points.
There it
at the
is.
very end to see how things are going to go, but it's looking like another Paladins win.
Yep. Yeah, great control. I thought Wanku honestly was going to take that in the early game, but Magna, ended up catching up. He started getting the better of those turns and got the better.
100%. I think that kind of takes over the top, man. You got to give a big shout out right there to Magna Sam again. Like I said, he's going to progress to be a pretty great player.
Yeah, we're going to find out who ended up taking that, guys, here in a second, but we're relatively confident that it's going to be Paladins with Magna's performance right there. Listen, he's performing in the shooters.
Yep.
Paladins win right there, so that takes him to 19. So we may see a 20 bomb within these last couple of games tonight. It does happen. Going into today, I wouldn't think that a game or that a team 2 and 3 versus a team that's 1 and 4. I wouldn't expect the team that's 1 and 4 to drop a 20 bomb.
Yeah.
But that goes to show how difficult some of the discrepancies in schedule.
Yes.
Right? Schedule strength is a huge part of the UEL. And Paladins are excelling tonight.
That's a huge part, man. And I think going against the Ghosts earlier this season, they were probably thinking, oh, man, it's a pretty good squad. It's Ghost Gaming, man. Big shout out to Ghost Gaming.
Yeah.
How are we going to pull this off? We already know they're great at shooters. And things kind of having a bit of a change, so a bit of musical chairs because, people wanted to do different things, and now you have the Ghost squads you have now. And I think through time, you'll see this team develop more and more into something, but it's just been a big difference in gameplay here.
Yeah.
Big difference in gameplay for sure. So CTR the next game, again, I wonder if this is going to be a FF on the side or they're going to play this thing out.
We'll see. We heard from the floor that that CTR may not be getting played, and not necessarily because of a forfeit, maybe just some technical issues that we were having. We'll see if that ends up happening. But, one thing to mention, I don't know if we've seen necessarily a lot of strategy games tonight, but we have been seeing a lot of a wide variety of content.
Yeah.
That would worry me if I'm a Ghost player. It's not so much that I think they've been keeping a positive mindset moving throughout tonight. I just think it comes down to quality of performance within being a well-rounded end gamer. They've got to be willing to jump in and work on some of these games, especially the ones that are free to play.
Yeah.
Right? You can give it a download, just practice it over the weekend. If you don't have enough memory or space on your hard drive or something along those lines, take it off, practice something else, and then re-download that game. They've got to find time to sort of practice and work on that cohesion sort of as a team.
Oh, 100%. And I think it just kind of goes back to show you do have good players on the team. You do have good players on the Ghost. 5 points against a team that's already well established. That's nothing that's nothing to scratch to shake a stick at. I'd say that very, very amazing win in 2K. the Dragon Ball Fighters gameplay, the Mortal Kombat gameplay. I mean, there's a
Yeah.
lot of stuff that they just took away from their opponent single-handedly, and it
Yeah.
was clean too. So
Well, and both teams have sort of had their moments, throughout today. Even though Ghosts are down, 19-5. We talked about PokeStar having his moment. Oh my God, Pop's moment in NBA. That was
Yeah,
wild.
that was amazing.
We talked about Wanku, stepping out as the sort of the leader, I would say, of today, even though they are losing. And then Paku's just been playing out of his mind. Fighters, he's been performing really, really well, And then Punisher, to be honest with you, Punisher, what I think has done a really good job at like complementing the rest of the team, working well as like not necessarily like an anchor, but as sort of like a team player. We saw it in NBA. We saw it in some of the shooters, getting a few kills here and there. So I would say Punisher probably the more noticeable in terms of like team cohesion, but the rest of them have had those standout solo moments.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. And those standout solo moments, like, they mean so much, right? They mean so much. It means, okay, not only am I good at this game, but I could probably spend a little bit less time playing this game, like, for example, PokeStar, Mortal Kombat, and kind of move on to something else. Like, maybe I could play a bit more Tekken, bit more Street Fighter. Things of that nature.
PokeStar does have to work on games like Mortal Kombat if you want to compete against the likes of bots and Reapers and things along those lines, because he was dropping combos.
Yeah,
he was whipping combo strings that if he would have just recognized simple things, right? He would get an anti-air and freeze them in the air, and you can initiate a combo string with a simple jump in, a light attack, an aerial light attack, and as their body's falling, continue a juggling combo.
Right.
He wasn't doing that. That basically creates a subtraction of like 20 damage here, 20% damage here, 15% damage, 10% damage here, and that's all your opponent needs sometimes in order to get that win.
100%. I mean, all those percentages add up, just like you said. And
Yeah.
it looks like we're going to the very last game. Potential very last game.
Wow.
Let's see.
FIFA. Looks like we may be seeing some FIFA. Oh, slow start from one of our players. We'll get you some details on who's playing who here in a second. But we got Mad Genius and Strix. Strix, I believe, is pretty experienced on Crash Team, so I'm assuming that Paladins would be performing really well here. I'm gonna guess that Strix is in the top right-hand corner of your screen. I'll get you some more information on that here in a second.
I'm gonna take that guesstimate and say it is him. This is a very classic map. Bruised tubes. Love to see this one. A little bit of a underground, underwater thing going on.
Right.
It's a very, very fun map.
Okay, so.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Bottom is the Paladin.
Yeah, bottom is Paladin. So Strix nonetheless in second place. I knew he'd be somewhere up there.
Okay. So I wonder who that is. That actually might be PokeStar.
Oh.
Spyro in the top right.
Ooh.
Very, very good stuff right here for PokeStar.
Wow. Okay. PokeStar, the tier 5.
Okay.
The tier 5 in first place, putting on a performance again.
I love it. I love to see it.
Okay. We may see a shift of tier listing moving forward with this man. He's been playing well today, man. The fact that he's in first place on a game like this, on such a different style game. This isn't just a racer. This is as arcade of a racer as you can get.
Oh, yeah.
You thought Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was an arcade racer. Wait till you jump into this drifting machine.
Oh, brother. And let me tell you, this game is hard, man. You can't just do whatever. You have to know how to use the drift mechanic. It's the only way you can really win the game. The only way you can make a shortcut. All right. And it looks like I think the Ghosts have taken another one.
Hey.
Yep.
They got 6 wins, man.
There it is.
They got 6 wins. We still have a little bit of time. Let's see how many they can rack up. That one typically goes by really fast, just like Lethal League Blaze. But that was awesome. Another cool moment, I would say, for PokeStar. 100%. You notice things like that. You notice things when the tier 4, the tier 5 players start to excel in like just little games here and there. Sometimes we forget them because they're so fast paced, like Crash Team Racing or Lethal League Blaze.
Right.
Lethal League Blaze is so fast paced. Sometimes you won't notice the specific player that is ricocheting the ball across the screen, allowing it to build momentum, getting those counter strikes in. All you notice is the last person standing sometimes. You don't know who necessarily won the game for your team.
Exactly.
PokeStar has been doing a great job in that tier 5 position. I would predict that he sort of moves his way up, moving on throughout the rest of the season. He's playing really well, man.
Yeah, he is playing really solid right there. Like, I'm seeing more of a tier 4, maybe tier 3 status happening for him very soon.
Yeah.
But moving on to this game right here, FC again.
Yeah.
You got Pop in there. You got Wanku in there. Wanku and I played a lot of FC back in the day, so should be up to par with this. I'm expecting the PSG pick here. Not really sure as far as the Paladins side what they're gonna pick, but this entire UEL game is pretty much wrapped up.
Yep.
This is looking like potentially the last game of the day. Maybe we get one more.
I think I think we'll
here.
get we'll get one more game, but I think it's really important for Ghost to finish strong here. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that they're going to take this one. But FIFA's interesting, man. Some of the maps don't have walls. Some of the maps do have walls. There's also if you're not familiar with the game, sometimes you'll accidentally swap onto the goalie and pull your goalie out of its own goal and then just get scored on. Right. So if there's an unfamiliarity that sort of becomes evident throughout the game, that's it's going to be a little embarrassing. Right. But I think they're picking the fact that Wonku is in there. She's been doing a great job leading the team. I think Pop clearly knows sports games with his performance on the NBA. I think they'll be pretty good here, and I would assume that they're going to take this one.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to be an interesting game today as far as who's going to take this last one or potential last one. Like I said, at this point, pride is on the line. Like you want to win these games because it's going to be like, hey, we already know who's going to win this entire UEL game. Now I'm winning to talk trash. I'm winning to talk trash to let you know you suck. You're actually good because they're going to shake hands at the end of the day. At the end of the day, they're going to be like, well, there were some upsets or some things that shouldn't have gone the other team's way, but I'm over it. We're gonna go ahead and move on.
Yeah.
So at this point, it's all about pride, man. It's all about pride.
And you can't imagine sort of a universe, if you will, that maybe they got some more like lucky rolls per se on the wheel, and they picked up at least another couple of wins. So say they were sitting at 8, maybe they win this when they get to 9. Having about half of the wins of your opponent is something to be, we ended up losing tonight, but we didn't lose that bad, right? Sometimes your opponent will reach the magic number of 17. But, if you have 8 or 9 wins, about half of their wins or so, hey, a 2-for-1 ratio, that's not too bad.
Yeah, that's how I kind of feel. Like, if you can make that score look good in the end, that's really the important thing. Make it look as good as possible. You don't want to walk away from this saying like, oh, we didn't even put 1 to 2 points up on the board. You gotta leave out of here with some kind of pride.
100%.
Heads held high. Held high.
And listen, this is gonna be Paladin's second win. Ghosts already have 2 wins. So if this is your first time watching Ghosts, tonight didn't go their way, but there's been 2 other nights before where they walked out of the stadium, where they walked out of the arena feeling really, really confident. Paladins are gonna get a little bit of their swag back, but interestingly enough, Paladins kind of coming into today, they got their jerseys on, they're feeling good. You wouldn't assume that their record is 2-4. You'd thought that they had a winning record, and it just goes to show that if you're able to sort of keep that composition about you, maintain that winner's mentality, you can come in here and pull off not necessarily an upset, because this isn't an upset, but you can definitely perform. And the fans at home, you guys on Twitch, start thinking about like your favorite teams, not necessarily being, the best teams in the league. I mean, I was a Tampa Bay Buccaneers fan during the 18 years that they were complete garbage.
But you guys are good now. That's
exactly, right? All we needed was Brady. But sometimes it's fun to be a fan of the underdog, and Paladins are one of those teams that sometimes they are the underdog, sort of the dark horse of the competition, if you will. They're really fun to watch. They've got great personalities on their team, and a team to look out for.
Definitely. But just like we said, it's all about pride. It's all about power. Getting things back to going your way, and that winner's mentality.
Wow, Dead by Daylight to finish out the night. Wow. That would be interesting if we actually end up getting into that.
So, again, we have Pop Wonku on PSG. They're going to be white jerseys here. Let's see how things are going to play out. A nice hit out there. So, getting into it, it looks like, all right, Paladins ball. Trying to make something happen here. Ooh,
okay. So, Paladins in black jerseys, Ghosts in white.
Ooh.
Easy enough. We'll get more details moving forward. Ooh, okay. Paladins sending a message saying, we're not letting you guys go out on a high note. We're going up 1 point.
That's right.
Yep. Pop and Wonku got to get better positioning if they want to try to take this thing back. Oh, wow. Solid control, though, on the goalie to come out that way, but they got to be careful.
Okay, so we have Madrid. Yeah, Real Madrid for the Paladins here.
Okay.
Ball back into play. All right, this is 2v1. Bang. Oh, nice stop. Oh, was that out of bounds on them? No. Back in the hands of PSG. Okay, good pass.
I am here.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, goodness gracious. I am hearing, though, that Pop is blue and Wonku is potentially red in the white jersey. So just Something to note.
Misfire right there on the communication.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
Okay, here we go. This is Wku dribbling up on the goal. Unfortunately, doesn't get the shot.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that would have been nice.
Ooh,
Oh, Wku coming. That's not going to be. Oh, goodness. There's just too much pressure on the goalie. Too much pressure on the goalie. They all sort of just collapsed right around there. We're able to sort of get the rebound, if you will, and get that assist.
Oh, got to pass a little early.
Oh, solid effort, though, by Wku. Pop has to sort of try to defend the assist. I mean, listen, he was in the right position. It was just a matter of just pressing the right button at the right time.
Man, oh, man. They are looking really strong right now.
That was a terrible pass by Pop.
Wait a minute.
Okay, here we go. Wku in a 1v1 on the goal. Goes for the assist and doesn't get it. But
wait a minute.
She's able to capitalize. She gets the 1v1 again and whips it.
There. Oh, my gosh, the trip and the deny.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is going to be Wku. Oh, my gosh. Can you imagine? That would have been one of the nicest goals we've ever seen. Okay, here we go. Free shot on the goal. Wku ends up getting a point for the Ghosts.
There it is. There it is. Trying to get the steal here.
They need it. They need it. Okay, here she goes.
All right.
There's still a minute and 20 seconds.
All right, yep. Let them just shoot it out. Let them shoot it out.
Still a minute and 20 seconds. They need a goal. They need a goal now. Put it within 2. Put it within 2.
All right.
Oh, this is going to be tough. In a 1v2. In a 1v2. Goes for an assisted shot on the goal, but can't do it. Bad positioning there by Paladins, nonetheless. Okay, here we go.
From there.
Pop's trying to. Okay, here we go. Walker in center field gets it from almost center field. It's now 4-2. Ghost trying to get a little bit of a comeback here. Pop and Wku finding some synergy right here, right now.
Yep, getting it together here. Oh, 2v1.
Here comes Pop. Oh no, Pops!
Just a misfire right there.
Yeah, that was an opportunity to make it 4-3.
Okay, that out on Madrid.
Okay, here we go. Wku trying to send it downfield.
Wait, out on Madrid.
That almost spelled trouble.
Just kicking it out of bounds here over and over. What's happening? Too much hype here. Too much sauce.
They got 50 seconds left. They need to score a goal to put this within a tie.
Oh, my goodness,
They need to score a goal to put this within tie range.
What is everybody doing, man? They're just playing hot potato with the ball. Yep. Shoot that.
Oh, my goodness.
Much power. A little bit too excited
Okay,
there.
here we go. Wku trying to get an assisted pass down the field. You can see sort of the precision passing that she's trying to do in order to get it to Pop.
I need some more control here. I need some more control. Shot.
Oh, my gosh! Wow, I've never seen a closer goal in a game of FIFA. That was wild.
Nice.
Here's Wku dribbling down the field, looking to pass it to Pop and center. Oh, they've got 20 seconds. They need to score about 1 goal every 10, and that's probably going to do it.
Yeah.
I think they let up for a split second, and that's going to be it.
And there's the dagger by the Paladins, and them doing their thing, taking this game 22-6.
They dropped the 20 bomb. Yeah. It's official.
It's official, man.
It's official.
That's a strong team. Strong showing by the Paladins, man. I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed. They definitely showed their prowess here. They showed that they aren't really too to be trifled with right here. The 1-4 going to 2-4 today, man.
Yeah. 1-4 going to 2-4 at the same time. I like how much they sort of maintained their energy throughout the night. They didn't let up, I don't think, at all. We talked about the 20 bomb. At first it was, are they going to get to the magic number of 17?
Right.
Not only did they get there, but they kept on pushing, and then they ended up dropping that 20 bomb. It's 20-6, Week 10, Paladins versus the Ghosts. We're going to get some interviews with you guys here in a little bit, but in the meantime, take a message from our sponsors.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Did you know poor posture while gaming can cause serious neck and shoulder pain? Meet the Volare pillow. This pillow is designed specifically for gamers. It gives your neck and shoulders the support they need, reduces strain, and helps you sit comfortably for hours. It's extra comfy and hey, you can even pick your style. It comes in rare, legendary, and epic levels. Match it with your setup by choosing from a variety of colors and designs. Don't wait for the next ache to hit. Level up your comfort with Volare. Use code UEL15 at checkout for 15% off your order. Grab yours today and feel the difference in your next gaming session.
All right, and today I am here with the non-winners. I won't say losers. Non-winners today. We have Pokestar and Pop representing Ghost Gaming. How are you guys doing today?
I'm good.
Good.
That's good. That's good. All right, today's game, not exactly going exactly how you planned. Lost today, 20-6. Pretty tough. I think there were some games that you guys definitely took. There was like a big exclamation point. How do you guys feel about those games?
Yeah, it was really good, like CTR especially.
Yeah. That Mortal Kombat run that you had today was, oh man, that was the thing to be you were not to be trifled with. How did you feel about the Mortal Kombat game?
Really good. I love me some Cyrax.
Yeah. And then Pop, today you killed it. 2K was looking really good. Even though you guys played a few games that, there were some misfires and miscommunications, everything hitting on every single cylinder in 2K. How you feel about that?
Well, 2K was a mishap. My analog wasn't working on my controller, so it was just more of a trying to play off them. Some of the games that we lost today was more of us coming together because this is our second time getting together, so it's going to see improvement next game. So
okay, for sure. I like what I saw. Honestly, I like what I saw. This is kind of a team that had to come together. A little bit of last minute thing. I think there's a lot of high hopes that's going to be in the Ghost future. So thank you guys for showing up today. You really did your thing, and GG's.
Spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel, spin the wheel.
The players will battle against each other only when the wheel decides. Wettergreen LLC built the wheel and can support your technology needs too. Visit wettergreen.com for more information.
The Be a Friend Project is an organization of upstanders working to bring hope back to bullied kids and build kinder communities using empathy, education, and peer support. The project's signature program is the surprise delivery of friend mail, letters and videos of peer support, to victims of severe bullying to let them know they are not alone and to help them stay strong.
I was so happy because I thought really no one cared about it. It was just another girl getting bullied, but it was really nice to know that a lot of people supported me.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down that kid from the Bandits. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm sitting here with Mad Genius and, of course, TLG. Matt and Matt. I'm your commentator, Matt, as well. We're all pointing at each other right now. Hey, man, great performance tonight, guys. Obviously, clutching with the 20-6 win over Ghost. First thing I want to ask you guys, man, is kind of going into today. I thought this match was going to be a lot closer, given the fact that they're 2-3, you guys are 1-4. Now you're 2-4. What was the factor that you think allowed you guys to excel to the point that you just dropped a 20 bomb on a team that had more wins than you prior to today?
We're better.
Absolutely.
That's unfortunately with everything that happened with UEL. With how everything did go with their team, I think that they have to practice more together as a team. There's not a lot of unison. We stayed with communication. Even through the ups and downs, we stayed communicative. We stayed positive.
Right.
and we came out to win.
Understandable, understandable. What the fact that you guys did drop a 20 bomb, I think to a lot of the people watching today, whether it be on Twitch, whether it be on Instagram, whether it be on Twitter, you guys seem like a really, really well-rounded team. But I know just from casting some of your other teams that there are some genres that you guys struggle in. You guys seem to excel today in the shooter category, but I know that's not necessarily your strong suit. What genre would you say you need the most improvement in?
I say
wanna
it's sports. So honestly,
sports.
Yeah, we definitely need to tighten up sports. Shout out to Pop though. 2K was
2K
was fun.
I already knew when it came out. I was like, Pop's about to go crazy.
Would that be your favorite moment of the night? Was Pop's popping off, if you will?
Yeah, he did his thing.
He definitely did his thing.
That's Pop. Yeah.
What about you guys? What about your favorite moment from your team? And you can be selfish. You can talk about yourself if you want to.
Oh, Overwatch. Because
Overwatch.
Overwatch was definitely a game that we've struggled with in the past.
Right.
And to go in there and just completely walk through another team with really talented shooters shows just how much our effort and how much our practice has made us better.
Nice. I like that. That's a good response. And the last thing I want to ask you guys, man, do you have a message to the rest of the league? I know you guys are 2-4 right now, but it does seem like you guys are improving, and I think you have sort of the will to improve, man. It seems like you're very energetic. You're keeping a positive mindset. I think you synergize really well with each other. Do you have a message to the rest of the league?
To the Reapers, we're gonna see you in conference finals. You guys got the better of us last time, but things are gonna be different. We're absolutely not worried about the click.
Okay.
We're just that much better now.
Okay.
We beat them once, so doing it two more times, I guess.
Right.
Wouldn't be that much more difficult.
I got you.
So we're looking forward to seeing the Reapers in the North Conference Finals.
Awesome.
I have a message from Sam to Boar.
Okay.
And personally from me, Boar. From last time I saw Boar up here, he said he didn't want us to win no more games, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's salty.
Crazy.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
I was here for that moment too.
Yeah, and you know what's wild is I didn't take it personally until now because
oh wow,
you talk about my team, and I'm a part of the team, so you gonna have to see me if you want to play me on the wheel. I know that you did whatever you had to do or whatever, but I put the drink out there. Just
okay.
Put me on the wheel, watch you get cooked. And
wow.
About me or my team again.
Okay, there you have it. Some drama going down right here, right now. Well, thank you guys from one mat to another. I appreciate you guys sitting down with us. Best of luck in your next match, gentlemen.
Appreciate it.
I'm better. Yeah. Oh, the bling?
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the Bandits. Oh, and there and that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
I want to thank everybody, regardless of what platform you're watching us on. Just thank you guys for hanging out with us tonight. This was a Week 10 matchup between Paladins and Ghost. Paladins take it, obviously, 20-6. They're going to go up 2-4. Ghost dropping down to now 2-4 as well. I'd also like to invite you guys to show up on December 3rd for the Be a Friend project. They're doing a fundraiser Tuesday, December 3rd, to bring awareness to bullying and hopefully sort of spread some kindness throughout the world because I think we all need it.
Bro, like you just said, big shout out to all of our sponsors, Slides, SurfThing, and Be a Friend Project fundraiser. Having a great time here, amazing showing today. But one last thing, like I was telling the Paladins, you're not doing that to me. I'm just saying that's not happening to me. What happened today will never happen in a Ravens
20
versus
bomb?
Paladins game. No,
Okay.
Oh God, no, never in a Ravens versus Paladins game. Ever. Ravens up, baby. Ravens up.
Shoguns versus X-Gods on Thursday.
That's right. That's right.
So that's
oh my
going to be
gosh.
our next matchup, Shogun versus X-Gods on Thursday. Guys, we'll see you then. So much excitement to be had here in the UEL. I can't wait for the next one.
Right. See you.